then having a Seconds whisper through the dark. The lights breathe in. The tables wait. Stillness before the spark. Focus. Watch. Mating. Hold on, it's coming down. Every heartbeat, every round. Hold the line, it's almost here. Feel the silence disappear. No more waiting or rewind. Only one thing left. I can feel the pressure building in my chest. This is what we came for. Nothing matters but the rest. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the main event here on the European Poker Tour. My name is Spraggy. How are you all doing? Are you excited for another live day of Cards Up coverage from Malta? I know I am. We had some exciting hands yesterday, didn't we? Good morning, everybody. We are in the money. That's absolutely right. We are in the money. And we may just be, in 30 seconds, about to join the coverage. They always do a very nice intro compilation. We don't want to miss it. I'm just saying hello before we get going. So hello. Thank you for being here nice and early. Another white hot day of action from the EPT. Shall we?
The King of Kings, imagination of a majesty. There ain't no challenge, just another flawless victory. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. Oh my God! Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Game on. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Catch me in the fire. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corridor stunning! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallet has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
This is why people love the EPT. We are live for day 3. Welcome back to a very sunny looking Malta. It doesn't look like that outside of my window, chat, I must say. It doesn't quite look like that outside of my window, but that's okay. We'll be focused on the action today. Maybe we should get some EPT day 3 main event in the title action, because that's where we're at. For those of you who joined us yesterday, welcome back. For those of you who didn't join us yesterday, if you want a quick recap, a video just went live on my YouTube channel with some important hands from yesterday, key hands from yesterday, key moments. Here is your schedule for the week. My intention is to be here bringing you all the action throughout the week, but owing to the late stage pregnancy of my wife, she is due to give birth in just 7 days. If that happens during any of these allotted hours, I must disappear. But that's okay. Regular coverage over on the PokerStars channels will continue, should you so desire it. Follow, get involved, it says here. Follow PokerStars and all these things. Good, it's good. That's a good suggestion. I wholeheartedly agree. You can keep up to date with me on Instagram as well, actually, Spraggy. You can keep up to date with me on the X platform. At Spraggy. As you might expect. And here are your chip counts. For day 3, your chip leader, Roman Stoica, 928,000. That's 185 big blinds. That seems a little excessive, doesn't it? Mikhailo Ostash in second with 765. Alexei Boyka, who we watched yesterday, 672k. Tom Vogelsang, we're very familiar with, 569k. But it's a very international field, isn't it? What do we have? 2 matching Italian flags. Other than that, an eclectic top 10. And here's what they're playing for. The winner of EPT Malta 2025. The main event will take home 760,000 euro. Currently, everybody's got 9,650 euros locked up. But some serious money up top, as ever. This is the European Poker Tour. And we're back in the room for a look at our feature table. Daniel Rozai, Razor, second in chips, 6th in chips. This is ordered by Seat Draw. We've got Jan Zarens. Jan Zarens, you guys may know him as Graf Tekel online on PokerStars, a man I've battled with over the years many, many times. I've also played against him in the card game Wizard. Anybody here played Wizard? And of course, our feature table rounded out by none other than my friend and yours. It's the 1-2 grind crew. It's Felix Schneider's. As we see Kenny Hallett rejoining us for day 3. And there's a gentleman yesterday who was all in 6, maybe 7 times for a couple of big blinds apiece and refused to leave. Is Gary Fisher. Very impressed with Gary Fisher yesterday. I thought he played really well on the feature table. And there is Dominic Panka, a man who managed to check back aces yesterday and fold on the river. And a very hurried look at Felix. We're starting. Come on. Thank you, Mr. X-Flix, Felix Schneiders. And there he is, situated for day 3 of this main event. Magic, isn't it? And this is where the fun begins.
They're not very smart with these kind of things. Yeah. Even though Brennan doesn't strike me as a dumb
Yeah, like
And this is where the fun begins.
Yeah, well, making it...
is that the box or
We are playing
50K,
2,000, 5,000 blinds, 2K, 5K, 108 players left in the field.
I was like, no. I was just like, no way.
And old Danny Razor on the FT as well, huh? On the feature table, should I say? FT stands for feature table when I get it wrong. Just remember that. But enough about them, chat, and enough about me. How are you guys all doing? We're running an interactive stream here on Twitch and YouTube. I can see all your chats. I can see everything going on. Reza says Graf Tekel, the GOAT. Got to be up there. Very good player. Got to be in the conversation. There he is. There's Jans. Facing a raise from under the gun too. 8-9 suited from Dalterio. Jamming in the big blind.
What do they do? They just stop for the day, or because I think that's the problem. I think they probably want 4 to eliminate.
Defending the King Jack offsuit to start the day. Both these players fairly deep. What are we, 70 big blinds deep this hand? Flush draw for Dalterio. Why is the small blind 2K, not 2.5K? Denominations of chips, mostly. 500s are out of play at the moment. I say at the moment, they're not coming back. But you'll often chip up in live poker. So on your screen right now, you'll see these green chips here. That's a 25K. These are 5Ks. And the yellows... Hey! Where'd my chips go? But the yellows are 1Ks. So we've got 1Ks, 5Ks, and 25Ks. These are the 1Ks here. These. So no 500 chips. We'll play 2K, 5K. We are back, baby. We are back. And we're here all day long in what I believe is going to be another sort of 10-hour-ish stream. 10-hour-ish of EPT coverage. We've got some exciting stuff lined up for you, including another cent roll. If you guys want to play today, play some poker on the side whilst you're watching along. 1 cent buy-in, $1,000 in tickets added. And I believe that is available for registration for you guys right now. It's Daniel Rezai, known as Razor on PokerStars. Razor some numbers. We might get to call him Danny Razor, bumping it up to 12,000. Perhaps jamming, looking to get involved once again. The official graphics, James Hardigan, Joe Stapleton, and Nick Walsh on commentary. We are the pirate radio of PokerStars. We are the international waters of PokerStars. We are the rogue stream of PokerStars. They won't put me on the graphics. We'll do it ourselves. Spraggy on comms. How's this better in it? Look at that. That's better in it. We've got an all-in to start the day. Spasov shoving king into Danny's open. He's got the sixes. Playing 2K, 5K. 8.5 big blinds. Very close spot. Obviously some money coming in from the small blind. There's conceivably just a range that's going to fold a lot. Danny doesn't like it, moves out of the way. I think jamming will feel priced in. He does. There's some bad news. Really big hand to start the day for Spasov. Looking for that early spin, looking for that early double up. Gonna have to survive the deck though. The deck might have other ideas. Marco says, how many times have you won the EPT main event, Sprag? I'm at 0 for now, but I've been investigating and I've been looking into making it at least 1. This is the first time I've missed an EPT main event in the last 4 years. Pretty solid flop for Spasov. I was going to say there's always a sweat, but there's no sweat here. Paul reckons that 6 is a simple fold, but he tanks. I don't think so. Not for 9.5 big blinds. I think there's definitely at least good consideration for folding, for not folding the 6s. Depends how you feel about the small blinds range as well. He's contributed a couple of big blinds, which could be dead if you reshove. Latte the Lion says, I'm calling it early. Spraggy will win EPT Prague main event 2027. Doesn't trust me for Prague this year. Doesn't trust me for Prague 26.
Get more time banks tomorrow, right?
Trust me for Prague 2027. It's a long journey.
But you carry
Hello, Mr. Fruzes. Welcome in.
No, you get on top.
Marco says, good luck in the future. Congrats on becoming a dad soon. Thank you. I have won a UK IPT main event. It's right there.
Let's make final two.
But not an EPT main just yet. Just the regional tour for now. Let me go check on the status of this. Let's go check on the status of this cent roll for you guys, because a lot of added value yesterday. Anyone in the chat won a ticket yesterday? Lots of you, I expect. 6 people in right now. You should be playing for 6 cents. You're playing $1,000 and 6 cents, aren't you? The lucky ones. Aren't you the lucky ones? Is Dominic Panker still playing? Yep, Dominic Panker's still in. He is not on the feature table at the moment, but he's out there in the field. Has Dan Charlton got all the chips yet or what? I haven't had. We didn't see Dan Charlton amongst the chip updates. A lot of requests to get Dan Charlton on EPT call in. My new phone in edition. Yesterday. We'll see how he goes today. We'll see how he goes. Daniel Rezai raising it up with the ace queen. Jamming, getting involved again. 5's on the button. And what do we have here in the big blind? Poker code. Niederreiter. Niederreiter from Germany. And as Finton said, not sure if it's true, I know a lot of the poker code guys are based in Austria. Finton says the scariest words in poker. Born in Germany, living in Austria. Enough to send shivers down the spine, isn't it? So we'll have our eyes on Niederreiter. My expectation is that he's going to be a very solid player indeed. Defends to Jack 8 off here 3 ways. All players pretty unhappy with the flop. Danny Rezai out of position. King 6-7. We spoke about this a lot yesterday, but prevailing wisdom at the moment out of position to check a lot of hands. So he will be retaining some kings in that range, some strong hands in that range as well. Niederreiter picks up a gut shot. But he'll be well aware of Rezai perhaps playing some strong hands still. Won't just have full impunity in terms of how often he can bet. Does have this gut shot. Goes for the check. Danny picks up the gut shot himself as well now. Would not be surprised to see him start betting a hand like this. He is going to be fairly narrow pre-flop, raising off around the 15 big blinds. So he doesn't have too many parts of the deck to start bluffing from. He doesn't have perhaps as many aces as he might ordinarily have at deeper stacks, and he's as many suited connectors. So I think ace-queen, very reasonable decision to start betting. Immediate benefits, you might be about to see them jamming with a pair of 5s. Probably unable to continue, especially in the 3-way. And there you go. Rezai takes it down, and it's 50,000 chips out of the middle coming back to him. Very important for his stack. He's up to 113k. Rob Ladd says Spraggy should try and get on the traitors. Reckon a poker player could do well. You want to know a secret? I was approached by a BBC. I guess they're like contestant scouting, talent scouting team, or whatever you want to call them for the show, for the traitors. Oh no! Oh no! Main event Kenny. Kenny Hallett eliminated early at the start of day 3. Always a sad sight to see Kenny Hallett busting. We love Kenny on this stream, despite what I was saying yesterday. I'm a big Kenny guy. It's sad to see him busting up around 108th here at the start of day 3. Yeah, so someone from the BBC contacted me actually about being on the traders and coming to some auditions to, you know, screen tests for the traitors. And I didn't want to do it. I don't know if it's for me. So there you go. Sorry to crush your traitors' dreams. I think I got put off. I didn't watch the traitors. I did see that one guy was basically playing the game, and it's called the show. I mean, the show's called Traitors, right? And he stabbed some people in the back in the show, and like his strategy was he was very deceptive, whatever. And everyone on Twitter, which you know, but they were all going on at him. Oh, what a piece of shit! This guy's awful. He's manipulative. He's deceptive. He's lying. He's a traitor. They said, and they were really dragging him. And I thought, isn't that the whole game? Isn't that the whole point? So then I was just imagining when I was thinking about they wanted me to audition for the traitors or come and be on the traitors or whatever. I was like, I know that I would play the game to try and win and end up, maybe I would do something like that. Like I would betray someone, I suppose is the word. I would betray someone. And I just didn't want to have to deal with people calling me a bad person for playing the game. So I stayed clear of it. The only TV show I've ever tried to get onto is The Chase on ITV. Because I'm a huge The Chase truther. I'm a huge I'm a huge bull on the chase. I'm very bullish on that show.
All my friends always like removing the whole people out of their pictures. AI. Okay, like can't be that hard to like remove a brand, right?
But I didn't understand it. This guy was getting huge backlash for playing the game correctly. Chase is goated though, Gunnar, you're right. Chase is goated.
Felix, you have like 200 or something? Like it's the only stack I can figure out because of the shot clock.
What, this one?
You know your stack.
The stack, oh, I'll put it over here if you like.
Thank you, appreciate it.
What shows that for non-Brits? So the chase is, you've just imagined upstairs, downstairs. No, the chase is, it's a quiz show. You have a professional quiz person, the chaser, and then you have to answer questions. You get one or two steps ahead of them, and then you have to
First card is good.
answer questions as they answer the same question. And if they get more right than you, then they chase you down and you lose.
Can I get a count this?
My favorite chaser is Mark Labette, aka the Beast. Just because he wears his heart on his sleeve and he genuinely gets mad when he loses. And I think you need that. Especially in the charity editions, I've seen it happen as well when he does the charity editions. Sometimes they're like, oh, well, you know, maybe I lost, but...
Thank you.
No charity here. Niederreiter, all in with ace-3 suited, and it's a big decision for Felix. This is a very consequential part, obviously for Niederreiter's tournament, but for Felix as well. He's facing a 15 big blind shove. Interestingly for Felix, I do think his opponent is going to play some raises here. He's going to have two ranges. He's going to have a range that just shoves the 15 blinds, and a range that plays a smaller raise.
I had one good one as well.
So it's a very much more defined raise. So a hand like pocket sevens, eights, he would raise and call. But a pair like pocket fours, he would just shove. So it's very well defined around deuces through sixes, jack 10 suited, queen 10 suited, ace 7, ace 8, and then ace deuce through ace 5 suited. So when you consider these things, Felix's hand, ace 6, is actually doing quite well because he can discount a lot of the hands that dominate him, like ace queen and ace king, because they're going to raise call pre-flop because they want more action. They're strong enough for more action. So a tough decision there for Felix. He lands on fold. He lands on fold.
Ace 6 is like the excitement breaks like a lot. Like the first one was like obviously an ace, and you were like, ah.
It's better to kill 5 first.
Yeah,
And he lives to fight another day.
Ace 7 is like slightly higher. So it felt like the
What's going on here? What have we
disappointment
got
must
here?
come from a 6.
There are notes for me to read about the coverage. How about that? Look at that. Okay. Okay. And Niederreiter once again. We'll start us off with a raise. Ace, jack of diamonds. Beast Gang says, Spraggy, is it mandatory for all players not to cover their stack on the table? Is it a rule or something? Obviously, it's good to see it, but when they ask to see others, it looks more of a mind game or just see reactions before flop. A lot of the time, it is necessary that you make your chips visible. You're not allowed to hide big chips behind smaller chips, so big chips always out in front. You just have to make it so that your opponent can see how many chips you're playing at any one time. Now, some players, as you alluded to, will definitely ask, even if they're aware, how much are you playing? Because they'll look for reads.
It looks good. Let's be honest. And the editor reduction for the first level.
A big one,
That makes a lot
sometimes,
I'm always a little bit skeptical
maybe,
of,
that if someone asks you, hey, how many chips are you playing? If they move very quickly,
like,
there is some thought that maybe they want the hand to be over, that like, you know, they're quick to show you. Don't read too much into it. There's a man who'll tell you more. Adrian Mateos, El Matador. We saw him play some interesting pots yesterday. He's still out there in the field. And so is Malacca style. It's Juan Pardo. Ready to own some souls, no doubt. Lin Jianwei, excuse me, who was final tableist at EPT Barcelona, was amongst the chip leaders yesterday. Looks like he's still with a very solid chip stack. Another EPT final tableist, Jamil Wakil, very highly regarded professional from Canada. And who's this raking in a pot? Ah, it's our good friend Enrico Kamoski, aka What is Love on PokerStars, a man who's put me through many stages of hell on the online felt over the last few years.
I will stay there.
Baby,
after
don't
and
hurt
travel
me.
around a little bit.
What is love?
It would really be a long trip. If I
Like stay around like South America. Or
Nice to see for you guys who watch like WCoop streams and Scoop streams. Nice to put some names to faces, right? Nice to put some names to faces. See these guys go from beating me up to beating people up on the European Poker Tour. Nice change of pace. Fandom says, I always wonder who the aliases online are, who you're up against. It's cool to see them. Nice. It is indeed. Big shout out to Pepper, by the way. Pepper dropping a subscription on Twitch for 52 months. Thank you, Pepper. Welcome in, mate. Good to see you. Danny Razor in the big blind with the 6-5 offsuit. Makes a pair and a flush draw. Dalterio with the gut shot, but no hearts on board does make this one a little bit trickier for anybody to make a play at. And Dalterio has checked back in position here, which is going to cap his range a lot more. Because in position, if he has a hand like a queen, or indeed a 10, he might even bet for value, denial, protection, whatever you want to call it. He's going for the delayed bet here, 16,000. So he might be able to rep some sort of weaker queens that are checking back, maybe a queen 9, queen 8 suited. Not sure how many flush draws he's going to check back on the flop, so not sure how often he makes a flush. It's really a stylistic thing.
38.
I think Danny Razor, Mr. Rozai, is reading into this check back on the flop that he doesn't check back flush draws, he doesn't check back queens, he doesn't check back good hands. And Danny's going to attack it with the 6-5 offsuit. Does have that pair, and does have that heart. But this isn't a situation where he's raising his hand because he wants to try and get all the money in with a 5. He's just putting Dalterio on a capped range, not too many strong hands, and wants to force a fold. That's exactly what he does. And a really nice find there from Danny. Very sharp, reading into that one action, right? That one check back on the flop, the key to the whole hand.
Like it's like a 2-hour flight from Sao Paulo. Amazing area. South of Brazil. Like south, yeah. Great weather. Super nice, like healthy food options. Porto Seguro.
Is it like south of?
I honestly like
Florianopolis.
I think like somewhere like that. I just like my friends like rented some places. They have like great Airbnbs. Like we had one like for 200 bucks a night, 3 bedrooms, pool, and just like walk 10-15 minutes to the beach. A lot of like healthy and fresh food options. Like I loved it there. Like literally was like I feed monkeys like in my backyard, like with bananas. Like really cool.
Yeah, I think we're probably not going that far south, but only if we like decide to stay until the end of January or something. But it's unlikely.
Felix letting go. I think Danny talking about what Brazil there sounds like. Sounds wonderful. I might book a trip myself. I really enjoyed my time in Brazil. Down in Sao Paulo, played the cash game with Papo and Neymar and Chris Eubank in Sao Paulo. Spent 3 or 4 days in Sao Paulo. Great food, great city, lots going on, friendly people. Super friendly, actually. Went out late night looking for some pizza, looking for some food in general. But it's very late. I just landed. And there are a couple of local bars open. Popped in. They said they weren't serving food, but they like pointed me in the direction of some food and took time to, you know, show me where to go and stuff like that. Really, really great. Adam Pan says, what would you say is the hardest learning curve for beginning poker players to understand the transition of thinking? I have a good hand. To what hands can others in the pot still have? I think mostly it all stems from pre-flop, right? It all extends from understanding what cards your opponent's going to play pre-flop and how that range of hands is going to interact with flops. So we see these guys check, check, blind, blind. Danny with the 2-pair laying a little bit of a trap. Let's see if he starts betting his hand himself or tries to force Jans into making a play at it. I think Jans will check back a lot of ace highs, king highs, so it does have some interaction with making a pair of kings some of the time. We'd probably expect a king to bet versus a check. But Danny's going to pick up the betting lead himself, goes for a pot size bet. And Kraft tackle lets it go. Yeah, so learning poker, I mean, a lot of it is... Poker is a game of a range of hands versus a range of hands, right? When you first start, you're looking at how strong your hand is. Does it match you with the boards? There is Oknyan Dimov. Another crusher, both live and online. Alexei Boyka, who we saw playing a lot yesterday on yesterday's feature table. And there's Midi, who was our guest yesterday on the EPT call-in just before the bubble. You guys remember our phone call? We FaceTimed Midi on break. And he's involved in a pot here. And the board is Jack, Ace, Queen, 6-6. We've got a bet on the river from Avaldis Anulis, and Midi moves all in. His opponent folds. Looks like Midi's rocking a fairly short stack to start the day, but picking that pot up is going to take him back up to 110k. And as the second ever guest on Spraggy's EPT call-in, may I just be the first to say, go on, Midi! Go on then, Midi! But yeah, I would recommend thinking about pre-flop and what sort of hands your opponent's going to have pre-flop and how that links to flops. Because a lot of time when I see people breaking down hands, I see people talking about, oh, he might have ace, queen, ace, king, and it's a single raise pot. Oh, I think he had queens, and it's a single raise pot. So pre-flop's your starting point. And Felix pre-flop, he's studied enough, he's learned enough, he's experienced enough to realize that he should be re-raising with pocket kings. He's up against the fives of Dalteria, which are electing to take a flop. So Felix making the 6 big blinds pre-flop in position. His opponent calls to a flop. It's Jack 6-3. Good news for Felix. And good news in general. He'll like a Jack 6-3 board. He does have the diamond with his kings as well for a little bit of backdoor insurance. I think Felix will have ideas of betting a large part of his range for a small sizing. So betting most of the hands, if not all of the hands that he has here, for somewhere between 20 and 30% of the pot. He goes for 15k. He goes very small. I really like it. He's got a lot of his opponent's hands drawing very thin. Hands like fives. Hands like queen jack suited. Hands like ace-jack, he's in great shape against. And you see this small sizing is going to manipulate Dalteria to stick around with his fives. Very interesting turn. Massively interesting turn. The flush completer is definitely going to be something that Felix is aware of. Don't forget, just comes back to what I'm saying about learning poker here and new players when you come into poker. It's all about what happened pre-flop. So how often does your opponent make a suit, make a flush? How often are they going to have a suited hand? Are they really going to raise call like king 8 suited and king 9 suited? Probably not to the 3-bet. They probably have some suited aces. We have the suited king of diamonds. That comes back to the importance of that card. So your opponent actually isn't going to make a flush that often. You're still looking at a lot of ace-jack, some king-jack, some queen-jack, some jack-10 suited, some 9s, 8s, 7s, still 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s. And then even some hands like ace-queen with 1 diamond, small size on the flop, they might float, pick up a flush draw. So Felix, hammering home the value on the turn, goes for 35,000. And Dalterio goes for the shove. Felix calls it off pretty quickly. He's thinking what I'm thinking. Not a flush often enough to deter him. He does have that diamond covered, but there are some straight flush possibilities, and of course there are some straight possibilities. Felix with a huge pot at the start of this day 3, and a lot of the deck to dodge. He's an 80-20 favorite, but it's an uncomfortable river. Felix at risk. We're big Felix guys here. We're rooting for Felix. Impartiality out the window. I'm sorry to say, we are Team Xflix here at Spraggy TV. We get some holds in the chat. And it's a 6 of hearts. It's a safe run out for Felix. And his small size on the flop pays him dividends. If he goes a little bigger on the flop, we spoke about it yesterday, but if he plays with that fear on the flop and wants to protect his hand against the flush draw and goes big, he probably forces the 5s out. But instead, he keeps the 5s in and manages to get all the chips in the middle as an 80% favorite on the turn. And that small size on the flop has earned Felix a much bigger payday. So great stuff from Felix. You love to see it. Obviously had to hold and does, but he's headed towards the final 100 players in an EPT main event with a very nice stack indeed. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Might have to get my grind emotes out in the chat. I'm like a 100 and something month subscriber, I think. I'm not logged in on this chat though. It's a different chat because I got Twitch and YouTube chat all together. We'll leave it for now. We'll leave it for now. Felix, maybe at it again. With the 2 10s. Mad Morg says that guy looked tilted. I mean, he just lost a 380,000 chip pot with 100 left in the EPT main event. He might be a little frustrated for sure. I would be. How could you not be? Felix making it 10k. Spasov releases the Jack 7. And Felix continues to build some momentum. $76 BBs. Some notes from the field. We have just lost a former champion and a man we watched play yesterday. Dominic Panka. Eliminated from the Malta main event. Daniel Rezai, Queen 9 in the bin. Jan Zarens, King 7 suited for a raise. Paddy says I was sat next to Panka in Cyprus. Bruce says, were you scared? I bet he wasn't. Not our Paddy. Our Paddy played the 25k like he was playing down the pub. Playing like he was in Red Tooth Poker League, mate. Spasov releases King 10 in the small blind off the short stack. And Niederreiter not interested with his 6-3. For those of you who were here yesterday, by the way, we did put up a video, and for those of you who weren't, we did put up a video this morning of the highlights of yesterday's stream. We're going to try and do a little recap every day. We're going to try and do a little today at the EPT that will come out the next morning. So there's 16 minutes of a few hands from yesterday for you. involving this man, Juan Pardo. Look at all those chips. And Mr. Juan Pardo is all in at the river versus João Tomás. The board reads 10-8-4, 3-4. So a 10 high board. 10-8-4, 3-4. And it looks to me as though Juan Pardo has shoved about 170,000 chips effective at the river. Just looking at one stat, João Tomás' stat there. He makes the call. On your backs then. Juan Pardo with a jack 9. That's a jack high. João Tomás makes a call with 10-5 for top pair. No kicker. In what looks like it might have been a blind v blind confrontation. Juan Pardo barreling off that straight draw. Jamming at the river. He's losing a big one. Because Tomás is now up to 520k, so he'll have secured a double up there. Since he was the at-risk players, what, 260, 250-ish thousand out of Juan Pardo's stack? Still looked like he had heaps, though. Still looked like he had heaps.
I've worked to behave.
That was what I was going to do. I was going to check on the progress of this cent roll, folks. As some of you know, we were playing yesterday a 1 cent buy and $1,000 in tickets added. It is deployed in the lobby on PokerStars. If you search EPT Malta Spraggy Invitational, or just search Spraggy, or the tournament code in the chat, 17 players registered right now. Feel free to register that. There's $1,000 in tickets added for you guys to play for as you watch along. Starts in 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Let's say like Tom wins and Dejan gets second. Dejan puts 200k on second place money and hands it over to Tom.
This could happen.
So weird.
Tom is still quite far off his break-even point, I think. Not sure exactly how much.
What is 1.7, right?
Yeah, for the first bullet. Second bullet, he bought like 1.6, I think.
Oh, he was in for 2?
Yeah. And Dejan gave him a discount for the second. That's such a print anyway.
Like 10k in, 17k, there he's like top 31 to break even on 500. Oh yeah, he plays 2 bullets himself too, right? He pays 10.6 and this
I'd say average 1.65 or something. So he pays him like 17k, that's it?
Yeah, plus the 10.6 that he needs to bind for in the tournament, right? It's like it's 27 actually, not 17.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, top 20. So top 20 to like
But at this point, he's probably a favorite to be top 20, easily, right? I mean, he's like top 10 or top 5 stack.
Do you think it's worth it? Like as the guy who like gives the X?
We're back and we're headed out to the out-of-tables troops. And that is Heimonia, Monica Hrabak against Konstantin Polski. Monica's jammed all in on a flop of 7-3-5 with a very short stack. Oh, sorry, not so short. We're all in on 7-3-5. But we're up against 6-4. And by my count, that is the nuts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all in a row. King, king. Not looking good. Looking pretty doomed.
I'm not sure you're out.
Double checking the chips, but looks like a confrontation between Monica and the player in the big blind. Flopping the nuts versus Monica's king, king, and she will be eliminated just shy of the top 100. Where do you go now? A philosophical question as much as it is a physical one. Where do any of us go from here, having bust the main event?
See the play on 11?
Seat open on 11 indeed. Felix. Called in the small blind with an ace and a queen. Graph tackle with king 10, flops 10-5-4. Looks like Felix electing to flat pre. Definitely could be in there for a 3-bet with the ace queen. He'll be well aware of that. I do think this hand is going to want to mix though. Probably most people playing always 3-bet, but I think ace queen certainly can make the decision to peel pre-flop. Graph tackle c-betting. I believe for pot. Looks like he bet 15k. Oh, excuse me, that's total pot coming in now. So half pot on the flop from graph tackle. Sizing matters. Size is important. And Felix deciding not to fold 2 overs. Ace queen high. Still going to have the best hand a lot. Has a hand that can readily improve against 10x. 3 of clubs on the turn. I don't think there's any reason for graph tackle to slow down here. I think he's just trying to get more money into the pot with the 10 and a good kicker. 45k is the bet. Definitely the point where Felix's hand becomes indifferent. He's going to have a 10 himself. He's going to turn a backdoor flush draw himself. So if he has ace queen of clubs here, he continues. If he has any backdoor clubs, he continues. Obviously, he has slow played sets. He has hands like 6-7 suited. So ace queen just moves down towards the bottom of his range and facing the size. Time to let it go. Good stuff.
But he gets also paid for both sets, right? So he needs 55th place. So he puts on 27. Once he reaches 55th place, he gets 14 from stars, 14 from Dejan. Dejan still makes money on 55th place, but like he breaks even on like wins 1k or something.
Yeah, I'm just rooting. I'm rooting for the sweat. Like, it's just if he's still in 12 left, it's just gonna be so fun. I want to see Dejan like offering people to buy a piece or something. He won't do it, I think, but it would just be funny. But in the end, I also don't hope that Tom wins.
I hope both go deep.
Like,
then it gets like way more fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's also less painful if you go deep yourself.
Yeah.
Or if they.
I mean, like it still feels painful if you make second place in main and then you hand over, like you put money on top and hand it over to the guy who wins it, for example.
Also, imagine the weird spots that you could get into if you're the person shorting someone and then you play a pot against them. Like imagine how fucked up this gets with pot odds and stuff.
Or it's premiums.
Yeah, risk premiums, yeah.
Basically, like, it's like kind of like playing a bounty, right? Like you get like negative risk premiums or something like that. Because you make more money if he busts.
I'm trying to see how much it matters.
I mean, it should matter, right? Like in a bounty, like when you bust somebody, you make.
I think they're talking about shorting players or having action in players. It sounds like someone is shorting or taking bets against players in the field, maybe.
It's like kind of
or maybe like having action in different players in the field.
It doesn't matter who you lose the chip to. But in this case, if you double him up, he increases his...
oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're just getting into
the... So it definitely creates some weird dynamic.
It's not the same, I think. But maybe it shouldn't matter strategy-wise. But it's still funny, right?
Depends. No, that's yours. That's your second one. They're both yours. I have mine.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. I grabbed my cards immediately.
It will for sure be fun for the real, like, and obviously everyone.
It will be super fun for the people who know, yeah.
No, like they're gonna announce this for sure. If they both go day 5 or day 6 or whatever.
Yeah, somebody's going to give the commentators a hint to like tell them.
Like 100%.
Trying to give the commentators a hint. I couldn't work out. Someone said Tom? Maybe Tom Vogelsang? I don't know. But it sounds like there's some sort of side action.
We go again.
Unsure. They're trying to work out the different risk premiums if some person has action, someone just blah, blah, blah. It's nerdy stuff. It's nerdy stuff. Get a load of these guys, Nerds! And now a stare down between Daniel Rozai and Jens Arends. We spoke about this a bit yesterday, but an ISO from the big blind, raising from the big blind with these hands that don't perform particularly well. You'd rather win the pot now, right? Than try and flop something with 8-5 offsuit. So you'll see a lot of these trash hands raising out of the big blind. Danny's coming along with the king-9 offsuit. And his idea here is to keep some of the dominated hands in. He flops incredibly well. I do think that Jans will be quite concerned on this type of board. A lot of small blind limp calling around really strong King X. Like you might even limp call King Queen O, King Jack O. Certainly as we can see King 9 and King 10. So I think this sort of King High Broadway-ish board is one that Jans is going to want to slow down on. Blind v blind as well. You have to be very controlled because you're raising so many bad hands. It's so easy to have a bad hand. So again, when it stems back to pre-flop, if you're raising a load of bad hands pre-flop, and then you're betting all of them on the flop, your opponent's going to make lots of chips against you when they have a good hand, because you're betting too many bad hands too often. So that's why you see the slowing down from Jans with the 8 high. Danny taking the betting lead now. He's got 2 pair. He wants money in the middle. That one's simple. He's betting 10,000. And Jans is open-ended. Picks up a little something. 7, 8, 9, 10. So he'll see if he can make a 6 or a jack. Can't make either of those. He can make an 8. And with the 4-liner on board, this certainly might be something that slows Danny down a little bit. It certainly moves his hand from, I want to put a load of money in, to if I bet and I get raised, I'm very sad. Might be that even if he bets, like, can he get called? There's plenty of worse 2 pairs, but Jan's certainly going to get here with a jack sometimes, going to get here with a 6 sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Danny employ just a small size, like a block size. Yeah, he goes for 11,000. And just trying to carve out a call from a hand like 10-8. From even a hand like 10-4 offsuit that raised pre, checks flop, and is now bluff catching. And again, this manipulation with size, the smaller you bet, the more your opponent has to call you. You're giving them a better price on the pot, they're going to have to call more often.
I will behave as well. I will behave.
Yeah, and saying he will behave as if he's thinking about maybe bluffing versus that smaller bet.
I think so.
With a smile and a fold.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
More Wampado action on the outer tables. And it's the same players going at it. It's Wampado versus João Tomás. River again, ace-6 deuce, 5-8. And Malika style is about 110k. So Wampado's bet 110,000 on the river on ace-6 deuce, 5-8.
All in.
And João Tomás folds. Wampado with a... João Tomás jams. Wampado with a snap fold. And when he folds that fast, it seems to me like he must have been bluffing again. Might have been bluffing again. He's always bluffing again. He's always bluffing me. I know you're always bluffing me, Wampado. I'm on to you. But so far, in the early goings of the day, it feels like João Tomás 2 for 2 against Wampado. Early setback, maybe. Chip denominations in the chat, it says here. No pinks, no 500s, indeed. So these green ones, 25k. These blue ones, 5k. And the yellow ones are 1k.
4 or 5.
25ks, 5ks, and 1ks. And we're playing 2,000, 5,000 blinds. We're playing that blind level for another 43 minutes. And some news for you. We've got another EPT stop coming up, of course. The European Poker Tour 2025 concludes in Prague, as it traditionally does, December 3rd to 14th. Full schedules in the PokerStars Live app, which is great. It's right here. It's right here, the PokerStars Live app. It's going to show you all the events for the rest of the year. It's going to show you schedules that are happening and all information. The main event will, of course, be live streamed right here. Maybe not right here, but right here on YouTube. And I would imagine Twitch. I have no idea whether it means the return of the Rogue streamer, the Rogue broadcast, the Spraggy watch-along. This is very much the first time out for the Spraggy watch-along of the EPT. If enough of you enjoy it and enough of you give good feedback that you do enjoy it, who knows what the future might hold. But if you all say it's crap, we'll never do it again. If you all think it's that was Spraggy, that was shit, please go and play the Big 22. We don't want to hear you commentate the EPT. We're not interested in your insights or your witticisms or what you think of Graf Tekel's 3-bet with King Jack offsuit on the button. Then we just won't bother.
5-5.
Simple Hacker says, have you got access to the Raw stream without the official PokerStars commentators? That's what this is, yeah. I have the Raw feed. I can do with it as I please. And that's what we're doing right now. We are looking into commentary partners and guests. Obviously, we had Adam on for the evening session last night. Certainly a few candidates lined up. I think we might get Jordan. BBC might come on for a bit at some point. I was going to get Rory in today. I think Finton probably going to come back on for a call-in, for a FaceTime live from the floor. See what's going on with him.
The height would fit. The height would fit.
Height, the antics.
Raise 10. 1 pass. Three pass. Cool.
Felix bumping it up with ace-5 suited. Graf Tekel just calls the ace-queen again. We saw Felix just call pre-flop with the ace-queen. Got Jans doing that now. And Niederreiter with the 9-7 offsuit is closing the action, but an unsuited hand. Harder to flop the sort of equities he's going to need to continue. Getting out of 10. So we're heads up. X-Flix versus Graf Tekel. Round whatever it might be over the years. I think round 2 today. An 8-6-3-2 diamonds. Not much going for either player. And Felix will want to approach this largely with a check, I think, out of position. Does just that. Let's see how Jans would like to proceed. Doesn't feel obliged to bluff, still beating a lot of the hands in Felix's range. Here's an interesting one for Felix to deal with. Versus a check back. How does he feel? How does he feel about Jans's hands now? Jans's hands! How does he feel about them? Is he discounting stuff like 9s, 10s? Discounting maybe even some pocket 7s, maybe some 8x. He's coming in with a large sizing. I really like this from Felix. Felix is the player who pre-flop out of position is still going to have aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 6s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, all going for either a check raise or a check call on the flop. So Felix still has some really strong hands here. More so than when Graf Tekel checks back in position. So Felix taking the betting lead or retaining it, I suppose, betting on the turn with his open-ender. Graphtech will go nowhere, and Graphtech's good enough to understand how his own hands are perceived, how his range is built. So if he doesn't have any of those really good hands, he's got to call something, and he realizes that he's got to stick around with that ace-queen high. He's still beating a lot of the bluffs. Obviously, he can improve if he is behind. And the river bricks out in a sense. And it goes check, check. Felix not bluffing again with his ace-5. Feels like it might still have some showdown value. I think it does. I certainly think he can be up against still some king highs, maybe some flush draws that check back for a free card, call turn. So Felix choosing not to bluff the ace high, but good stubbornness on the turn there from Jans. Good stubbornness. Cryo says, I will say it's pretty cool to see the online crushers make deep runs in EPT events. Cool putting faces to usernames. Absolutely. And what you got to remember about these guys is they are the best players in the world, right? When you're playing online and you're playing against people like Graphtech or people like Wampardo, people like Adrian Mateos, people like What Is Love, right, who we've seen. When I'm on PokerStars and we're playing Coops or you're playing Coops and they come to your table on PokerStars, you are playing against elite tournament players. You know, these guys really, they are the best of the best.
3 pass, 4 pass.
And there's something that's to be said for that, right? There's something very cool about that. That's what I love about playing Coops. Most of the time. So you do get to test yourself. You do get to play in an arena that is
6 pass.
elite. And it's definitely fun, I would say. I don't know. You guys tell me. When you guys are playing W Coop, you're playing whatever, 22 or 33 or 55 or 109, whatever it might be, an $11 W Coop, and you see someone who's playing the whole series at Pro, who wants to play all the series and playing for leaderboards and stuff, and they join your table. It's cool, right? It's cool to say, watch that guy play on the EPT, and now he's playing against me. Now, where else do you get that? You don't really get that in other sports. You don't get that in football. You don't watch the Champions League on TV and then go play five-a-side and, you know, Messi's there and it's like, do you mind if I...
Check.
You get that in poker. You get to watch these guys play at the top level. Play an EPT. Play an EPT high roller. Play a Triton. Play WSOP. Whatever it might be. And you think, oh, log in and play. And next week, they could be at your $22 table. How sick is that? It's class. Al the Chemist says, I love setting into the 530 bounty builder to play the beast. Exactly. That's what it's all about. Craig says, I'm sorry, Benjamin, to use your Sunday name. If you aren't in it, what's the point in out? Listen.
60.
Obviously, I would prefer to be in there and winning it. But if I can't, someone's got to. You know? In an ideal world,
He said 60.
60.
Yeah,
I'd be out there
but-
winning the EPT main event. But this time, we might leave it to Felix Schneider's. He's gone for a nice check raise here with the pocket nines. Raising under the gun. This is what we said last hand, right? When he checked the 8-6-3 last hand against Jans, we said he's going to have still all these good hands going for a check raise. And now we see it. The very next hand, we see it in practice. Where he checks the 5-4-4. And he goes for the check raise with pocket nines. Exactly what we were just talking about. And Felix is executing that exact strategy. It's put jamming in a very rough spot. He's made kind of a wide call in the cutoff. He's paired up his 5. And now, all of a sudden, he's playing a 152,000 chip pot. With a very mediocre hand. Big turn for him, though. Picks up the open-ended straight draw. I think Felix's main thoughts are still about driving value against flush draws, driving value against 5x, driving value against 7s and 8s. He may feel like a few 4s in his opponent's range that will trap, but in the cutoff, not enough 4s to be overly worried about. Which is interesting. Ordinarily, not enough 4s to be worried about, but look at Chamming's hand. He has the 5-3 suited, so he might have more 4s here than your average player. Not sure if Felix is aware of that. I certainly wouldn't consider many 4s, and I don't think you should. So Felix really just looking for value from flush draws and worse pairs.
Fine.
All in.
Wow, faces another jam on the turn. Just as he did previously from the pocket fives. On that occasion, he snapped with the kings. This spot is a lot tougher. This spot is a lot tougher. Because we didn't expect that, right? We didn't expect a jam from a hand like 5-3. We would expect something like a 5 to just call. Something like 7s or 8s to just call. So where something like a flush draw maybe in position to just call. So where do the bluffs come from here? He has to be turning something like this into a bluff or jamming something like 6-7.
Hey, Poker Pro.
So this is tough.
You still in?
No.
Once again, Felix is an 80-20 favorite, just as he was with the kings against the fives, but he'll be a lot less happy in this situation.
No. He lost like the faces. He usually never wins like it got in. To be fair, I had a piece, so maybe like that's right.
He can't even really discount pocket 10s necessarily,
like
pocket jacks necessarily. You do see some of these hands calling pre-flop a lot more these days.
It's like the biggest wins all come from max play. The one time I fucking appeased them.
You're going to consider ace 4 suited, pocket 6s, pocket 5s, but I would think some slow playing around the full houses, right?
Yeah, but we're a good friend. I was like on the terrace, like we were like the day before.
I think if your opponent has pocket 4s, pocket 5s, or pocket 6s, they probably just call.
Like, okay.
They don't jam the turn. Doesn't seem any need to jam the turn.
Alright, cool. We'll mark up the no.
Second here?
Did Felix lay it down? Felix did lay it down. It's a tricky spot. Very difficult spot to deal with. I do not blame Felix for folding the best of this at all. A really out of line turn jam from Zhao Jiming.
Mark up the charge.
But it gets the job done. And I think I much prefer it. If he's going to get 9s to fold, then it's going to be really good to jam the turn instead of just calling again and trying to make a straight. As we head back out to the outer tables. Osman Aksu eliminated for €9,650. Doesn't look overly upset about it. Down to 93 players. That does mean that we've hit a pay jump. And here's our hero from yesterday. Fabio Fadulo, who's had a short stack. This tournament's been running for 3 days. Fabio Fadulo's been playing a short stack for 4 of them. Never seen... He's never been above 10 big blinds. Who's managed to find another ladder, though. Go on, Fabio. Got to be a fan favorite, isn't he? Fabio Fadulo had 2 big blinds all in yesterday, 1 big blind all in yesterday, tripled up 3 times. He's just found that pay jump ladder because we're now down to 93 players, which means everybody has got €11,050 locked up. Very cool. And there you go. Featured table chip counts. After that 5-3 suited adventure, should we call it? Zhao Jiming, your new table chip leader with over 100 big blinds. Sarman, welcome in on YouTube. Says Mateus and Party's still in. Yes, mate. Yep, both still trucking. Although Wampado's had some early setbacks on the out tables.
Most of your volume live is like Triton or WSP high stakes and
Zhao Jiming setting the tone once again, raising it up with a King 10 offsuit. Defense from the king 10 suited in the big blind in an interesting flop for both players. Straight draws.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we made a play.
At the double.
Yeah.
27k in the middle. Always intriguing, isn't it? When both players have got the same hand. Jamming with the benefit of position. Kaloni's backdoor flush draw, or rather his suitedness, no longer going to have an impact on this hand. No suits for you, sir.
I was planning to play from day one.
But a check call on the flop, off to a 4 on the turn. And this maybe is where the benefit of position is going to start coming into play, more so. Does Zhao Jiming decide to barrel? Can Colonia probably call his king high out of position, even with the straight draw? From what we've seen of Zhao Jiming so far, this aggression with the 5-3 doesn't seem like the sort of player who's going to slow down. And indeed he doesn't.
This tournament stuff. My ROI is going to be great. You reach the maximum amount of
But I think especially in like a tournament that takes so long, like total amount of days.
36,000 is the bet.
Just skipping day one and resting is probably even the play.
But I don't feel like if you play the early day ones, like you have a day between day 2 or between day 3 or something. Yeah, people have like played 10 days. Like,
if you go,
well,
I can understand.
We're going nowhere just yet. The call is made. This part
Can't even believe
up to the 123,000 chip mark. It's about 25 big blinds, near enough.
Did you ever go deep?
And an ace of clubs on the river. Both players rejoicing as they make the nuts straight. Zhao Jiming will feel a sense of relief that his bluff, his barrel, has turned good. Colonia's call in the big blind turned good as well. What you might see because of this flush hitting, depending on the size, it might be somewhat awkward for Colonia to try and check raise his hand. 77, I believe, is announced. 70,000 is announced. So what Colonia needs to find is, does Zhao Jiming bet any hands here that are able to bet call? Does he have enough flushes? I actually don't think that Jiming will have that many flushes, because the queen, the jack, and the ace are on board. So he'll have a suited king. We've seen him play the suited 5, so maybe this is a player who has a few more flushes than your average opponent. Maybe he opens 6-4 of clubs. You know, does he open 8-6 of clubs? I think if Colonia decides that he does open all these suited hands, he might just have to call rather than raise. But all the Broadway clubs being on the board does reduce the chance of a club.
Is that the bold guy?
The 2 clubs being in Jiming's hand quite significantly. He does decide he can shove his hand. And now this is where it becomes a little bit awkward for Zhao Jiming, right? He loves his hand. He loves his hand when the river drops, but versus an all-in, we often talk about players in the big blind having a lot of suited hands. Colonia is going to have a flush here a decent amount of the time. And Colonia for sure defending in the big blind has king X of clubs, 10 X of clubs, 9 X of clubs, 8 X of clubs, 7 X of clubs, 6 X of clubs, 5 X of clubs, 4 X of clubs, 3 X of clubs. And the deuces are with the 3. The deuce has got them all covered. But that's a lot of flushes, right? Think about that. That's a lot of flushes to have.
You had a good one in the wind, right? Like that.
Yeah, but in the end,
So someone just mentioned it in the chat here, actually. The king of clubs leans to a call. But when you think about all the flushes, right? You think about that blocker, and it does have value. Certainly it has value, because you can disqualify
no, I think he was already
king 9, king 8, king 7, king 6, king 5, king 4, king 3, and king deuce. So you can take 8 flushes out of the range. So it's certainly better to call with the king of clubs than without it. But there's still, all the other ones, there's still a lot of combinations of flushes. That's why we don't see him snap call. Because you might sit there and think, he's got a straight, you got a call. What are you doing? You got a straight. But when you think how many flushes there are, scary. Which is why we talked about the king 10 in the Cologne's hand, maybe just calling. Because it is hard to get called by worse, right? He has a straight and he doesn't want to call. So what do you think he does with 2-pair? Probably folds. If he doesn't really want to call a straight, then this does become a thin jam, yes?
What do you think, like, average blind, like 4?
And that's a really good point that someone just mentioned in the chat as well. The straight is blocked. He has the straight. Ji Ming has king 10, so it's harder for his opponent to have the king 10. So that's going to move him more towards, if he's only jamming straights and flushes, and you block the straight, it moves your opponent more likely to the flushes, right?
If somebody's trying to send like the best ones, like a lot of people I know, like oh yeah, they barely have losing summons. Like we was like playing mostly Aria stuff.
So it's a very, very, very difficult spot.
These are like massive 2K flips all the time.
This is a really interesting hand. I said it's always intriguing when both players have the same starting hand. It's even more intriguing when they both end up with the nut straight.
But I think
so Ji Ming needs to think about where the bluffs are coming from, right? And this might be another problem with the king of clubs. We've spoken about how that blocker might help him. But how about how it might hurt him? Because if Cologne is bluffing, he probably wants to bluff when he has the king of clubs. So Zhao Ming having the king of clubs might block some of the bluffs that are happening as well.
This is the first time I get just like shorter and it turned out pretty well, obviously. I was not even supposed to be there for the tournament.
Very tricky to piece together. A lot of this comes down to, when you're playing live, honestly, a lot of this comes down to, yes, understanding from a technical perspective, but just that feeling. How's the player been playing over the last few days? Maybe they haven't played together. Maybe they've just been playing this morning session. How do you feel like you're perceived?
Call.
There you go. He makes the call. And they'll both have a little chuckle to themselves.
I guess, yeah. I thought we'd talk. Yeah.
They'll both have a little chuckle. We went around the houses with it, but both players started with the same hand, ended up with the same hand strength,
King of clubs. Really
and chopped it up. Yeah. But they both had to work hard. They both had to work hard to get chips in the middle and to get chips back out of the pot. Really interesting hand. He does land on call, but he's not beating anything for value. His opponent is going to shove straights and flushes for value and some bluffs. Really tough spot.
Yeah, could I have a cappuccino, please?
Ben says, would you say it's a quicker fold if he has king of hearts, 10 of hearts? Again, I think the blocker worked both ways for him, right? He blocks the flushes, but not enough of them, maybe. But then he also blocks how his opponent might want to bluff. So it's a double-edged sword with that one. We're back in the outer field. It's that man again. Fabio Fadulo. He's in the big blind. He's got 2,000 chips behind. He's using a time bank. I don't think there are any pay jumps in sight. I think he's already made the pay jump. Okay, he realizes he's made the pay jump. He's calling all in.
All in and call.
Fingers crossed in the chat, please. Fabio Fadulo, the man who refuses to leave the tournament. He's got Jack 10. He's up against Ace 9. The man who refuses to bust. It's an ace in the window, isn't it? But it's a 7 and an 8. It's a 10. He's got a pair and a straight draw. It's over. The dream is dead. Fabio Fadulo. Never had more than 3 big blinds the whole tournament. His starting stack, he actually started with 10k. Everyone else started with 30k. He's had 2 big blinds for the 2 days. They finally got him. F's in the chat. They finally got him. Fabio Fadulo. Eliminated by Thomas Doctor. Sick stuff indeed. Chat sending him off with we love you, Fabio. We love Fabio. That's in the chat for Fabio. What a run. He managed to be all in on the bubble 3 ways to finding a ladder with about 2 big blinds. It's heroic stuff. It was heroic stuff. Graphtekel opens the 7s, Dalterio calls the 10s. Check, check on ace 8-6. Both players with the underpair at the moment. Check, check, check. I don't think Jans will really want to or think that he can extract any value, particularly on this run out. Don't necessarily think he'll want to bluff his hand either. Check, check. Tens are good.
Not gonna win that one, I think. Yeah, 5, 4. Checks that back a bit better. You could dream.
Nines. No, nines doesn't the hand was
suited. Yeah, I just gotta hope he checks back.
8-5 suited.
8-5 suited.
8-5 suited.
Okay, now we're reaching. I don't have a good read yet.
Yeah, me neither.
Damien says, should there be a discussion on banning sunglasses and face coverings in live tournaments? I would certainly be in favor of such a ban. That's Damien, not me saying it. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't really know why you would want to stop someone from... I mean, I personally don't care. If everyone can play by the same rules, I don't really see it being a problem. If I wanted to cover my eyes or wear sunglasses or cover my face and everybody else can do it, sure. As long as every player is identifiable, you know that they are who they are, right? They're not hiding, but I don't see why it's a problem, to be honest. I actually think it's the most overrated thing is like wearing sunglasses to disguise tails or, you know, I don't think it makes that much difference. I really don't. I do not see it at all. Do not see it at all. I've never worn sunglasses, but if people want to wear sunglasses, crack on. A lot of the times, by the way, on the feature table here, having played on many feature tables, it's very bright because you've got the TV lights. It's really well lit, so it can get very intense, very like bright and very warm, very hot. So I think a lot of people like to wear sunglasses on feature just because of the brightness of the sharpness of the lights. But I never bother. I never bother. I don't think it really gives any edge at all, personally. I guess some people do because they do it, but...
Is it first action 15 seconds or like... Initial action. Yeah. So Felix would have had 30 seconds usually after. Okay, that was what I was wondering. Once somebody opens it.
Off to the outer tables again. Big stack in play. The biggest stack, in fact, because Roman Stoica is once again your chip leader. He's been in and amongst the chip leaders over the last couple of days of our broadcast, hasn't he?
If he would do anything like raise or go in, then...
And how about this? How about this? A chip leader shot there because Roman Stoica
okay, so it's like 15
is
and then
up
like
to 1.5 million chips.
Like every place is kind of different.
Which at the moment is about double second place.
Or do this only around the bubble?
No, like WPT.
The big blind is 5k. He's up to 1.5 million. He's got about 300 big blinds in this EPT main event. He is absolutely go-karting. Roman Stoica. 1.5 million chip leader. I mean, look at the chips on our table. Our deepest stack. Zhao Jiming, right? With 526k. Our shortest stack. Fabian Niederreiter has just 55k. Roman Stoica's got 1.5 million. Goodness me.
Every time I play there, I get confused. But it's...
I mean, like,
David says, but they might as well be playing remotely. It takes away a lot of the live aspect if you can't see your opponent's face. Okay, but you're talking about banning sunglasses, right? I mean, look at Graph Tackle right now.
The red timings, but like this is special.
Your claim is that you may as well not be playing live with him because you can't get tells off him or reads off him. But I mean, look at Graph Tackle right now. He's wearing sunglasses.
To see, like, we have 3 venues, 3 different rules, like on.
Well, look at Felix.
You should standardize this stuff.
You think that's the same? You think just because he's wearing sunglasses, that's exactly the same as playing online? Look at Felix right now. You think that you may as well just be playing him online because he's got sunglasses on? Or Graph Tackle here?
I don't know, prefer the 20.
I think that's absurd, personally.
It's like 160?
157.
30?
Raise 30. 5.
15 seems really fast. No?
Yeah, but it's just like...
Could be some fireworks here.
No, I know. For like 3 bets.
Dalterio's starting the hand off with a raise.
It is fast. It's also like
Jan Zaren's coming in with a 3-bet, ace king suited for Graph Tackle. He's on the button.
Before like it's their turn. Always love it in the turn when you're deep and you're like... It goes like open, 3-bet, one guy thinks, and then it comes to him, like there was 4 actions before, and he's like, let me look at my cards now.
That makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, like 15 in general is short.
Queen Jack offsuit in the bin.
Oh, yeah,
Graph
like
Tackle going to take one down with a
like
pre-flop
bit
3-bet.
popular, like we did in the Venetian, you got 4 time banks on day 2. It was like 15 seconds always pre-flop. No matter what.
You get 4 and you have 15 seconds?
Yeah.
11 minutes left to
like
play in this level, then we're
like
going to see the
saying,
blinds
like
increase,
you-
I would
you
imagine, to
wanna
3k,
play
6k next level, right?
15
2k5,
seconds
3k6.
One time bank left. You know.
I don't know.
If it was horrible, like it doesn't work out. Like
I think it's a special. It's just so like recreational. I feel like.
Yeah.
It must be.
I'm a big fan of like shorter time bank, like more timing chips or something like that. Instead of like higher clock, because like that's like the way you abuse. You stop the abuse of like letting the clock run down because it's long.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So make it like shorter and give more 20 seconds and give like 10 banks or whatever.
I like that.
Kalonyi finds the ace king this time, raising it up to 10,000. Downing out the way. There's Graph Tackle folding the 9-6. Jiming with the deuces on the button. Given how he's played so far today, wouldn't expect to fold. Peeled the 5-3 suited in the cutoff, but folds the deuces on the button. Spass off. Queen 3, no good. And Niederreiter has 9 big blinds and a queen and a 10. I don't think he's going to want to shove this hand. But it is a perfect situation for him. Off the short stack, take a flop. Try and flop some sort of connection and run with it. And that will be a delightful connection for him. Makes the top pair. And I think at these shallow stack depths, he's going to be very happy getting the money in. Very vulnerable hand, but a very strong hand. We'll see how Colonia wants to approach the flop with the ace-king. Whether he's worried about the short stack check shoving, or whether he's happy to commit versus a check shove. I don't think we ever see him bet fold here. And I do think that Niederreiter is likely to just play shoves with his queen 10. Especially on the two-tone flop, on the diamond, 2-diamond board. I don't think he's going to complicate by playing small raise, but yeah, we see the shove, we see the call. Colonia going to have reasonable chance of getting there against the 10. Obviously, he's still beating a lot of the flush draws. He's beating Queen Jack, he's beating Jack 9, 7-9, these types of hands. So a very standard confrontation here, but it's Niederreiter who has the best of it. 107,000 chips in the middle, 21 big blinds. And now the rest is up to the deck.
Got a good feeling?
Not really.
I like to see that.
I was unsure on the flop, I don't know.
Just a small one.
Yeah.
Trying to look for you.
Do you have a good feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
never say this. This is asking for it.
Well, 8 on the turn. Niederreiter retains his lead, and he's moving up to 83% chance to stay in the tournament.
And top it up.
And a 6 is safe. 107,000 headed his way. Nice pickup with the Queen 10. Makes his pair, gets the chips in. This is exactly his objective. Get that spin. Get towards 20 bigs. Cromaniac says, random question. I'm on the committee for my uni poker league. Some of the other members want to play with an ante for every player. But surely big blind ante works better for live poker. It does. And I'm very surprised that they would try and argue otherwise. Big blind ante coming in was one of those things that if the traditional precedent was to play with a big blind ante, and then you suggested, we're not going to do that anymore, guys. Instead, what we're going to do is every single person, every single hand has to pay their own ante. Everybody would go, that's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing. Just one person put it in. But because that used to exist, for some reason, people still want to argue that it should be every single player, every single hand has to put in their own ante. And it's just ridiculous. It gets way more confusing. It's way more work for people to do whilst they're playing. Dealer has more work to make sure, can you put your ante in? Can you put your ante in? Can you put your ante in? Can you put your... Because people forget. Pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. Big blind ante, far superior. Make a stand on the committee, Crymaniac. And I can, if you want me to, like, from a pro's perspective, if you want me to vouch for it, if you want me to, like, sign a letter or something to the committee, and it'll just say, grow up, signed, Spraggy, Team PokerStars. I will do that for you.
Big blind. 56 over 600k, so 45.
Get a grip. All my love, Spraggy.
It's going by like a general.
I said 50 before it started, but now I'm thinking it has to be a little bit lower.
Yeah, maybe lost like 22 in the first level. Usually last level pace like slows down, so like we lose like 20, maybe 10. Like,
so Niederreiter involved again here. Blind versus blind. Got a few more chips to play with now. A little bit more maneuverability.
Which is like kind of what EPTs are played off. You know, somebody played a lot of like this fucking live tournaments to like
you know what average stack is?
Average stack, average.
Oh, 40
Starts with a check. Dalterio with the top pair. Starts with a bet. Good enough.
Yeah, in the Onyx, like in the 50k, like almost like the turbo, and like Keith and somebody else was like, oh yeah, but like you want to play the 100k PL Onyx, they're like how long is this tournament going to take? So like, I look up the structure, like 100 runners that starting.
No, say it ain't so. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No more, no more. Enrico looks like he's bust, doesn't he? All those chips sliding away. It's over.
Play too much live, I guess.
Yeah, well, you do know that you play way too much live.
We've got another elimination as well.
How much is like
Let's look at the lobby. Oh, estimated round.
It's nothing but heartbreak on this stream today. We've lost Enrico, and we've just lost the second ever guest on EPT Call-In. A segment that will go down in history as one of the finest segments in EPT broadcasting. MIDI. Mr. Tom Middleton has also bust. Should we get him on the phone? We're bringing him for another episode of EPT. Hey, heard you just bust the main event, idiot. Probably best we don't. We'll leave it. We'll let him cool off. Let him cool off for a bit. Raising a 3-bet here. It's funny because this is probably the first time today we've seen Graftekel sort of make a lighter 3-bet, step out of line. He even flatted ace queen against Felix, right? Colonia opens under the gun. Graftekel goes through the 3-bet with king 10 suited to 30k. Yeah, no, look, he's like, oh, well, I'm kind of priced in, but I'm going to be up against it. He is priced in. And a great spot for Spasov because his jacks are in incredibly good shape. 156k in the middle, 30 big blinds, 31 big blinds for him to play with. Should he be able to hold? Who in the chat hates pocket jacks, though? Not me. Good hand. Gotta be a good hand, isn't it?
Low painful.
65, 35.
It always works.
I'll take my chances.
Yes. Oh. Very good. I think I'm gonna...
How do you feel about the jacks?
Queen 10 4 on the flop. The bulk of the cards have been dodged. 3 of them are out and we don't see a king. We do see a 10. Additional opportunities, but Spasov's chances of doubling up have gone up.
Yeah, if it's a jack, you know you can get that.
Ace of spades. It's actually a really good card. It means that that king is now going to give Spasov a straight. What he doesn't want to do now is make a set.
I guess he doesn't want to make a set anymore.
And he doesn't. River's a deuce. Jacks will hold, despite an ace and a queen. No good for the king 10. Graftekel, first time he stepped out of line, pre-flop a little bit. Not really out of line, it's a good 3-bet, standard 3-bet, nice 3-bet, of course. But he just gets unfortunate with the timing. Spasov waking up behind with it. You guys have a love-hate relationship with jacks?
You always have to make sure.
Yeah, of course, because like, it looks pretty sad.
Love me some jiggities, says Darian.
I just not thrilled.
I was not upset about it.
Well, Spasov will be happy with him today. Getting it over the line. We might have a roving correspondent today. Finton's not been feeling too well, but he's taking some painkillers.
Do we stay after break, or
headed over to the venue? So we might have an on-field correspondent today for the main event. We might get some EPT call in from Finton, see what's going on out there, get a taste of it.
Can I still get my phone?
7 times. Raise 10. 10 times.
You play
150.
150, right?
Oh.
Raise on the button from the 6-5 of spades. Couldn't be too much more distance between Dalterio's hand and the flop. Queen Jack 8. He's going to check it back. Last hand before the break as well, isn't it? See, look at the disinterest. I'm not about to run a 3-street bluff just before the break. Check. But versus 2 checks, and it's like, maybe though. Maybe I'll have a little bet now. I think he can credibly rep a 9. He's given up again, but now the river is like, well, yeah. Kaloni just likes the board less and less. I do think Dalterio has to bluff at this point. So many of his other checkbacks improve. All of his ace highs make a pair. All of his king highs make a pair. They either want to value bet or not bluff. So if you've got 6 high, you just got to bluff. Yeah. He got tempted in by the board to a bluff, and it's going to work, I would imagine. We got there eventually. Never give up. Just because you're checking back doesn't mean the pot's over. It's just a perfect board for him to take a stab at. And that will be the end of the first session for today's main event. We've lost some big names.
With ace king.
But we've still got some very big names remaining in the field. But we have lost who? We lost Midi.
Thank you.
What's going on here? Oh my goodness. Speaking of losing big names, we've got Jamil Wakil. also eliminated in around 86th place. He's leaving with 11 bags as well. And all of our heroes, at the moment, dropping like flies. But confirmation that we will rejoin this feature table. It's going to be the same feature table when we get back from break. Zhao Jiming, current chip leader there with 536k. Felix up to 190. Graph Tecker with 403k. Jans Aarons, Danny Razor, 171k as well. After that double up, Fabian Niederreiter, still the short stack, but moves away from his 10 bigs. He's up to 17. A little bit more wiggle room. We're not going to take a break. We're going to play some spin and goes. Yesterday, we played some $3 spin and goes for the PokerStars Championship, didn't we? Where's my table? I don't have a table. What do you want to do today? Get in the chat. I know what you're going to want to do today. The Spin and Go Championships are happening in Paris. So if I move to my spins table. So the Spin and Go Championships are happening in Paris at the next CPT. And there's lots of ways for you to qualify. There's $3 ones to win Paris packages for the Spin and Go Championship. I can either jump into the $3 Spin and Go Paris pool. Mr. Monk says, I'm firing up the stars machine. Let's have it. So we can either jump into the $3 pool and maybe play against some of you guys in the $3 pool, or I can jump into a $100 Spin and Go. You guys decide. You type in the chat, $3 or $100. $3 for you guys, or $100 Spin and Go here on the break. I'm going to grab some little background music here to keep the mood. You guys are sick. See, look. $100, $3, $3, 100, 100, 3, 100, 100, 3. Lots of threes, some threes, some hundreds. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into the three buckers for one game to make sure that my cards are being covered, because yesterday sometimes the card animation meant that they weren't. So we're going to jump into the one that plays for the Paris package. And then once we confirm that everything is running, if we have time, we'll play a $100 one as well, okay? Average Joe Poker and Change People. Good luck, you're live on the stream. Please do not swear. We're playing for $6. If at any point you can see what cards I get dealt, let me know. I can reveal my hand. EPT coverage will resume in, 15? Oh, I got my timer up here. All right, we got 15 minutes. We got quick 15 minutes. And what better way to fill 15 minutes than with some spinning and some going? We are both spinning and going in the PokerStars Spin and Go streets. Go. Spin. Go. Good luck. Good luck, this guy says. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck, Average Joe. Mr. Monkey's got a $9 spin. Good luck, mate. Nice. Playing for a $9-bucker. Blow the whistle. Game over. Game over, man. Game over. Stop the count. He's ahead. That's it. Here's your chip leader. EPT resumes. Professionalism is, and that's what I want. All right, I'm all in. Go on, have a look. Have a look. Ace and an 8 for me. Ace and an 8 for me. Average Joe Poker. Oh, is that you, Average Joe, in the chat? Is that you in this 3-bucker? Make it interesting, Sprag. Play for a sub too to the community. Okay. Last longer. I last longer. You gift a sub. You last longer, I gift a sub. Booked. Love that from Average Joe. All right. Then we'll play heads up. I'm all in. King 8, King 8, King 8. Stop the count. Oh no, he's still got me beat. Still got me beat. Hates it, says I was teased about a possible Conor Beresford cameo this week. I pray that I haven't missed it. I'm not ruling anything out. I do think Conor is there more on a social trip. His alcohol intake is likely to be high. We'll see if we get him on the channel though. Let's hold. It's looking good. It's looking good. All right, me versus Average Joe. It's come to this. Average Joe in the chat. Remember, if I win, Average Joe's gifting a sub on Twitch. If Average Joe wins, I'm gifting a sub on Twitch. Plus, we're playing heads up for $6. This is serious business. Lock the fuck in. Lock in. Have to shove. My hand's too good. He's getting all the reads off me. He's getting all the reads off my expression. This is a close one. Guess I'm all in. I know you're watching, Joe. Got a huge hand again. Nice. I love my hand. I'm all in. It's like online live poker, this. I'm all in. I love my hand. I lied. I've got 8-6 off, so he's trapped me. It's not worked for me. Bang! Ah, we're back to about even. We'll limp. We'll limp. We'll limp. I've trapped you. I've done you. I've got you. You fell for it. You fell for my trap, Joe. Come on, baby. Oh dear, he says. GG. Hey, ain't nothing over yet. Until the fat lady sings. They think it's all over. It is now. All right, well, Average Joe, it's a pleasure. I've just won $6. Not to brag. And Average Joe, we made a nice little gifter for the chat there. Thank you very much. That's very cool, very sporting, very enjoyable. What I'm going to do now is play a $100 spin. Okay. Stand back. Stand back. We're going into the lion's den, my friends. We're going into the lion's den. A million. 200. This is the worst timeline, but we do have to lock in. We do have to lock in, don't we? Playing for $200. Mr. Monkey playing a $100 one as well. Missed me. Got a $300 one. Oh my goodness. Good luck. Hey, Average Joe Poker, what a legend. Gifted a sub to Mr. Don 001. Oh my God, you see my cards. You guys aren't watching, are you? Oh my God, $100. Oh my God. This. Oh. Wow. That one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. That one. $200 again. Oh. We've got to win to break even. I've pierced my foot on a spike. Deep breaths, chat. I'm only down $97 exactly. I won the $3 one. I won the $3 one. That was just a warm up. I wasn't ready. We've got 8 minutes. Come on, EPT back in 8 minutes. This is not a $3 Paris spin. This is a $100 spin. Spin and Go Championships running in Paris next year. He's all in, folks. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. No, how are we pipped here? He just shoves ace 10. Come on, 4. Ow. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not go down without a fight. We're gonna live on. We're gonna survive. Who wants it? Another $100 spin. Come on. I'm down $196 on break. I bet this doesn't happen to James Hargan, does it? Oh. Who loves it more, Apples? Who loves it more? Come on. We got it. Surely we win. No one wants it. They've seen how well I play. They don't want the smoke anymore. They don't want this. It's the same bloke. He's back again. This guy knocked me out twice. $1 million. All right, 300, which is great because if we win this, it's all forgotten. If we win this, it's all forgotten, baby. I can't give off any tells. I'm playing it like I'm playing live poker, actually, because they're probably watching the stream. All right, I got 9-10, I fold. All right, I got a 5-3, I fold. Okay, we'll fold. We don't want to give off any tells. They might be watching the stream and I'm on no delay. I don't want to give off any reads. Unbelievable. We raised it up, we won, we took it. It's like live poker, but from the comfort of your own home. You guys can see my eyes. You getting a read off my eyes? I need one of those voice things that reads out my hand. Now I can't see my screen. This is a big problem. I can kind of see my screen. All in. I've got a pair. I've got a set. Hold. We're heads up for $300. We are heads up for $300 and we got 5 minutes before the EPT gets back. No reads, no reads. Hide my cards. Holy, that was close. We'll let him have that one. I've got king high. I've got king high under here. Showdown? Okay. Can't call that. Need some help from the deck. Need some help from the deck. Limp, limp, limp. Limp and hold. I've trapped him with queens. Come on, baby. Surely, 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 surely. Look at this mustache over here, by the way. That is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Oh my God, hold my hand. Hold my hand. Heads up for $300. Come on, baby. Well then. Get on then. Jack 6 offsuit. Go on. Jack 6 offsuit. Go on. Go on. The king 5. Go on. Come on. I had ace queen. I had ace queen. Hold. For 300. For 300. We're so back, baby! Come on! Oh! You see, here's the thing about spinning goes for me. You're down, but you're not out. The first 100, we lost. The second 100, we lost. The third 100, $300. Therefore, even. And I know what you're forgetting. You say, oh, not bad then, Spraggy, you broke even. Wrong! We played a $3 spin and go for the Paris Championship and we won it for a net profit of $3. So thanks very much for the break. Making money, honey. Making money, honey. EPT action resumes inside 2 minutes. Welcome back to the EPT main event. You spoke about this being like a cut down version of the TV show, right?
Yes.
There's got to be, if during this tournament running in 2007 production didn't get hold of those two cowboys on the rail and put together some sort of video package, I'm going to be very disappointed. It has to be out there somewhere, sure.
Well, bear in mind I hosted these TV shows with Lee Jones. I'm pretty sure those cowboys did not make a longer appearance, which is disappointing.
We'll never know their story.
Thomas calls 2.
That's almost better though, right? Because we can make it up. We can create their story.
Right, the mystery is probably more intriguing than the fact.
It's the classic John Ford quote. If you're faced with a choice between telling the truth and the legend, tell the legend. So the legend of the Baden Cowboys is going to be far more interesting than the fact that they were just ambassadors and promoting Doyle's Room or something.
Yeah.
Also does Dennis. Raise on.
Interesting. Shove from Vandenberg after 3 people entered this pot. Jack 9.
Julian pass.
Yeah, the problem with this shove is his stack's pretty short at this point, around 13 big blinds, and with 3 people in the pot, there's more dead money, so everybody's getting a better price. You see now round to Fuller, given the extra players putting in the dead money, he's probably in a position where he's more likely to make the call. And Jack 9 suited, if you're shoving, it relies on your opponent's folding. So when that's less likely to happen, both as a result of your shorter stack and the additional dead money, probably not a smart move.
1,000 more.
I call.
Thomas announces call.
Fuller calls, Carlo folds, showdown, and Vandenberg is at risk and behind.
Jury has Jack 9 of spades.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Vandenberg in rough shape.
King of spades, Queen of hearts, 8 of diamonds.
Does flop a straight draw though. Although can't make his jack now, kind of reversing some outs.
Another 8. The ace is still in the lead.
Down to 14% equity with 1 card to come.
Check.
Do it, come on.
9.
One time.
River card.
He's using his 1 time. And it doesn't work. So Thierry Vandenberg finishes in 5th place. Cashes for €132,900. 4 players remain at this final table.
Yesterday the same.
Welcome back to the year 2025. Welcome back to Malta. We are live for coverage of the European Poker Tour main event. But if you're here, you already knew that. Roman Stoica, there's confirmation of his outrageous chip lead. And I use that word very deliberately. 1.5 million. Second place, Konstantin Holski. 860k. Now the blinds have gone up to 3k, 6k. But he still has absolutely heaps to work with. We're coming back to this feature table, headlined by Zhao Jiming with 535k. Graphtech or Jan Zarens, 403,000. Xflix, Felix Schneider's, one of our own, with 190k. We got Danny Razor with 171. And the short stack, Fabian Niederreiter just found a double up. 102,017 big blinds. As did Simeon Spasov. Just doubled up with the jacks against King. 10 suited. Reminder of the pay jumps, reminder of the pay table. Here's what is on the line. Just a load of money, isn't it? That's what you're playing for. You're playing for hundreds of thousands of euros. 4.4 million in the prize pool, split up like this. And we are headed towards that over the next couple of days. A reminder that you can watch all of the action. Day 3, day 4, day 5, all the way up to the final table on Sunday. Right here at Spraggy TV. Unless my wife goes into labor and I will be attending
I did it a couple times
my son's birth.
with Mauro tour when we were playing like.
But that'll be exciting as well. We won't be live streaming
like
it, but it will be exciting for me at least.
Exchange some hands. Both would be honest. Like that way, like if it's not streamed, like we still know.
Yep.
And nobody can lie because you have the risk of like being caught lying.
So in case they show the other table.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, tell me your hand, I tell you mine. It's on stream anyways, and like if it's not on stream, both have the info. So just like curious. It's also curiosity more. Seems like a fair one. You can still smack him in the face if he's like lying. You realize you're street, he's like two other completely cards.
It's risky to run a bluff there.
Yeah. You got it.
Because it is 2 TV tables and only one is shown.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You're
They
not 100%
switch.
if it.
It's funny because like we had exactly that spot where like we play a hand blind, we blind, and then we go on break. So like he asked me what I have. I'm like, yeah, it's on stream anyways, and I'm like, what do you have? And he tells me, and then we both go like to double check if the other one tells the truth. And like it's exactly not on stream that hand because they throw the other table.
What's up, everybody? 84 players remain. We're in the top 10% of the field. We're at the business end of things. And there is a businessman, a man about his business. Felix Schneider's King Queen offsuit in the cutoff.
You play like 180?
He plays like 180. He plays like a beast. You leave him alone. He plays like a beast. And he's also playing about 180. Confirmed.
Like a flu behind there?
Yeah, sorry.
30 big blinds deep.
Thank you.
Felix with a raise in the cutoff. Colonia with a call on the button. And Daniel Rezai. Danny Razor.
45.
With ideas of a squeeze. Squeeze executed. 45,000 from Danny. Mr. Rezai, top player. Top reg. Plays all over the world, plays high stakes. And it gets through Felix. Colonia on the button. Very awkward once you've already called once, right? You're signaling the strength of your hand as one that didn't want to 3-bet pre-flop. Ho ho! Ho ho ho! And yet calls and correctly identifies that Daniel Rezai may be stepping a little bit out of line, taking a few liberties with that squeeze in the small blind and back jams it all in. Gets the fold very quickly, of course. But a big move from the ace-9 suited to kick us off at the top of the hour here. A big back raise 4-bet. Gets the job done. What a start to the top of the level. This is level something. 17. 90-minute levels. 3K, 6K. We got a little bit of bat raising going on. Hate to see it. The Conor Beresford appearance, it's in jeopardy, I think. He's there for, like I say, social outing. He might. I've seen him on a boat. He's been on a boat. I believe he's sunburned. I don't know how many pints deep he'll be by 1:30. I don't know how much of a brand risk he's going to be if he gets on. We've got to ideally stream the rest of the EPT through to Sunday. I don't want to get the channel banned for, I don't know what he's in swim trunks. We don't need mishaps. We don't need coarse language so that we get demonetized, right? We got to keep things civil. Two players with the same hand again. Dalterio raising. Hello there. Danny Razor on the button with the king-queen offsuit. Xiao Jiming in the big blind with ace-queen suited. Oh, just coming in for the call. Definitely an option to raise. Definitely an option to put in more chips pre-flop. But with 3 ways. Queen 8-5. How many queens are in this deck? 3 distributed to our players, and now the final one, the case queen on the board. And if ever you needed the dealer to help with some action, well, that'd do it. And let's start thinking about what's really sick about this hand, chat, is Jiming has just called pre-flop in a very unexpected spot to just call ace queen. So the king queens, both of them are going to be thinking that versus the big blind, they're going to have the nut queen. The big blind might have queen jack, queen 10, but you will discount ace queen because it's going to be a very, very high frequency 3-bet from the player in the big blind. So it's very, very easy to get caught out by this. Look at this. Xiao Jiming coming straight in with a raise to 38,000. And this is where it gets interesting for Dalterio. Don't forget, he's the pre-flop aggressor. We speak a lot about checking out a position, checking some of these good hands, checking some bad hands. He checked his king-queen. Razai bet. Now Xiao Jiming has raised and the action's back on him. And he only has about 24 big blinds, 25 big blinds. Time bank requested. So players are on restricted time for day 3. So he's going to have to be thinking how Xiao Jiming is going to raise the flop from the big blind. And as I said, I think he will be discounting ace-queen. His main concerns are going to be around queen 8 suited, queen 5, and 8-5. But a lot of the time, the player in the big blind is just going to have some 9-10, some jack-10, some 6-7, some flush draws, right? We've seen Xiao Jiming be aggressive with the 5-3 suited. There's no reason to think he's not bluffing flop. So Dalterio commits his king-queen. It's going to allow Danny Razor too much action for his hand now. He folds. He's able to get away from it. He's in the privileged seat of seeing what Dalterio had done first. But this trap pre-flop, this sort of smooth call pre-flop from Xiao Jiming is going to be, working out perfectly for him. Because he's managed to get all the money in the middle with ace-queen against king-queen. And of course, we've just seen Danny folding one of the kings. So only 2 remain to keep Dalterio in the tournament. And I do think he can feel quite hard done by here that his opponent has ace-queen. It's quite an unorthodox peel rather than 3-bet. He'll have been hoping to just get it in against, ace-4 of clubs or some flush draws. And just hoping to hold, but he's going to have to come from behind to stay alive. He's got 2 kings, 1 time. And it ain't happening. It's a tap of the table. And Dalterio leaving the feature, leaving the tournament, leaving the main event in Malta.
Yeah, he's safe.
Yeah, but safe.
Yeah.
Thinking.
I have the same hand.
Yeah, but for him.
Yeah, obviously.
Sit open.
For a second when you open the stand up, what do you think?
It did feel like king. So.
We've just lined up a guest. We got a special segment, EPT call-in segment. Jamie Dwan, regular on the EPTs, regular on this stream, regular on the PokerStars table. Jamie Dwan, some of you may know him. He is going to be our third ever guest on Spraggy's EPT call-in, and we got some good news. Jamie Dwan, well, it depends. I personally despise Jamie Dwan, so it's bad news for me. But you may feel differently about it. He's playing the 3K mystery bounty. Thomas Hughes says luckiest man in the card room, I heard. Ain't that right? He's playing the 3K mystery bounty in Malta. And he's got 2 mystery bounties locked up. And he's going to pull them live on this stream. Live on EPT call-in.
90,000.
Where Midi once stood. It will be Jamie Dwan. So he's going to call in here. We'll get it ready for him. We'll save him a seat. Jamie Dwan will be a guest pulling 2 mystery bounties live on stream. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool moment for the EPT broadcast. Daniel Rizai has moved all in with King Jack suited from the cutoff against Cologne's Open. And Danny is going to be at risk.
Fair fight, yeah. Feeling good?
Spades are usually my good suit. Yeah, you'd rather cut it off.
I'll do the jump.
Yeah, do it.
It doesn't work, trust me.
Thank you.
You're 100% winning this one, yeah.
So it's Danny's tournament life on the line. He reshoved King Jack suited over the open. Pocket 7s with a call. Cologne.
Now you have the 7s then.
No, I have the King Jack suited. Oh, you all in? So like, if the all-in button is on you, so I get your stack.
I'm all in?
Yeah, I get your whole stack even though I have 90k. So for you, it's more or less.
Thanks to the King Jack even. But you feel good about the King Jack here.
I feel better about the King Jack than the 7.
King Jack suited is a fucking big hand, man.
Yeah. But 7 is always coming, they say.
Yeah.
Not sure.
What do we think? 7 is always coming.
Think about it.
You gotta believe in something. It's 10-8 deuce. No help for Danny Razor's King Jack suited just yet. And no look at the backdoor flush draw. He's got a backdoor straight draw. Let's have a 9 for a sweat. 5 is dull as ditch water. Daniel Rizai.
Okay, GG guys. Yes.
No, stop it.
He's trying the GG. He's trying the GG.
Where's my backpack?
He's trying to stand up the backpack, the GG's, pulling out all the tricks.
The guys will be annoyed if they have to like put it on again. Like
He's even taken the microphone off.
GG boys.
GG, Daniel.
And he may as well do so. No help and no hope for Daniel Rizai. Eliminated, I believe, in 81st place. He's leaving with 11,050 euro for his efforts. Just greater than the min cash as this main event rolls forward. Gotta win your flips, troops. You gotta win your flips. How do you sit here and say it? You gotta win your flips. He lost his flip. Should have won it. He'd still be in. He lost his flip. He's out. Big mistake. Losing the flip there. Not good for the loser. Good for the winner. Jeremy Vine. Hello, mate. I hope the cycling's going well. Says, how long are they playing today? I believe we are playing 4 levels. So a shorter day today. We're playing 4 levels. This being the second of those 4. 4 90-minute levels. We'll have all the action. You won't miss a beat. And if you did miss a beat from yesterday, if you didn't watch the live stream yesterday, we did upload a video available on the YouTube channel right now. It is a 16-minute recap, 3 hands, 3 fun hands. One really, really interesting hand between Juan Pardo and Adrian Mateos that was played yesterday. For all you poker fans out there, we're going to try and do that. We're going to try and get a review of the day, key hands of the day, and recap that. So that'll be uploaded on my channel on YouTube in the morning before the live stream starts. So as soon as the live stream finishes, I'm recording that and putting that together. We're getting it out for the next morning. So if you enjoy that video, drop a like, make sure you watch it, etc., etc. Not right now, because you're watching this. You're watching the live action. But tomorrow morning, you'll get a recap of today's action if you want it. We got you covered. We got you covered. Good low board, low connected board from the big blind. This is the sort of flop where Niederreiter will start playing leads. And you got to think about why this lead happens. Why does this lead happen? Because Niederreiter has a lot of hands like 7-6, 7-4, 5-8, 5-3, defending in the big blind. And because he has all these hands, it means that Cologne wants to check back. So the lead is going to prevent that from happening. The lead is to stop the ace-queen from checking back for free and making it put money in. And that's exactly what happens. Niederreiter leads, ace-queen forced to put money in. Unfortunately for Niederreiter, the turn is a queen. The deck is not cooperating with his plan. I think he has 2 options here. Hands like the one that he has, a 6 or a 7, they probably want to check. And then if he has a hand like 6-7 or 5-8 or 5-3, he probably wants to go really big. So I think his strategy on the turn is either going to be check or really big bet. I don't think he really wants to try and bet this in like a small size. He's never really going to get 3 streets with a 6 or a 7. So we're going to see him check this sort of holding and then go really big with 2 pairs of straights. Cologne, of course, having picked up top pair, top kicker, more than happy to value bet, especially against the short stack, where his hand is far above the threshold where he's willing to bet and put in 15 big blinds here or whatever Niederreiter starts the hand with, about 15 big blinds. So this float on the flop has turned into a very easy value situation for Cologne. The difficulty here for Niederreiter is he does have a lot of hands that can improve on the river. Something with a 5 in it, something with diamonds in it. Something even like 7-8 or 6-8. The problem with his 6-9 is if he's dead, he's dead, right? He can make trips, he can make 2 pair, but that's always true. He'd much rather have a hand like 4-5 here, I think, where he can get out of jail with a straight, or 6x of diamonds. Right? If this is 6-9 of diamonds, great. He can get out of jail with a flush. But with 6-9 offsuit, if he's in jail, he ain't getting out. And he was against ace-queen. So he has to be quite disciplined with these parts of his range. These 6s, these 4s, these 7s that can't improve. Because he has so many hands that can improve. Right? So we're not surprised to see the fold, but he will call some 6s with a straight draw, 6s with a flush draw, pairs of 4s with a straight draw.
Did you get the timer?
Right? Also has to think about how he's going to show down at the river. And the easiest way to do that is call the turn with a hand that can make the nuts of the river.
He's coming. You have a full table.
Okay. Who are we going to get? Who do you think? Who is going to join the table? Let's have some guesses in the chat. Who's coming from the field to the feature table right now? Roman. Someone says Roman. Someone says Finton. He's out. Someone says me. I'm not playing. Mateus is still in. Oh, you mean Roman Stoica, chip leader? Okay. Could be. Would love to see it with all those chips. Someone says Tonka. He's on a boat drinking. Randy Orton's out of nowhere, says Rob. Unlikely. Monkey Mouse says, do you own a PokerStars tie? I will. I'll try and get hold of a PokerStars tie. I'll wear it for the final table. Someone says Tiger Woods, unlikely. Mustafa Khanat, I don't believe is still in, or indeed was in. Okay.
Hello.
2 new players joining us. 2 new players joining us.
How are you?
Oh,
Hey.
okay.
And we've got Konstantin Holsky, who I believe is second in chips. So we didn't quite get the chip leader, but I believe that Konstantin was second in chips last time we checked.
So I supposed to here?
Yes, this one. Probably no.
And I believe coming in is David 2. The graphics is going to show it as David Rosick, but I believe that's his second name. So I believe David 2. It says here, a note for commentators. You may notice that David has some foam from his headphones in his ear because he has an ear infection. But of course, feature table rules are that you can't have any electronics for the integrity of the game. So the thing in his ear is not connected to anything. It's not electronic. It's a piece of foam from his headphones because of an ear infection. Just so that we have clarity here tonight. All right, Felix. Wow. How many queens are in the CPT deck? Once again, it is a case queen on the flop. Felix Schneider's the beneficiary of such a card. He's flop top set against top pair. It's about the only board where Felix is going to be able to make potentially a lot of chips. A king and he's dead, a miss, and he's not getting paid. But that case queen may well lead him to riches. A bet from Felix on the flop and a call from Rosick. It's awkward for Felix. Blocking so much of the deck. Really hard for your opponent to have top pair. So I think his sizings are going to want to be a little bit on the smaller side. Just trying to manipulate his opponent into a raise. Felix thinks otherwise. Felix thinks perhaps that he wants to get all the money in over two streets. He wants to bet the money on the turn and the river. And at the moment, it's really working out for him because his opponent has a hand that is so strong. King, queen. 10 on the river. The flush draw bricks out. And now you see this sizing pay off potentially for Felix because now he's got 113,000 into a pot of 139. The only thing that might work against him here is that King Jack filled up. And his opponent might be less inclined to call with the queen because King Jack is quite a natural bluff. Jack 10 is quite a natural bluff that makes a pair won't bluff now. So some of Felix's bluffs get stripped out of his range. Felix sends it all in at the river. It's a really, really tough spot for the King Queen. I don't think you're beating anything for value. I don't think Felix able to find a shove with Queen Jack here. I think that would be too thin. And then Queen 10 improves if he's value betting Queen 10 on the turn. So you need to find a bluff, and I think the good bluffs from Felix would come from Ace 3, Ace 4, where he's turned a wheel draw and fires it down. We saw Adrian Mateos bluff a hand like that yesterday. Or was it Wampardo who tripled off the wheel, the missed wheel? But a really tough spot for the King Queen. Maybe Felix can bluff something like 6-7 or 7-8. C-betting the flop versus big blind because he's C-betting everything he has. Then barreling a straight draw. Wow, good laydown. Gets away from the King Queen. Gets away from it. Really, really good laydown. Especially considering he didn't raise the flop. His hand might be a little bit under-repped. We do have an all-in on the outer table. Is Wampardo all-in? He's got ace-jack against pocket eights. And the river is an 8. Which means we are losing Maria Kutsuki. Juan Pardo up to 340k. Winning his flip on the river card. As this field thins down to 77 players. Good fold from King Queen, wasn't it? Good fold from King Queen. Nice value from Felix on the turn going for the pot size bet. Holski, first we've seen him of him at the table. Indeed, he is amongst the cheap leaders. Look at that stack, 892,000. 150 big blinds? What are we? Someone do the maths. 120, 130, I don't know. Too rich. Too rich at the moment. Felix defending the 6-9 of diamonds. Nice. Nice. Got a gut shot straight flush draw. Holski gonna bet versus big blind. I do think he has to be a little bit worried about betting too much versus big blind. Just because Felix is gonna have more 7s from the big blind than he'll have in his opening range. So definitely a board where Felix can play check raise, can play call. He'll slow play some 7s, he'll raise some 7s, he'll slow play some big draws, he'll raise some big draws. Simple hacker, great callback. Great callback. I love that. I do think this is a card where Holski's going to find some barrels. His hand doesn't have any showdown value. He can credibly rep a lot of kings. He's going to have ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10, right? Lots of them. Opening a lot in the offsuit section with the kings as well, so has full coverage in the offsuit kings. Gives him a lot more combinations to represent. And this is somewhat the difficulty with Felix having just called on the flop. His hand is really strong, right? There's a lot of equity. But when you miss the turn and you face a barrel, you're now out of position. Maybe you have to call again. Felix folds. And that's the difficulty, right? You get to the turn and it becomes so much less attractive. Because even if we call, the problem, we speak about this a lot, being out of position. Even if you call the turn, if you brick, it's really hard to win when you miss. Because you're going to check in flow. And let's say that in this instance, Holski gave up with Jack 10 his bluff and just checked back. You're going to lose to Jack high. Even when you get there, river's a diamond and you're out of position. Maybe you check. You can just check back and you don't get paid when you make your flush. If the river's a diamond and you think, okay, well, I don't want him to check back, I'll lead. Then he's just going to fold all of his bluffs. Maybe he can make some big folds with a king even as well because the flush got there and you led. Right? So being out of position with these big draws, it really sucks when you get to the turn and you have to check call again. That's why some players might prefer check raise on the flop. Not saying all the time, but some of the time. But that's probably why you see the fold on the turn, because the EV that you can make on the river is actually it's quite small. Could jam the turn. Could say that you slow played a 7 on the flop and then jam the turn. We saw a block 3 bet yesterday with a similar hand, didn't we? So I don't think it's a mandatory check raise on the flop. I think you can do either, but I do think there are some benefits to it. The drawbacks being that if you get 3 bet jammed on the flop, you have to run it. You could be up against ace 10 of diamonds, a flush draw that dominates you. So it's not always best practice, but being out of position with these draws, it's not necessarily about whether you're going to hit or not. It's like, where does your value come from at the river as out of position player? Potentially big one here, so it's Jans, who's opened up with king queen suited. Felix peeling in the small blind with ace 3 suited. And now Cologne with a squeeze from the big blind with king queen offsuit. Graf Tekel's hand way too strong to fold. King queen suited. He'll play in position. He has the benefit of being in position and being suited. And being Graf Tekel. Huge slot for both players. And a huge flop for Cologne in a sense of discounting ace-king when Graf Tekel just calls pre. I think Jans will want to play mostly 4-bet with ace-king. So Cologne will feel like he has the nut-king a lot of the time, outside of king-10 suited. Obviously, from Jans' perspective, he has to consider the fact that his opponent 3-bet pre-flop, so he could have ace-king. He'll still be pretty happy with his hand. Way ahead of the ace-queen, the ace-jack. Maybe we saw a squeeze from ace-4, ace-5. Maybe we see a squeeze, obviously, pocket jacks, pocket queens. In general, I think both players are fairly happy on the flop. Both players unhappy on the turn. They don't know it yet. They got the same hand, of course. But neither will like the ace when they're holding king-queen. That's exactly what they want to avoid. Cologne, obviously possible that he 3-bet with an ace and now picks one up. And very possible that Jens peeled with an ace. Peeled the flop with a hand like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen. Even maybe ace-3 of hearts, ace-3 of diamonds. So the ace is going to hit both players at least some of the time. That's why we'll see Cologne start with a check. And I wouldn't be surprised. I would be quite surprised to see Jans bet here. I think he'll think that his hand still has a decent chance of being a winner at showdown. Can't value bet. Doesn't need to bluff. Feels to me like a hand that would fit naturally into the turn check. You might have ideas about bluffing something like 10 jack or 10 queen already on the turn if you're Jans, but I think the king is just going to win often enough. And similarly to the ace, actually, this 10 on the river, you know, it's not a good card for Cologne. The hands that he was beating on the flop, something like jack 10, queen 10, 10-9 suited, he's losing to those as well now. So the run out has really neutered his hand. It's really neutered his position. Let's see how Graf Tekel approaches this. He probably feels like he's just beating jacks and queens enough. Maybe beating some wider pre-flop 3-bets. But I just wonder if he feels like he might bet for whatever reason. Maybe because he just has a 10 more often. Maybe there's some way he can leverage that. Yeah. He's content to shut down. Both players content to show down. It'll be another one of those. Yeah, and I see this facial expression here from Jans where he's like, yeah, I think he's just wondering whether he's missed an opportunity to fold his opponent out on the river. See if he has anything to say about it. I feel like that's what he's thinking. That his opponent doesn't really have a 10 ever. Maybe he could have jammed. Ben Heath still in the field. Obviously a top high stakes professional. Still out there going. Risto Parnat, who yesterday we learned had qualified for this event for just €5.50. And that is Tom Vogelsang, who's already won a €20,000 buy-in here at the EPT in Malta for 219k. Certainly one to look out for. And there's Sinead Davenport, regular on the UK circuit, regular on the European circuit. She is one of 2 remaining women in the field. And the other one, Emika Senda. Looks like she's got about 240,000 chips. Zhao Jiming. With an ace and a king. Good hand, that. Good hand. One of the best. It's right up there. Skyline, will I also be playing today? I will not be playing. No, we're doing live coverage from the European Poker Tour. This is live in Malta. We've got 5 days of commentary. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Taking you all the way through to the final table. I will be playing, actually, I've lied. We will be playing the cent roll. Don't forget, guys, there's a tournament running today. It's going to cost you 1 cent to enter. And PokerStars are adding $1,000 in tickets to the prize pool. That's going to run every day that we have a broadcast here. You can find it if you're playing on the non-segregated PokerStars client, if you're playing on .com client, global client, whatever you want to call it. Not available in some areas due to regulations where they won't let you play for added money, added prizes, etc. But if you're anywhere else, you can jump in for 1 cent, and you got 53 players in right now. Yesterday we had 399. A lot of people won tickets. We've got $1,000 in tickets. Password is EPT Malta 2025. It starts in 2 hours and 25 minutes, and then you can reg for 30 minutes past the start. To give you an idea of some of the countries that can play, people registered right now, we've got the UK, Ukraine, Slovenia, Malta, Lithuania, Latvia, Ireland, Iceland, Hungary, Finland, Canada, Austria, and I'm sure many more.
Yeah, I will trust you.
Hank says, what are we playing down to today? We're playing 4 levels today, 4 90-minute levels, this being the second. Chip Buddy sounds like one a $50 ticket. Love that. Very nice, mate. That is for the Power Path Express on Sunday, by the way. The Power Path Express is going to give out, or the prize pool is going to contain, should I say, Power Path tickets, 2 gold passes, some silver passes, a load of bronze passes, and of course, there you go, 2 10k gold passes, 5 2.5k silver passes, 158 1 and 9 passes in the Power Path Express on Sunday. And of course, it's those Power Paths where you can get to events like this. Every event I go to on the EPT, I do what, 4 or 5 a year. We have like a Power Path winner evening where there's barbecue or there's food and drinks and everything and meet and greets. And we spin wheels for more prizes and give out merch and things like that. And there's always a load of people who qualify through Power Path at those. I'm sure I've met some of you guys at those. So take a look at Power Path Express on Sunday. Some tickets from the cent roll. Today you can win from a penny, $1,000 in tickets added. And you could find yourself at the next CPT, couldn't you? You certainly could.
Check cold nines probably and check sevens.
Little blindy blind, little limp, little check, little check, little check. Turns to 10. It's quite an important card. We should probably focus in on this one now, chat. We should probably focus in on this one now. Went from very boring on the flop and pre-flop.
It's like the 3rd time I play with pen banks.
So Zhao Jiming got a pair and a flush draw, and Jans has got the nut flush draw and a straight draw.
Yeah, we took all the time we need, so you're just used to that, and then all of a sudden you get shot off.
So Zhao Jiming going for the value. Bets 9,000. See how Graphtecker wants to proceed. I do think we'll have in his mind that he's potentially still got the best hand. You might see Zhao Jiming bluff something like Jack 4, Jack 6, Jack 7. Maybe a little bit wider. Maybe he bluffs 9-6, 9-7. But at the same time, Graf Tekel blocks the nuts. He blocks a straight with the Jack 9. He has a hand that can improve. He can fold out a better hand like the one Zhao Jiming has. So for those reasons, he chooses to raise. And it works. Nice little check raise on the turn. The Jan Zarens, that is our qualifier, $5.50, €5.50 to get in. But unfortunately, now bust. 11,050 euros locked up. €5.50 to enter a PokerStars qualifier. So what's the net profit on that? What's that profit? 11,000. 44 euro.
Tag.
I qualified by the $5 satellite.
Nice.
And 50 cents.
It's your first time?
This guy qualified with a $5 satellite as well. Another $5 satellite qualifier.
It's like a bluff ball. Semi-bluff. I mean, it's sort of true.
You can win your way up from 5 to 500.
That's where I started.
Here you go, he's doing my job for me.
That's the best way.
I'm the money maker from the
the money maker dream.
Spanish, right?
Yep.
He was doing my job for me. He was saying how he got in on the David on the final table, feature table here. Got in for $5 as well. Worked his way up from $5 to 500 and into the 5K main event. There you go. C-Thriller says, please bring EPT to America, Spraggy. Thank you. Boy, do I have some good news for you.
I don't know how Spanish looks. I mean,
The NAPT is back. I don't want the NAPT, says C-Thriller. I want the EPT. Right, that's going to be tougher just because of geography. Because this is the European Poker Tour.
Hey, my mother is from Germany.
The NAPT is the same thing, but in North America, hence North American Poker Tour. So it's really, really tough for us to get a European Poker Tour in North America, because by definition it shifts. Listen, we aim to please at PokerStars and we aim to please you, C-Thriller, but that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. But you've got the NAPT and it's back in Vegas in November, so
Doing poker, I try to pick up every
same but different.
every sort of like
Same but different.
casual language, you know, like hello, how are you, blah blah blah, all the stuff.
$12.
Okay, great.
Slippy says, didn't the one in the Bahamas count as an EPT? Look, let's not complicate things. Let's not complicate things, because yes, there used to be a leg of the European Poker Tour that happened in the Bahamas, but that is a whole. It was a whole different thing. Let's not muddy the waters here. Was there also Spraggy? Wasn't there also a UK and Ireland Poker Tour in Malaga and Malta? Doesn't matter. When it suits us, we can change geography. The PokerStars Cara-European adventure. Tens for Osik. Absolutely nothing for Niederreiter.
Thank you very much.
Hey, did you guys know about the PokerStars Live League? How about that? Players earn points for playing in European PokerStars events throughout 2025. There are 3 different tiers. There's high for buy-ins of 5k or more, medium for buy-ins of 1k to 5k, and low from buy-ins of €999 or less. The top 3 in each table win prizes, plus the top 10 players from each tier, that's 30 players in total of course, will have the chance to apply to become the next member of PokerStars Team Pro. You can see all the latest standings in the PokerStars Live app. They made me say that. Let's take a look at the PokerStars Live app though. Who's winning? I know David Doherty, as I said yesterday, was in the hunt for it. I don't know how well he's been doing. PokerStars Live app, Live League. Here we go. High is currently being led by Clemens Reuter. Second on the high, Enrico Kamowski. Podakov's in third, Jesse Lonis fourth. Christopher Nguyen in 5th. David Coleman in 6th. Leon Sturm, Andrew Namath, Probiers, that is. Leon Sturm here, Byron Caveman. What about the medium? Gerard Cortez leads the medium. Kenny Hallett in 3rd. Wow, Kenny could enter the audition to become a member of Team Pro. Renew his deal. What about in the low leaderboard? Stein Carlson. Andres Froley in 2nd. Soraya Gonzalez in 3rd. David Doherty in 4th. Thomas Clack in 5th. David Lappin in 8th. If David Lappin finishes in the top 10 and auditions to become a member of PokerStars Team Pro, I would please afford me a position on the judging panel to join the team. Veto! But they're right, you know, it's all available on the PokerStars app. There's your leaderboard. There's your medium leaderboard, PokerStars Live League. You can see who's performing well across the PokerStars season here. There's your high leaderboard. It's all there. So another blind v blind battle here. King 9 against the 4 deuce. We got King high versus 4 high. In a raised pot. Excuse me, a limped pot. Where David stabbed on the flop. Rosick stabbed on the flop. Versus a check. Gave up the turn. Niederreiter sticking around on the flop with King high and a gut shot. Niederreiter feels like he needs to bluff his hand here. Maybe to fold out of 6, maybe to fold out of 5. He's up against a 4 high. Ooh. Someone in the chat, Simon, asking if he could shove blind v blind. I think he could. I think he definitely could. I think if it's King 9 offsuit, probably all in. King 9 suited, a little bit of playability. Going to want to have some hands calling. I think absolutely fine to call some. Limp call a jam, I would imagine. Domenico De Francisco with the Adidas Fortnite collab. What a world. He's been eliminated which means that there's a pay jump. He was eliminated in 70. Excuse me. We're now on a pay jump. We're now on a pay jump. He was eliminated. We've now got 72 players remaining. 71 will be a pay jump. Currently 11,050 euro locked up. Next one will take us to 12,700 locked up. Unmasked Streamer, what's up, mate? I see you just headed home from Malta. Hope you, did you play at all? Hopefully you enjoyed it. Says, is there any opportunities to join the SARS scene without pro status? I feel like I could just bring some comedy at the table, some jokes, some strange play. That's why we got Rory and Adam. They got the, well, they've got the strange play covered. They've got the strange play definitely covered. Bruce says the next pay jump is to 14k. Is that true? Did I misread this? No, 71 is to 12,700. Maybe you mean, yeah, 14.6 after that one.
Check.
All we do is play blind v blind pots now on the feature table. And we don't have a new player, but David 2 was David Rosick. Change in name.
Okay.
Same guy. Same dude.
Okay.
Felix choosing not to isolate pre with 9-3 offsuit. Definitely could, pre-flop. Talk about those offsuit garbage hands coming in for a raise sometimes. Gone check, 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 check. Think David would be quite happy with king high. Check. See if Felix wants to have a go at it. Maybe he feels like he's just up against king high a side too often versus the checks. Not going to get a fold. Yeah, fair one. Basically just gives up his big blind anyway. Patrick says, who do you think will be at the FT for sure, Spraggy? I mean, no one for sure. No one for sure. I mean, Stoica has 1 trillion chips. It's rated Fort Knox. Who's the richest man in history? Mansa Musa? Got more chips than him.
7 bucks. 8 bucks.
But no, nothing is guaranteed in this game. He has. Last time we checked, he had about double second place, but was still 72 out. We're still looking at 3, 4, 5, 3 days away from the final table.
Yeah,
anything can happen in this sick game. So we move out towards the field. It's Wampardo versus Kenta Miyoshi on 5, 6, 8, 10, 7. So 4 to the straight on board in both directions. It's basically 5, 6, 8, 10. One way or another. We join the action at the river. Where Wampardo announces he's all in. Kenta Miyoshi with a much shorter stack than Wampardo. It looks like he'd have to be calling off his tournament life. Calling it all off. Take a look at that stack from Wampardo though. Take a look at that bad boy. It's growing and growing. It's getting deeper and deeper. He gets another fold. More chips headed the way of Malacca Style. He's a dangerous man to have chips in a poker tournament. What's he got? I can't count it. There's so many 25Ks under there still. Oh god. Bad news for the rest of the field. Wampardo's stacking them up. Bad news for the rest of the field. Niederreiter once again. We rejoin the action. King Queen against King Jack. Let's see how this one played out pre-flop. What's the action here? Because Niederreiter has a very short stack. He went for the min raise in the hijack. King Queen suited. Holski defended in the big blind. And Holski flops a lot better. Flops a whole lot better. This King Queen of diamonds really not happy on ace 9 deuce 3 spades. And Holski with the king of spades in hand. Obviously needs to improve to make a better hand, but really hard for Niederreiter, I feel like, to win the pot. What are his options to win the pot? How does he win the pot? Chat, how does he win the pot? So it doesn't really matter that he's got the better of it here. Really tough for him to barrel a short stack. He doesn't have enough chips to bluff turn and then bluff river. How does he win the pot? He checks. The river looks like a 4 to me. It's a 4 of spades, which means that Holski has got not quite the nuts, but he got the nuts. And his options, probably twofold. One, he can check, try and induce a bluff. Or two, he can put all the biscuits in himself. And there they go. All in is the bet. King of spades. Not going to get looked up by the king queen high. No spade. Unless Niederreiter's got a train to catch.
I like the suspense. I mean, I only play nuts. So.
I'm not seeing your hand. I mean,
I know. Oh, good.
But you seem happy.
Huh?
You seem happy.
It was a very beautiful. It was a beautiful hand.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Dankel says trains in Malta. That might be the most... I don't know what you would call it. I don't even know what you would call it. Unless he's got a bus to catch. Trains in Malta. The small island of Malta with a rail network. Are you sure? Get a load of this guy. A rail network in Malta. A small island like Malta. You've got a tram to catch. They have trams. Can I say tram? Dankel, can I say he might have a tram to catch? I'm sorry that analogy was so lost on you. Trains? In Malta?
It's even unlikely that you have that hand.
Ban Dankel. Dankel 16, banned for 3 months from the chat. Out.
You didn't believe me, no?
No, how can I get paid? Like, I don't even know. What are you going to call me with? No clue.
Let's give some shout outs to some subs. Graph Tackles flop 2 pairs. Holski's got a hand that's going to check and give up, I would expect. Not to take the tension out of the pot. Wait a minute. Blind v blind again, isn't it? And he raised pre-flop, so he's not going to give up. Sit up straight, focus in. If you're in lurk mode, lock in right now, because Holski's bet 25,000, half pot on ace jack 3. What do we think? Jans, what do we think? If you're in Malta and they have any trains, please photograph them and send them to me at Spraggy on Twitter. Maltese trains, we're on the hunt. Oh boy. 96,000 chips in the middle, and Jan Zerns has a full house in position. But unlike Brian Adams, Holski is giving up. And he won't be continuing any further unless he's got a small boat to the other side of the harbour to catch in Malta, perhaps.
24.
Perhaps he has a readily available mode of public transport within the island of Malta to catch. $24K from Graftekel. Very small bet, very small bet. And I think this is just a product of his hand is indestructible. His opponent's range is wide. He knows he has to try and induce some nonsense, right? He knows he has to try and entice his opponent to get fiery. But no fire right now. Holski happy to sit on his 883,000 chips. Need to write a shortlist still. And again, 59K now. He's in the 10 big blind zone. Got to get the money in. Got to get the chips in. Got to find a spin. They call him... That's Matteo Ferrara leaving with 11K. That does mean that's the last player on the 11K pay table. 71 remaining now. There's a pay jump to 12 and a bit. 12,400, I believe. What have we got for they call him when he's looking for a spin? I was going to say Alistair Campbell, because it wasn't he, didn't he? It was like the spin doctor. They used to call him spin doctor, like PR. But no politics in the chat. Danko says, nice ban, Spraggy. I still think that Joe Stapes banning me was the funniest. Why did Stapes ban you? In fairness, getting banned by Stapes is... you can redeem a ban and a timeout over there, can't you? Malcolm Tucker, great spin doctor, great show. More blind v blind hands. Does nobody want to raise before the button or even on the button at this table? Small blind, big blind. Limped pot. Jan Zerns with a stab at it with a queen of spades in hand. Zhao Jiming with a six of spades. Versus these small bets. Thing to take away here is you don't really get to fold. You have to continue with any spade in your hand. We actually see Zhao Jiming go for the raise on the flop. Spicy. You see this stubbornness that you have to have blind v blind. Graftekel just bet calls the queen of spades, 8 of clubs. Just 2 queen highs going to war. We'll see if that call on the flop will dissuade Zhao Jiming from betting again, or whether he's going to keep up the pressure. He will not be deterred. One could go so far as to say he is undeterred. And the second attempt gets the job done. Queen high makes queen high fold. That's the power of position. That's the power of love. I'm going to go grab a hot cross bun. Yep, I am. Oh, oh, living on a prayer.
All in.
Clear all in. 8 pass.
Oh boy. Need a rider all in with 5s. Great spot for Felix. Guys, in the chat, no butter, not toasted. We don't have time for butter. We don't have time for toasting. Typically, yes, of course I would. I would love to split this in half, put it in the toaster, lather with it with some smooth golden butter. But on your screen, Felix Schneider's is all in, or about to call an all in with pocket 9s against pocket 5s in the EPT main event. If I hadn't come back untoasted and unbuttered, I would have missed this action. And that ain't going to happen, because I don't want to miss a minute.
5 pass. 6 pass. Shut up, please.
Okay.
Don't tell me you got 5. Need diamonds. Something sweaty.
Good sweat.
Don't need a 5, just
a lot of diamonds.
some possibility. Got options.
It's not really a sweat. 7 or 6.
Possibilities, yeah?
Game over, baby. Game over.
Good luck, Felix.
Fabian Niederreiter eliminated for 12,700 euro. Classy exit. Quick hug with Felix and a good luck. Rocked the short stack all day. Had to get it in with the 5s. Ran into Felix's 9s. But Felix's power is growing. Felix's stack is growing. And you love to see it. Felix, one of the first people to subscribe and support my channel. When I first started streaming on Twitch, he was already a member of PokerStars Team Pro. I was not. And he was always in the chat, hanging out, subscribing, supporting. Always, always has been. Absolutely wunderbar indeed. Just a great, great member of the poker community. Big, you know, German poker community, sure, but EPT community as well. You go to any EPTs, you go to events. Felix and the grind guys are always at the social events, karaoke, players parties.
36.
Good fun people. What do you got, chat? Felix goated. I was thinking about new segments yesterday for the stream. Maybe we can get to my new segments after we watch this very consequential hand.
Yes.
You got Cologne with the open. Graf Tackle 3-betting the ace 2 suited. I feel for Graf Tackle. Today he 3-bet king 10 suited, ran into jacks behind. Here he takes a pretty solid, good 3-bet with ace 2 suited, very, like normal stuff, and gets 4-bet behind by queens. So his timing has been unfortunate. Cologne now with a bit of a decision, but tough versus a cold 4-bet. Ace queen offsuit, never going to perform too well in this setup. But Jan's just getting unlucky with his timing. Choosing good spots for 3-bets. But just finding his opponents at the top of their range. So here you go. I've got a new ideas for a segment. Obviously we played, what did we do yesterday? Drop a pin. We dropped a pin somewhere at an EPT destination and I have to make it to the EPT venue. Mixed results, mixed success. We've got EPT call-in, which was a resounding success. People were loving EPT call-in. It was rave reviews yesterday. Rotten Tomatoes have it 96% fresh. And we'll have more of that coming up. We've got Jamie Dwan on EPT call-in coming up on break, pulling 2 mystery bounties from the 3K. Live on this channel. EPT call-in, great segment. We've been playing spin and goes on the break. I think that's a great segment. We were sweating yesterday and splitting up the cent roll, which you can register now. Great segment. But I was thinking of a new segment called Hit or Shit. Stay with me. Where you basically have to decide if something is a hit or if it's shit. What do you think? You like the segment? It's good? Felix has got a flush draw. But it's gone check on the flop, and he's choosing to check the turn on another high card. He'll get to see all 5 for free. My favorite price. What about this? 5 of hearts on the river. Do we feel like Felix could make a bluff of this? I feel like he could. Nope. Check, check. Ace 10 high is the winner. Ace 10 takes the pot. So, for example, hit or shit? Hot cross bun without toasting or butter? A dry hot cross bun. Over to you, chat. Is it a hit or is it shit? Chat says absolute shit, 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 hit, shit, 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 hit, shit, shit, shit. Well, the shits have it. There's a lot of shit in the chat right now. There's more, believe it or not, there's more shit in the chat than when I usually stream. I've never seen so much shit. That's not true. I have often seen more shit in the chat. There's a lot of shit in the chat. And there you go. That's basically how the segment works. That's basically how the game works. Audience participation. We get to, you know, consider things, hit or shit. And you guys vote. Maybe we need what we could do would be great if we have we could visualize polls, right? Can't you? You could visualize polls. And by the way,
in Malta, every journey begins with a welcome. Modern trains connect the heart of our island. Fast, comfortable, and effortless. From historic cities to sunlit shores.
Are you there, Dankel? Are you there? Are you there, Dankel?
In Malta, every journey begins with a welcome. Modern trains connect the heart of our island. Fast, comfortable, and effortless. From historic cities to sunlit shores.
Nothing beats a Maltese train holiday. AI slop. They don't have trains. We don't know. We don't know. It could be. That's the danger of AI, isn't it? We live in a post-truth era. Maybe Malta does have trains. Maybe you guys are wrong. Felix with the ace-3 suited on the button. Spasov in the hijack has had a raise.
4. 1 pass. 3 pass.
Pretty decent flop for Felix. Peeling in position. Queen Jack starts with a check. We're going to play about 25 big blinds deep here. Dennis, what's up? We are studying how to not get trapped. Exactly. I fall for every trap. We have to learn how to get out of it. Felix taking the check back again on the flop. See if Spasov wants to try and make a play at this now. With the Queen Jack high, I do think very reasonable thing to consider on a 10. He will want to value bet hands like Ace 10, King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, maybe even 10-9. Yeah, we see him reaching for chips. Queen Jack pretty low down as well, right? He may not bluff his ace highs, his king highs. But Queen Jack benefits from folding out ace high, potentially. Benefits from folding out king high, of course. So nice hand selection here from Spasov. Mark Smith, what's up? The password for the cent roll Mark is asking for. It's Malta 2025, mate. All lowercase. Malta 20. Oh, sorry. EPT Malta 2025. EPT Malta 2025. The cent roll yesterday attracted a field of 399 runners. We've got 80 players in today. Just 80 players. 1 cent each. You should be playing for 80 cents in the prize pool. You're playing for $1,000.80. Lots of tickets available. EPT Malta 2025. Please feel free to join that. Good opportunity to get into the Sunday Million for the winner. $55 Power Path tickets. $11 satellite tickets. Now that's a hit. Codeine Crazy. Now that is a hit, isn't it? That is some added value from PokerStars. $1,000. So it's great, great opportunity. We're giving away $1,000 into those prize pools every day just for 1 cent to play. It starts in an hour and 44 minutes, but get yourself registered. You can find it in the PokerStars lobby. Get amongst it if you'd like. Connor Divan says, how come you don't play in any of the UKPL events, Spraggy? What's the UKPL? The UK Poker League? To be honest, when I'm not playing on the EPT and I'm not playing UK EPT or I'm not playing other Stars events, I'm mostly playing Scoop, WCoop or streaming, playing online. I do 5 European trips a year. And then Irish Open and then whatever UK IPTs. So I don't really have time for a lot of other live poker. Cologne has time to 3-bet King 5 suited on the button against Felix. King Jack suited very, very strong here. Felix decides to call. But as you can see, he's going to dominate some of the bluffs. Obviously, he is on occasion going to be dominated himself by Ace King. Maybe even by a King... an Ace Jack. And a very awkward flop for Felix. Ace 9 6. We can see he still has the best hand, but he's out of position. His opponent's 3-bet pre-flop. His opponent is going to have an ace quite often. 22,000 is the C-bet from King 5. And I think quite normal for a lot of players just to bet their entire range here in 3-bet pots. And there's the benefit of doing so. He's going to fold out the better hand from Felix. Don't think Felix really makes any mistakes here. Could definitely be a hand for a 4-bet on occasion. But it's going to mix between call, I think mostly call, sometimes 4-bet. And then find to fold versus slightly larger size. It's like closer to 1/3 pot on the ace side board. You'll see a lot of these. King 5 suited 3-bet, King 6, King 7 suited 3-bet on the button. Absolutely. David G says it's only me, the David G. There are no others. Welcome back in, David G. The live is great. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. I'm enjoying it too. I really enjoyed talking poker yesterday. Really enjoyed talking poker today. Very privileged that we have the ability to broadcast the EPT main event live to you guys. Obviously, it's a new thing. I'd love to do more of it. Obviously, for years, you guys have been saying, I guess you'd love to see you do some commentary and host some events, etc. Well, here we are. And we got Graf Teckle's deuces in the small blind against Spasov's King 10 of hearts. Most slightly aboard from early position that Spasov will continuation bet on. Does have a gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Yep. Enough to move Graf Teckle out of the way. Ace Queen on the button. Here we go. We're not going blind blind this hand. Spasov releasing the 6-4. Question in the chat. Did someone saying, do we 3-bet Queen 7 suited in that spot? Just looking at some 35 big blind steep, 10% of the field. We've got King 8, King 7, King 6, King 5, King 4, all a little bit. A bit of Queen 8, Queen 9 a little bit. Some Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 6 suited a little bit. Some offsuit Ace X, offsuit Broadways. Queen 7 probably a little bit low down, but yeah. Think about the suited queens. You just want to be underneath Felix's open. So if Felix is opening in the hijack with Queen 10, you want to have Queen 9, Queen 8, just to fold out one better, and you don't block the bottom of his range. That's important. Because the worst hand Felix is going to open Queen 10 offsuit. So you don't want to have a 10 in your hand when you 3-bet. So just go one under that. Typically how you do it. And as for Felix's hand, as I suggested, you might want to play some shoves, and that's coming out when I'm looking at the sim for this spot here. 10% left of the field, 35-ish big blinds. King Jack suited. Felix chose to call. It's going to mix call. It's going to mix shove. So Felix pretty bang on. Felix knows what's up. Dankel says, I stand corrected. Malta Railway. Here we go. Wikipedia article. Malta Railway. The Malta Railway was the only railway line ever on the island of Malta. It consisted of a single railway line from Valletta to Mdina. It was a single track line in meter gauge, operating from 1883 to 1931. God, if I wasn't bored already. Maltese trains. Thank you, Dankel. See, I knew I was right. We got pokerstars in the chat. Oh my god. Guys, sit up straight. How's it going, pokerstars? How are you? I was not playing a game called Hit or Shit on an EPT live stream. I was not. Chat, have you ever heard a game called Hit or Shit? Like, I would debase this broadcast by playing something like that. Crazy. Crazy talk. Another blind v blind confrontation here. Felix, X-Flix. Team grind, Schneiders with the Jack Deuce. Checking. Dankel says it wasn't a game, there were no prizes or rewards. Never heard of it, thank you, Pawn. Don't know what you're talking about. Queen on the river for 2. Definitely going to feel like he's got the best hand. We'll have heard from better hands in Felix's range. Just thinking about how much he wants to value bet, what size. He's got pretty much the nuts, right? Not a lot for Felix to do at the moment. Not a lot for Felix to do at the moment. We are off to the field. We're losing Walter. Walter Trecarici. Taking us down to 66 players remaining. And we will have a new feature table after the break. There we go. That Midi was talking about Tom yesterday. Look at that. Dresses impeccably. Dresses immaculately. Looks like he'll be joining us on this feature table. Featuring the current chip leader Roman Soika. And EPT Deauville 2015 champ. Here we go. Let's play some trivia. Another player on that table joining us. EPT Deauville 2015 champion. Don't Google it. Demov, that's right, Ognan Demov. Who you guys may better know as... Just to give you a clue. Action flop. King Jack on King Jack 3. Look how deep we are. Look at the state of these stacks. Over 800,000 apiece. 130 big blinds deep. Top 2 pair versus bottom set. And Cologne coming along with as well with the gut shot. Now, what do we know about playing deep? If you're 20 big blinds, the threshold for putting money in, 1 pair, you're happy. If you're 60 big blinds, maybe 2 pair, you're happy. If you're 120 big blinds deep, you gotta have a really good hand when the money goes in. If someone asks you, do you want to put in 120 big blinds into a pot? You better make sure you've got a very good hand. The problem for both of these players, who are over 100 big blinds deep in this main event, is they both have really good hands. They've both got absolute monsters. And what's also going to help this pot to get big is the fact that Cologne is involved on the flop. His existence in this pot might cease now. He's going to fold. But it does mean that there's extra money going in the flop, which means the pot is that little bit bigger. We're already up to 235,000. The turn is a 10. It might slow things down a little bit. But the King Jack of Holski still very keen to get money in against hands like King Queen. Even against hands like Queen 10 that now has a pair and a straight draw. And obviously keen to get money in against a hand like King 10. Maybe even a stubborn Jack 10. There is, of course, now concern, going back to what we just said about putting in 100 big blinds. There is some concern about Ace Queen and Queen 9, right? But 435,000 in the pot to a river, which is another 10. And that's a very important card. This is a card that might save Holski. Because Jia Ming, very capable of having Queen 10. Very capable of having Ace 10. And look at this, a check. A check from the King Jack. And I don't think it's with the intention of check raising, necessarily. I'll say this, certainly not for value. I think it would be way too thin to check raise King Jack for value. At these stack depths, you do block a lot of full houses. You don't block the full house that Jia Ming's got. He's loading up. He wants to get paid. What's he going for? Looks like 150, which is tantalizingly small. He's just trying to target a King Queen. Target any king. We're so deep that if 100 big blinds something go in, you need to have a full house to call, right? If we put 120 big blinds in, you need to have a full house. So this King Jack... Oh, he's done it. He's done it. He blocks the full houses. I mean, I guess this can't be for value. This is way too thin to be for value. But versus his size, maybe he feels like he can value jam. I don't know. In my mind, he's saying he has a full house, right? This is 100 and something big blinds. And he's got the boat blockers. You have to have a boat to call off here. Look, he didn't snap because he fears the full house. He does call. He's got the boat. It's the biggest pot of the main event so far. It's 1.7 million. And Xiao Jiming feels it. He's up out of his seat. What a ridiculous hand. What a jam at the river. He blocks King 10. He blocks Jack 10. You've got to have a full house to fold, and he was blocking most of them, but not the threes. Mamma mia. Xiao Jiming, drink it in. We might have a new chip leader in this main event. You can tell he wasn't immediately happy about calling off these threes. It is a bold, bold effort from that man to get to this stage of an EPT and be willing to put in 110 bigs.
Yeah.
Konstantin Holski. All credit where it's due. I think he gets a 10 to fold if he jams like this. I don't know. Surely. Surely that's what's going on here. He's trying to get a straight to fold, maybe. There's no way he can rip the King Jack here, I don't think, and expect to get called by worse. He's just using his blockers at this depth. If it was 40 blinds, sure. If it was 50 blinds, sure. Putting in 110 blinds. Surely in his mind, he's just trying to leverage those blockers. What a hand and what a stack that is. 1.7 million, 215 big blinds. Konstantin Holski down but not out. 3 big blinds. What an impeccable swing that is. Got me breathless, chat. Got me breathless. We might need the break. He might be able to, you like the mustache? He might be able to sit out to the final table. He might be able to sit out to feature, huh? What a moment to sign us off there on break. That would be it'd be a great hand to run through our first new segment, our first new game show of hit or shit. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Crikey me. Crikey me, take a breath. Drink it in. You guys think it's a hit? I'm really impressed that he was able to pull the trigger in this spot. The thing is, if he has any other hand than pocket threes, I think he gets a fold. He's in the time bank with pocket threes, right? He didn't snap threes. He knows he's gonna lose to bigger full houses a decent amount of the time. His opponent can't jam this hand for value. Can't jam much worse for value. Don't think he even shoves queen 9 for value. I think if he bets a 10, he's going to fold it. Do you know what? I think if he bets a 10, he might call it. And if he bets a straight, he might fold it. Think about that. Better to call with a 10 than call with a straight. Because if your opponent's repping full houses, better to have a 10 than it is to have a straight, right? Think about that. Burns says with the flop action, the 10 doesn't really block the straights he's repping. Certainly not Jack 10, yeah. Maybe a little King 10. Probably not. Probably right. Probably a good shout. Probably a good shout. Crazy hand. Crazy hand. Big old pot, wasn't it? Big old pot. Oof. When to turn 2 pair into a bluff like that versus just call? I think when you're that deep, probably. You think about value thresholds. To call the river, if you need to have full houses to call the river and you block them, then you jam more. It's not going to work if he's got 10, 20 big blinds behind. And like you say, the hand does have some showdown value. Can win occasionally. Pokefan says that dude was never folding 3-3. No, I don't think he's ever going to fold 3-3. We're not targeting 3-3 for a fold. I think we'd be targeting a 10 for a fold. I think we'd be targeting... Has to be a straight, right? For a fold. Has to target a straight for the fold. Make sure you guys are signed up for the cent roll. People asking in the chat about the cent roll. Yeah, 1 cent to play. Maybe I can bring that up for you here. What have you got? What have you got for me? A tournament lobby? On this stream? You know it. Here we go. EPT Malta, Spraggy Invitational. Let's see if we can get this to 200 runners by the end of the break, shall we? Well, it doesn't bother me. But it's 1 cent to play. Look at the prize pool. What do you notice about the prize pool? Everyone's paying a penny to play it. $1,001.10. We've collected $1.10 from players. PokerStars. Adding $1,000 to the prize pool is pretty good, isn't it? Do you see your name on the list? Who's in? Who's registered? Who's in there? You can find it on the PokerStars client. if you have access to the global PokerStars client. $114 in. J-Pod says, I'm in. Oh yeah, I should play it, shouldn't I? Enter password, it says. EPT Malta 2025. Confirm. Highlight pros. There I am. I'm in. Join me. Cannot find out on the PokerStars client. It won't be available in some areas because of local regulations. CrossFit Chris just entered. Nice. Kex Money's in. What's up, mate? Where can you find this tournament? I shall show you. I shall show you. Here's the PokerStars lobby. Hi. Here is your PokerStars lobby. You're going to want to click on the Tourney tab right here. Make sure that your filters are not filtering anything out. I have mine here. You can just hit clear at the top if you'd like to do that. And it starts in an hour and 20 minutes. It'll be in here somewhere. Yesterday they had it. Oh, there we go. It's got a little white ring around it. The EPT Malta Spraggy Invitational. Failing that, if you go up to the top up here in the search bar on the top right hand side and you type in Spraggy, S-P-R-A, then it will filter it out. EPT Spraggy Invitational. Filtered right there. Give it a double click and it'll open the lobby. And you're good to go. Just like everybody on my list. It's got a white border because I'm in it. Oh, it only gets a white border when I register. That's to show that I'm registered. Oh yeah, I thought it was like a highlight because sometimes they're highlighted, aren't they? Oh, I see. Crymania, you're so smart. You're much smarter than me. You can also search for tourney ID. You can search for it by tournament ID. The tournament ID is 39348388871. That tournament ID again is 39348388871. Registered. We're trying to get to 200 before break. Trying to get to 200 before break. Starts an hour and 90 minutes. Penny to play. Would there be one of these on Saturday and Sunday? I can't possibly say, yeah, there's one running every day. Same time, same place, every day. $1,000 in tickets a day for you guys watching the broadcast. Pretty nice, isn't it? Thank you, PokerStars. Very cool. Thank you, PokerStars. Coming up on today's show, we'll resume the action at EPT Malta. We got another 2 levels to play today. 2 90-minute levels to play for today. Did anybody, do we know Ognan Dimov joining the feature table? Do you guys know who that is? Online on PokerStars, Ognan Dimov. Burn 13, bang on it. Coco Jambo. Absolutely. Who just, I just played against him. Remember I played that, what was it? Which W Coop? And I made day 2. Super Tuesday. Played a big pot with him at the end of day 1. Yep. Joshua, what's the access code to play? EPT Malta 2025. EPT Malta 2025. And by the way, for those who are just joining, or if you didn't hear earlier, we're uploading, or we're going to aim to upload every day, a recap of yesterday's action from the EPT. Make this the European Poker Tour is back. The 5,300 euro buy-in main event is emanating from Malta, and we're there to cover all the action live right here on this channel. So far, 2 titans of the game, 2 of the best to ever do it, have already played a pot that has left many heads being scratched. Yeah. So if you want a recap of the day's action, that's going to be available on my YouTube channel. Just sort of recapping a few of the hands that got played. We'll do probably a more in-depth job of that tonight. We didn't have much time yesterday. I was live for 11 hours and then got on and recorded that and got it uploaded this morning. Obviously, it got to be edited overnight and got up. So it's a whole process, but we're trying to do that for you guys as well. So if you like those videos, in fact, if you like those videos, go drop a like on it right now, watch it right now, whatever. Not right now. We're about to rejoin the action, but whatever. Thank you for the kind comments on this as well. Lots of kind comments on this. Lots of kind comments on there. Thank you. All right. I'm going to go grab another cup of tea. So we'll take you back to the feed. It's not exactly ideal, but that's where Julian Thew finds himself now. Where apparently I'm doing commentary.
2 biggest stacks, right? 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. And there's a club on the turn. If the board pairs though,
is the audio doubling here?
River card.
River card is another club, so Thew's flush holds, and he seems a little bit guilty about how that played out. But it will see him take the chip lead. 1.7 million.
But I think it's doubling on their end.
That is a monster pot, and yeah, definitely from an ICM perspective, getting it all in and isolating yourself against that stronger range, really not preference, but rolls the club and now in a very, very commanding position.
Is it triple?
And bear in mind that chunk of Fuller's stack. The blinds are up to 15,000, 30,000.
All right, nothing to do with me. I'm going to grab a coffee. Be right back. Enjoy the EPT Spraggy retro commentary.
If that was a cash game pot, you think, okay, my equity is always going to be pretty good. But of course, when you have pair considerations, like you have to adjust the way you play.
Fuller all in for his last 166,000, and he's walked into sevens. Carlo wants a count.
166. I have to go.
Dennis Carlo says, I have to call. On this occasion, he is correct. This is an HTC spot. And Fuller, who a couple of hands ago had a 7-figure stack and was the chip leader four-handed, is now on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, and really through no fault of his own, he's not really made any mistakes. He's got to put it in with the set, ICM or otherwise.
Queen, 10.
7's holding.
2 clubs.
Yeah, and as you say, he finds himself needing an ace, or he is eliminated in 4th.
It's a 7.
Oh, the 7 on the turn seals the deal for Carlo, and Thomas Fuller is eliminated in 4th place. Cashes for 160,820 euros, taking us down to 3. Julian's still feeling horrifically guilty about that beaten pot.
Action on Dennis. He announces raise.
Carlo opening here with King Jack.
All in. Julian folds. There is a re-raise all in from Vladimir.
Polishuk moves all in with ace queen.
So 700,000-ish behind for Calo. I think big blind is what, 30,000 now, so it's 23 bigs. It's very close, three-handed. Oh, it's only 200,000 is the all-in. Well, yeah, I think Calo is absolutely priced in, but as we just said, he certainly seems to be the, I guess, the tightest player at the table.
Have to call.
Yeah, HTC, James.
Showdown.
So Polishuk ahead, near enough a 2-to-1 favourite, but he is the at-risk player.
For Vladimir Polishuk.
Start of day chip leader got off to a phenomenal start at this final table, but it's not been going his way since then.
So we see the flop. 7, 9, 10 with 2 hearts.
And it's a rough flop. Calo picks up the double gut shot straight draw, 8 or a queen.
It's another 9 and the river card.
River card is the 8 for the straight. And Vladimir Polishuk is out, eliminated in 3rd place, cashing for 225,000 euros. Doesn't seem to have accepted reality yet.
Vladimir Polishuk.
Double checking the board. Nothing's going to change, buddy.
Raise to 80,000, to 120, pardon.
How do you raise?
Re-raise from Dennis.
Well, it feels like a fairly committing raise size. It's a lot of pinks out there from the ace-5 of Calo. We raise this to 300,000. So it bumps it up to 10 big blinds and doesn't have too much more behind. So 180,000 to call for Thu, but he announces all in, and Calo, as I said, might well find himself committed to the pot here.
He's covering Dennis.
Yeah, you look at his stack size.
Oh, he still has 20 big blinds. It might be enough to get away, but he's got an ace heads up, he's going with it.
Julian shows ace, 8
And he is in rough shape.
Ace of spades and 5 of hearts.
Even if he doubles up here, Thu will still have the significant advantage.
A 10 of hearts, 6 of spades and 2 of spades.
Ace,
Great start for
folding.
Julian. Yeah, crucially, less likely to chop with those low cards on board. He's looking good for it.
Julian is still in the lead.
Thu on the verge of victory.
Out of 5, the tournament is over and we have a new champion. It's
The
a
river is a 9, ace-8 holds, and Julian Thu is an EPT champion. Dennis Carlo, the runner-up, 375,000 euros. Julian Thu receives the first prize.
Welcome back to the European Poker Tour in Malta. This is day 3, and these are your chip leaders. After the pot we just witnessed before break, Zhao Jiming claims the top spot. 1.7 million chips. Roman Stoica joining the feature table now with 1.4 million. He's got heaps as he looks to leave a lasting impression on his opponents, and here they are. Tom Askel-Bedell, 90 big blinds and looking damn fine. Onyan Dimov, better known online as Coco Jambo, fourth in chips at this table, 475k. Some familiar faces, some not so familiar. We'll get to know them over the next 90 minutes as they compete in this 5,300 euro buy-in main event. And here are the prizes up for grabs, 760,000 euro for your eventual winner. Lots of money in play on the final table. But as of right now, everybody's got about 12,000 euro locked up. Next pay jump will be to 14,000. That'll come into play once we hit 55 players. We are currently at 63 players remaining. How are you guys doing? We are interactive across Twitch and YouTube as we rejoin the feature table. We are across all the chats. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. EPT Live 2025, broadcasted as a Spraggy watch along for the first time ever. You can watch with me as we soak up the action together. And I'm glad that you've chosen to do so. I thank you for doing so, and I hope you're having a great time as I am. I'm really enjoying it, chat. I'm really enjoying it. Good, innit? Good fun. We've got guest segments coming up. We've got Jamie Dwan ready to pull 2 mystery bounties for us live on stream. There is Dimov. Incredibly competent opponent. Very tough man to play against. Ognian Dimov. Very experienced regular.
Which white card? Okay.
Blinds are up, you'll see in the top left-hand side of your screen. All the way up here, chat. The blinds are now 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8,000. Bedell with a fold. Told you it was looking fine. Didn't I say looking fine? Always looks incredible. Always looks incredible. This is our first look at Savesky.
Hold on, 4. You have 3.
Folded round to... It's the Coco Jambo on the button. Folds. Oi, 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 Coco Jambo. And Chevalier. Pierre Chevalier. From France. With a Jack-9 of diamonds. Blind versus blind. And another first look here at Ole Pritzak. Shortest stack at the table, 18 big blinds. Got the King 3 offsuit facing a raise. Folds in position. Jack-9 suitable. Take it down, be our first winner here at the new feature. What do we got here? Twitch chat, YouTube chat. I want to take a moment to thank some subscribers on Twitch today. Wadski, thank you for the 7 months. Kaiser Salad, thank you for the 60 months. That's 5 years. Thank you, mate. Gorilla V1, dropping the Prime sub. Thank you very much, Gorilla V1. Hope you enjoy the stream. Awesome. Newt's Games dropping 9 months. Corbs949 for the Prime. Sorry, some of these are quite old. We don't have the alert today. So I'm not across all of these. Corbs, thank you very much if you're still here. Thank you for the Prime. Armor SP, thank you for the 63 months. Sean Outlaw, thank you for the 13 months. So subbing, because I'm sure you won't leave us at any point in the month. Jolski, thank you very much dropping a Prime. Kitsusai 84 dropping 29 months. Simple Hacker 61 months, thank you, mate. Sure some of these folks may not be here at the moment, but appreciate you. Appreciate you very much.
What do you buy? 45.
Mursal says Spraggy is so professional when covering events. Sir, I just invented a segment called Hit or Shit.
Cool.
And that segment will be returning. It's a very professional segment. I'll give you that, C-Thriller, you're not wrong. This pot's got very large very quickly. Jian Wei finding the 3-bet pre-flop to 45,000. with 6-7 of diamonds. It's David Marchi from Italy, who chooses to peel the ace-queen. He's now going to face a c-bet on 10-7-5, having missed. I don't think it would be out of the ordinary to try and float here. Jan Wei, a EPT final tableist from Barcelona, 2024. C-bets his hand for 28,000. Marchi continues with a call. It's a queen. It's a big pickup. I think Jan Wei has a hand. He's checking on some stack depths here. Just seeing how many more chips in play. But having 3-bet pre-flop, he's obviously representing aces, kings. Going to have some ace-queen himself, a hand like pocket tens. So he's got plenty of really strong hands here. Plenty of value that he can represent. He chooses to keep betting with this 7. It's a very aggressive stance. It's fighting energy. Fires 88,000 at the turn card. He will immediately apply pressure to Marchi if he has a hand like pocket 8s and pocket 9s. Those hands, I think, will fold. So actually betting here, Jan Wei is going to get some better hands to fold out. Marchi, having picked up a queen, won't be going anywhere. So this one's going to take itself to a river. Or rather, these two players are going to drag it to a river. 342k in the middle, about 200k effective back. Jack's a huge card. Why is Jack a big card? Why is it such an important card? Because Ace-King just makes a Broadway straight. And Jan Wei having 3-bet pre-flop, very capable of having Ace-King. Very capable of having pocket 10s, pocket queens, pocket jacks, kings and aces, and Ace-King. Would love if he found a bluff here. Would love if he continued to fire this 7. He's eyeing up that stack. It's menacing the way he eyes it. Is it? Checking in. How much you playing on turn, he says. How much you playing in the river? Puts all his time backs out there. Like, he's going to think about it. He'll take all the time that he needs. I think he's going to end up shoving, you know. Just that ability to represent the nuts with Ace-King now, having 3-bet pre-flop. It's so powerful for him. Because his opponent isn't going to get here with Ace-King. He'd either re-raise it himself pre-flop, maybe, you know. He doesn't get to this position with Ace-King, and Jan Wei does. And that's crucial. That's so important. Really interesting with this tank. He's thinking about this decision. I think he knows at this point. We spoke about he would fold out 8s and 9s on the turn with this bet. I think he knows his hand isn't good. There's no idea that he can really show down this 7 and win. He might give up with it, but he doesn't think that he can show down and win. Maybe it's better for him to bluff 7-8. I think blocking 8-9 is a good idea. That's one of the ways that Marchi's going to have the nuts here, is making a straight with 8-9. So I think 7-8, 7-9 suited if he 3-bet bluffs these hands pre-flop. These are better bluffs. Getting a count of his own stack. It's a really odd tank though, isn't it? It's a really odd tank. You don't see many players tank like this when they're thinking about making a bluff. He's running down all of his time banks. I think he chucks like 4 or 5 out there. He waves the flag. He's giving it up. The ace-queen is going to be good. I tell you what, Marchi will feel a big, big sense of relief. Big, big sense of relief. I don't think he would have been happy facing a bet there at all. I think we all wanted to see the jam VGT says, I wanted to see the jam. I think we all wanted to see the jam. Very tough. Like I say, probably just didn't have an ideal hand to bluff with. You want to block the ways that your opponent's going to call you. So maybe, you know, something that blocked the 8-9, like I said. Maybe a pair that blocks some 2 pairs more so. The 7 doesn't really do that. Might even turn a 10 into a bluff or something, you know, blocking 2-pair combos. We'd love to see a big jam though, wouldn't we?
$48.
Sorry?
48.
Straight back into more action. There's Stoika. He's the man with all the chips. 1.4 million. We've got an open from Savevsky. Dimov, aka Coco Jambo, with a 3-bet to 48k. Stoika with the ace-10 suited behind. Could be a candidate. Oh my goodness. For a cold 4-bet. We do see a cold 4-bet. We're going to need Dimov to hurry up and fold, and he does, because we can now go live to the floor of the European Poker Tour.
Hello.
Hello, you will be able to hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. I'm at the chair.
We can see you. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Dwan, live from EPT Cyprus. Third ever guest on EPT Call-In. How many mystery bounties you got, mate?
I got 2 to pull. Already pulled one because I couldn't help myself. Did pull a 5k. All the big ones are still in. And there's one getting pulled right now.
This isn't you, right? This is another gentleman?
This is not me. This is Jamie Flynn.
Jamie Flynn.
15K.
Jamie Flynn, we watched him on the feature table of the main event. There he is.
There he is.
15 bags pulled live.
15 bags. And I'm about to one-up him.
What's the smallest? What's the smallest you can get?
Small thing get is 1k.
Okay, chat.
Get is 40.
Get some 1ks in the chat. Let's get some 1ks in the chat for Jamie Dwan.
Right. Going here for this one.
Good luck, Jamie.
And that one. Okay. All right. Can you hold that? Sprag.
Wait, you've got 2 more? Oh my! It's Matt Franklin as well. What a moment here on ET Call-In. 1k.
Oh! 25 fucking bags.
What was that? 25k.
25k.
He's the luckiest man in every card room. It's sick.
Got 1k and draw again. Big score.
15!
Maggie's favourite boy. Strikes.
Thanks for the assist, Nate.
15. So you just pulled 40,000 euro.
40k. Yeah. Just 10% the full remaining.
Get him off. Get him off. Congratulations. Get them all.
Look
Get
forward to
them
getting
all
back
off.
on PokerStars.
Enjoy the rest of the EPT. We'll check in with. Are you still in the tournament or what?
I am still in the tournament. There are my chips. I haven't got many, but I have got 5th place money already. So.
Mystery Bounties, easy game, isn't it? Jamie Dwan, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Take care. Good luck. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Can you believe that Jamie Dwan just comes on for EPT Call-In, bangs off 40 grand like that, just pulls out 40,000 euro? That's my W Coop losses right there. Send it back. Send it this way. Luckiest man in every card room, Jamie Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Big hand here. Stoiker with the 9s. Raises the flop. Demov with the set of deuces. 200k in the pot. Three bets the flop to 80,000. Did we see a fold? Lays down the 9s. It's one thing to get into the chip lead, but it's another thing to preserve it. Really, really astute fold here from 2 9s. Overpaired to the board. 8-6 deuce. I got Chauncey in the garden. Moving towards the house. Great laydown. Chevalier now with the ace and the queen. Svevsky waking up with the Cowboys in the small blind.
72.
We're going to see a re-raise, chat. We're going to see a re-raise. Coming into 72k. I thought he was smoking then. I thought we'd gone proper Sammy Farhar old school. I thought he was sat there with a cigarette. It's a lollipop. And the action back on Chevalier with this ace queen offsuit. Never comfortable. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Twiddling the lollipop. Twiddling his head and thinking, do you know what? I think I'll just fold to the 3-bet. It was a very big 3-bet. It was a big 3-bet. But the discipline to just lay it down, that's often what it takes these main event fields. Get down to 62. You look at a hand like ace queen. But just lays it down. Slats on YouTube says, Benj, can we get a meow for the old school followers? I don't believe I can. I will say though, yesterday, who was it who was all in at the river? Olashabian was all in with Queen 5 against Ace Queen, and it was announced on an EPT broadcast as Pat. And it will be, moving forward. I was hoping that either you or Mr. Grant would be watching. Just smuggled it in. Nobody else knew what I was talking about. But it's there. It's in the history books. It's in the history books. King Jack. Bedell with the open. Mr. Demov with the defend. 10-8. Neither for either. 6-6-3. Probably a board that player in the big blind would be a bit happier on. Goes check, check. Intrigue on the turn. So drippy. Tom, I was so drippy. What do we got? Gucci. And a delayed c-bet. Quick fold. Quick fold. Mosal says, I don't know what Spraggy's talking about on most streams. Fair assessment. A reminder that we're playing 4 levels today. This is the 3rd of 4. Tom Ascol Bedell, 728k. Regular on the EPT circuit. And as you can see, would look not out of place on an EPT feature table or indeed the Milan catwalk. Fashion icon. Always playing EPTs with a smile on his face as well. Huge morale, good morale. Why am I not playing? I got banned from the EPT for being too good. Everybody was complaining. They said, give someone else a chance. For fuck's sake, please get him off the tour. Can't win a pot out here. So I said, all right, I'll take a back seat. You got 1 year. You got the back end of 2025, then I'm back in 26. So I'm giving these guys a little break. Let someone else have a run at the main event. Artek says, I feel like that's a lie. Good read. It is a lie. Marley, my wife, is coming up 9 months pregnant. She is due to give birth in 6 days. So no travel for us. Obviously, myself and Marley would normally be playing the main event. But we're about to have a son. So our aim is to broadcast this all the way through to the final table, folks, on Sunday, but nature might have other plans for us. We shall see. Of course, don't worry. Do not worry if Marley does go into labor. You can watch your regular scheduled broadcast over on the PokerStars channel. But hopefully we'll be able to take you through all the way on this rogue stream. I don't think they... the only things you'll miss out on, aside from myself, as Jan Wei comes in with a 3-bet with King 7 offsuit. Very aggressive player, I feel like Jan Wei is going to be. I love to see it. Action player at the table. The only thing you'll miss out on the regular broadcast, you won't have EPT call and you won't see Jamie Dwan pulling 40k in bounties like the luck boxer he is. And also, I don't think they play hit or shit over there. Which is a shame. Thomas Hughes says all hit or shit. Yeah, they don't play hit or shit. What we also have here is the EPT Malta Spraggy Invitational, folks. It's 1 cent to play. It starts in 43 minutes. There's $1,000 in tickets added into the prize pool by PokerStars for you guys to play for, but you need a password. You can only get the password on the stream, so your reward for watching is that password, EPT Malta 2025. 178 runners. And at the moment, it's going to pay out 66th place to 45, get a $3 ticket. 44th to 10th, get an $11 ticket. 9th to 2nd, get a $55 ticket. And the winner gets a 109 ticket. Easy, isn't it? Easy to get involved. 1 cent to play. PokerStars client. I'll be playing. We'll put the final table up on stream and things like that. Things of that nature. As Jan Wei once again comes in for a race with 10-9 offsuit. There he is, man of the hour, man with the power, getting it done. Lost quite a few chips with the 6-7, but we do love to see the effort going in there. Galfano says, good afternoon, Spraggy. My new baby arrived today. It's called a 5090. It will be well loved and looked after. Best of luck in the coming days to you both. Thank you, mate. Is that a graphical processing unit? I think last time I got one, it was a 4090. Now we're up to 50. Whatever next. Where do you go? Where do you even go from there? You know, where do you even go from there? Ida Brot says all the best to you and your boy, and you two didn't know tonight. Thanks, mate. Cheers to you, chat. And cheers to Stoika's ace 9 of clubs. Adam T with the correction. It was 6-7, wasn't it? He lost it with. Here, someone explain this to me. Someone explain this to me. Every time 6-7, I keep seeing memes about 6-7, no? I'm 35 and I'm about to be a dad. I'm on the internet, so I do get it. I'm into my meme culture. Don't think that I'm old. I'm not. What's this 6-7 shit going on? Is it brain rot stuff? Is it? It's just brain rot stuff? I saw some in my reels. It was at 6-7 or something. What's good? Is that the bit where I'm old and it's just I can ignore that one or what? You getting 6-7, bro? All right, yeah, I don't just 10-10-5 on the flop. Stoika the pre-flop raiser. Chevalier calling button. Tom Bedell coming along in the big blind. Makes a pair. Not a particularly attractive pair. Not a fun pair. It's an awkward pair. It doesn't mean anything. None of it does. Ignore it. Oh, God. So Stoika with a continuation bet with the ace 9 of clubs does have one club to pivot around, to move off of. Tom not going anywhere with his king 5. It's drip versus drip here, by the way. Great. What would you call that? A scarf? A shawl? 4 clubs to the turn. Backdoor flush draw coming in for Stoika. But it is Tom Bedell who's reaching for chips. Seizes the betting lead. And opts to lead out on the turn card. Very interesting line here. Certainly a line that is occasionally going to run into better pairs. No reason to believe that Stoika isn't c-betting 6s through aces. So it'll be interesting to see how Bedell wants to approach this river. Stoika breaks out his flush draw. Arrives at 5th Street with ace high. In a spot where it might be tough to access bluffs, think about which hands Bedell can call on the flop and then lead on the turn. He's going to start with a check. And I just wonder if Stoika has an inclination that his ace high is ever going to be good, or whether he wants to try and bluff Bedell off of this 5 or off of something like pocket 6s. Yeah, it looks like he's not content to show down. I think it feels like he's reading Bedell's hand for exactly what it is. Never really going to be a 10. It's always going to be a pair around 5x, maybe 6s, but never really stronger. And so he's saying that he's got aces, kings, maybe river to queen with something like king, queen of clubs, ace, queen of clubs, queen, jack of clubs. Obviously, he's going to have a 10 sometimes as well, Stoika. But it sounded like chips just hit the felt. Tom Bedell having none of it. He's looking him up with that 5. And we said on the flop it was an awkward pair. It was an uncomfortable pair. It was, but it's a pair that Bedell has managed to navigate to showdown, get chips in on all 3 streets, so it chips in on the flop, the turn, and the river, and he's shown down a winner. And his ability to move in those streets with this uncomfortable pair, this awkward pair, has allowed him to pick up a good pot. Good experience there. From an experienced player. Good maneuvering. And we're off to the outer tables. This was our feature table for the last 2 sessions. Zhao Jiming has put Coloni all in on the turn on a board that reads ace 9 deuce 3. Zhao Jiming, of course, chip leader in the tournament. We saw him win that massive pot with pocket 3s. Coloni posturing as if he wants to call. He's umming and ahhing at the board. We have seen Zhao Jiming all in with the 5-3 suited earlier. An aggressive opponent. Tables his hand. We're led to believe that that is King 3 for a pair and a flush draw against Ace King, with the Ace King holding on a 5 of diamonds river. So it's Cologne who scores the double up and a dent in the stack of the chip leader, making the move with the King 3. He had bottom pair and a flush draw, all in against the top pair, top kicker. And Cologne's Ace King held up. Very cool. Five diamonds on the board here. Bedel's got a flush. Soika's got a bigger one. I've got a flush. You in the chat have got a flush. Franco in the chat's got a flush. Eric's got a flush. Colarossi the Great's got a flush. And it looks like we're now witnessing the demise of Konstantin Polski, who made that outrageous play with King Jack on the feature table just before the top of the hour, top of the break. Ripping the King Jack on the river. A hand that will go down in history. It was an incredible play. Ran into it with the pocket threes, was left with just a couple big blinds. And his fate has been sealed. Thomas Hughes says outrageous is harsh. I don't think outrageous has particularly negative connotations. It was outrageous. It's 220 big blind pot. It's an outrageous pot. It's an incredible play. I don't think outrageous is bad. Was it not outrageous? We're back to an all-in on our feature. Pritsak finding a shove from the cut for Jack 10 suited. Really nice find there for 20 bigs. And there's the merit to it, right? Got Queen 10 offsuit for folds. Hand one better. Moves it out. Slightly less than 20 bigs, excuse me. More like 15 bigs. We're playing 4 and 8 now, aren't we? 4 and 8. So more like 15, 16 bigs. Eba says, what's the buy-in for this tournament? Welcome in if you're just joining us. This is the European Poker Tour main event from Malta. It's got a buy-in of €5,300, attracting a field of 898 players. For a prize pool of about €4.4 million, thereabouts. First place over 700k. Jacks for Stoica. Comes in for the 3-bet. Tom Bedell probably closer to the bottom of his range here. Just not a really attractive hand to defend 3-bets with. The offsuit aces. Just very miserable. Very, very miserable. Likes that card. Doesn't like the other one.
9. What? Ace.
$203 runners in the Spraggy Invitational today. Available for a 1 cent buy-in to anyone who can play these added value tournaments on the PokerStars main client. So far, we got players from Argentina, Austria, Belarus, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Canada, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Finland, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Jersey, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Mexico, Philippines, Slovakia, Slovenia, Thailand, Ukraine, United Kingdom, and Uzbekistan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're all going to play a nice game of poker together for 1 cent. 204 of us, but instead of playing for $2.04, we're playing for an extra $1,000 from PokerStars. Looks like we've got a blind v blind situation brewing. Marchie with a 4-5. Team off with 6-2 offsuit. You might need some raising here with a 6-2 offsuit. Some raising, some checking. It's one of those bad hands that prefers to win pre-flop. King and a 7 and a deuce. I think Marchie will like a king high board. Will limp a lot of king highs. Here you go. That's why we see him bet. Taking a stab at it. Blind v blind, your opponent's going to miss very often. You're going to miss very often. So sometimes just taking a stab, you can fold out 8 high, 9 high, 10 high. Demoff going to continue with his deuce though. You miss so often that when you hit, you got to stick around. And now it's Marchie's turn to hit. Makes a 5. Checks it over to Demoff, who checks it back. It's one of those, again, both players happy with their holding. I do think it's a river that will encourage some value betting in small sizings, right? If a 5 wants to get paid, it has to get called by a deuce or ace high or queen high. Which, given how wide ranges are, is not impossible if you just bet 1 big blind. Your opponent can't really fold very often to 1 big blind. So there will be some value betting of the 5. Yeah, Demoff's going to snap off the deuce. I think he has to do this. 60,000 chips for Marchie. Drags in a small one. Elias Demos says, Spraggy, I have a question. What's up, mate? I want to make 25 times 4 hands all in poker for the Sunday Million ticket machine. Oh, that's one of the challenges, right? To play 25 hands of all in poker. We'll get to that momentarily. But at a night at the table, it's a familiar story. Juan Pardo's put somebody all in at the river. Juan Pardo has put Dmitry Semenov all in at the river. He's wagered enough chips to have Semenov covered. It's 4-4 ace, 5-3. And Juan Pardo is all in from what looks like the cutoff. A fold from his opponent. Juan Pardo pulls those chips back in. And I feel like I should have a string in my back and a set catchphrase. Juan Pardo wins another one. Malacca style on PokerStars. As you may know him. All in Poker has its own tab, but it's not available. I don't think All in Poker is available on every client. But if you have it on yours, it will be at the top. Say where it says cash, tourney, it should say spinning goes, and then All in Poker should be up there. What a hand to rejoin at feature. Pritzak with the 10s. Raises to 16. Chip leader Stoica 3-bets to 40,000. Definitely going to be impactful for Janway's 7s that there's a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. It certainly diminishes the relative strength of his hand. Janway wants to use a time bank and get a better look at this. How often is Stoica here 3-betting ace 4, ace 5, ace 3? You know, earlier we might see a hand like king 6 and king 5 in these 3-bets, right? So Janway thinking of potentially ideas of 4-bet jamming here, I would imagine. Do you know what's really good about 4-bet jamming here? Is sometimes you get Pritsack to fold a better hand. Not going to go for it this time, but definitely worth some consideration. Action back on Pritsack with 2 10s. He's got a short enough stack that we're all in. Really unlucky at this stack depth. What, 20 big blinds? Not even 20 big blinds to run the 10s into kings. This one plays itself. And probably that stack depth is what deterred the 7s from making a move, right? How often is Stoica 3-betting light versus a 20 big blind stack? Sometimes, but probably less of the time. And now we've just got ourselves a good old dominated all-in. Pritsack needing the Paul Daniels, the magic hand, eh?
One time.
Can he pull it out of the hat? 5 chances to hit a 10. 5 chances to stay alive in the main event.
Don't say if it's tens.
His chances just diminished drastically. The backdoor club's not working for him either. Stoica has coverage with his king. So you got 2 chances. 2 hopes, 2 dreams. And now half of that. Pritsack already out of his seat. Fate all but sealed. 56th place in the EPT main event. Or...
Nice.
No.
I can fortress. No.
And the rich get richer. Good run from Ollie Pritsack. I think we're at the point now where you can say it's a good run in the main event. 56th place.
Okay. No, that's okay.
But Stoica extends his chip lead on the feature table. He's got millions and millions. Or millions and another 500,000. Close enough. Why is everyone just straight out of the gap? No handshakes, no best of lucks. We've had some handshakes. We saw a hug earlier. We've had some best of lucks. We've had good luck, guys. The only other explanation is that every single player in the main event has a vitriolic hatred for each other, which could be the case. Mortal enemies. I know that's how I feel when I bust. Bedell with a raise. Savevsky with a 3-bet. Jan way behind again with pocket 7s. He's like, did we just play this hand? Did we just do this? Did it just go raise and 3-bet and I got 7s? Keep tempting him in with these 7s. Look at it. He knows. He's like, what's going on here? We just played this hand. He's stuck in the sim. In the bin again. In the bin again.
Wow, that much.
What a life. Bedell peels that 3-bet with the ace-6 suited. Suited component of his hand, obviously very, very important here. Savevsky, undeterred by missing the flop, is going to continue his story. Going to continue his I've got a good hand story, you know? I've got a good hand story. Feel like if Badel's peeling pre-flop, once he makes a pair, locking in for at least a street. This pot already got to the point. Take a look at the pot size in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's going to be about 225, right? 230 something. 232. And Svevsky's stack, 252k remaining. So he's got about a pot size bet left. A little bit more than a pot size bet left. We did see Tom Badel lead before with that king 5. I wonder how this 9 is going to play out. A lot trickier this time. He's in a 3-bet pot. He's up against an opponent that's going to have all the big pairs. 10s, jacks, queens, kings. Aces. And the pot's already quite big, so he does have to be a little bit careful. He'll be delighted to see a check back on the turn, because I do think the majority of players will be betting the pairs on the turn. 2 flush draws out there, spades and clubs. Maybe you could trap aces occasionally, but I think a lot of players will just go for bets. So if I'm Tom Badel, I'm narrowing my opponent around ace king and ace queen, right? Maybe other high cards, but I'm narrowing him to high cards. Could see this one going check, check. And Svevsky's got very unlucky. But the 6 is going to scoop it, 232k. Badel, I don't think we've seen him, certainly not lost a pot of any significance so far at this FT, feature table that is, as I call it. Thomas Badel, 955,000, 119 big blinds. A stack so significant, it is momentarily
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in.
pushed us into a promo break.
I just played the biggest pot of my life.
Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
That's right, the big game on tour. There you go. It says watch on YouTube. The big game on tour is back. Second season of the award-winning show continues with new episodes released on Pokerstars YouTube channel every Sunday. Featuring Lex Valdhouse, Alan Keating, Jason Kuhn. And back to the original big game stakes. They're playing a $100,000 buy-in. Sounds like someone's pinged one of those door stops. You know those door stops? Did you guys hear that? Who heard the door stop? You know when you're thinking it goes boing. You hear that? You guys heard it? Yeah, the big game. Watch the big game on YouTube. Go to the PokerStars YouTube channel, watch the big game. Not right now, stay right here, but it's available for you, and new episodes are releasing every single Sunday, featuring all of your favorite big game players. And a loose cannon, of course. A loose cannon, of course. Thanks to Shalevan Poker. Hello, mate. Thank you for the 30-month resub. Says, they told a story about you firing 4 bullets in a 100k and losing them all with A7. Is this actually a real story? I can neither confirm nor deny. I can't remember. It was so long ago. Hash and Shit. Thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. Welcome in, Hash and Shit. And Dave Earns, thank you for the 10 months. Here's an EPT regular. Here's a man who I believe, if I open my PokerStars Live app, is currently one of the top-rated players in the PokerStars Live League this year. Let me see. PokerStars Live app. Leaderboards. Medium. Top of the medium leaderboard. You see that? Top of the medium leaderboard. Gerard Cortez. He is currently on course to win the PokerStars Live League leaderboard, and he is joining our feature table. Gerard Ruberolta Cortez, as it says here. Gerard Ruberolta. How about that? New player at the feature table. There he is. Red hair and all. Let's it go, whatever it was. But we've got Savevsky with a raise, Jan Wei with the 8s on the button. 2 players to a flop of 10-7-4. We have seen a fair amount of out of position checking this tournament, and that's what we see again. 10-7-4. Mix in some good hands. Want to check a lot of the broadways that miss, but don't always want to have the bad hands. So you got to check the queens sometimes. Keep things balanced, mix it up as they say. Jan Wei looking for a little bit of protection with his 8s. Denies some equities. Bets 12,000. I think he's about to run into some bad news though. This hand's about to get a little trickier, I would anticipate. Have a think on that. 55,000 to go. It becomes a lot awkward now. Awkwarder. A lot more awkward now for Janway. Wow. Not so awkward after all. Finds a very quick fold. Kind of got away cheaply there, right? A little 12k on the flop.
Big pair. Big fold. Big fold. 10.
Good fold. Easy to get stubborn sometimes. Back to our outer feature table. We've got another pot between Zhao Jiming and Adria Cologne. We're on the river. The board is King Jack Deuce 3 Jack. Zhao Jiming has bet 150,000 on a King Jack Deuce 3 Jack. And there's an all-in at the river. Oh, snap call. And Zhao Jiming snaps it off with King 6 of diamonds for the flush. But he's going to run into bad news. Cologne has deuces for the full house. And Zhao Jiming won a massive pot with a full house with the 3s on our feature table. It looks like he's losing a huge one here. It swings and roundabouts in this main event. And Adria Cologne is up to 1.2 million.
Good for me. If he has King Jack, I'm cooked.
He says if he has King Jack, he's cooked. Exactly. King Jack Deuce 3 Jack. But the deuces is a good enough boat this time. Zhao Jiming down, if you can believe it, down to just 960k, which is obviously still an immense stack. But another big cooler there on that table. There's been some massive pots played on that table. And most of them involving Zhao Jiming. An action coming thick and fast now, not a moment to breathe, because back at our feature table, Chevalier has opened on the button. This is really interesting because Ruberalda has called in the small blind with ace queen. Tom Bedell has squeezed king 9 suited behind. Chevalier's called on the button, and now ace queen calling again. So we are in a 3-way 3-bet pot. And goodness gracious me, it's Queen 8-7 2 diamonds. So Tom Bedell with the pre-flop 3-bet. He's going to continue betting. Chevalier peeled the button with the 6-7. Looks like he was getting a pretty good price to do so. Let's see how Gerard wants to continue here. He's got 2 players still putting chips into the pot on the flop. Chevalier peeling with that 7. He's entering some dangerous territory with a very mediocre hand.
100.
Okay, here comes Gerard Riberolda. Now he's bumping it up with ace queen.
I need some chips. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
And we're very deep here. Very deep stacked. 80 big blinds. Chevalier eventually has to get out of town, but these guys have got a lot of chips behind them. And this is where it could get dangerous for Gerard's ace queen. It's even more outs for Tom Bedell. Open-ended, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus the flush draw, plus a live king. You can see he's still operating at 38% versus a queen. He's called a raise on the flop. I think it'd be very natural for him to check again here. Typically, the turn isn't going to help him too much. Typically, he's going to have hands like aces, kings. So the 6 isn't a particularly good interaction for him. We can see that in this case it is.
Everything goes to Spain anyway.
He says everything goes to Spain anyway. 110,000 is a bet. We're off to a river and it's a huge pot. 575k in the middle. Can Tom Bedell improve his hand? He can! He can improve his hand. And that's going to be a card that Ruberalta does not like. Because typically here, he's trying to draw value from a hand like King Queen. A hand like Ace King of Diamonds. In a 3-bet pot, right? Definitely going to be upset about a King River. He checks it over to Tom Bedell. Let's see if Bedell wants to try and extract some value with this, or he says, okay, this pot's big enough, thank you very much. No, look at this. It's not big enough just yet. It's not big enough just yet. And he goes for a really small bet as well. This is so frustrating for Gerard. So frustrating for Gerard. Because he's being offered a very, very good price on this pot. It's really tough to want to fold. Gerard with the ace of diamonds in hand as well, actually. This is very impactful because I do think, sorry, I mentioned earlier that he might have some of these ace-high flush draws. That is, of course, an impossibility, Spraggy. But this ace of diamonds might just strip Tom of some bluffs. I know that people don't like to bluff the missed ace of diamonds at the river, but it's really hard not to, I suppose, in this spot. So I do think having the ace of diamonds is working against Gerard here. He's going to want Tom to sometimes bet something like ace 5 of diamonds, ace 4 of diamonds. So I think having the ace of diamonds does work against him. But if Tom can get here with king 9, you know, maybe he can get with some other stuff. Getting a very good price on the pot. How much of a wild card does he think Bedell's going to be here? How out of line does he think he's going to be here? Is there a world where ace queen wins often enough? It doesn't have to win often at all, right? What, 1 in 5, 1 in 6 times he has to have a winner with ace queen? Very impressive, by the way, for Tom Bedell to find another bet here. I think a lot of players will be content with the size of the pot and just check back a weak king. He's trying to get a read.
Voy a hacer un favor ahí.
He lays it down. It's a really good fold. It's a really disciplined fold. It's a good fold. You know, 130,000 more to win what would have been a pot of about 800k. And sometimes it doesn't matter, right? Even if you need to only win 1 in 6, 1 in 7, 1 in 8, 1 in 10 times. What if you're never winning? It doesn't matter what your price is if you feel like you're never winning, right? If I said to you, I'll give you $1,000,000 to 1 if you can walk on the moon tomorrow. Doesn't mean you should give me a quid just because you're getting $1 million back, right? It's not going to happen.
Ja. Eso es Hugo.
Play 16. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass.
Here we go. Here's all the people in the chat. Actually, Spraggy,
Wait.
I've been invited to walk on the moon within the next week. Have you? Oh, yeah. Going to the moon, are you? Yeah. Off to the moon, are you?
34.
Fish and chips and calamari says could make it happen for $1 billion. All right, I'll give you $1 billion to one. You walk on the moon tomorrow. Give me a quid.
Oh.
You walk on the moon tomorrow. I'll send you $1 billion back. All right. Everyone in the chat suddenly an astronaut. Unbelievable, this website. Ace Jack heads up against Jack 10. It's Jack 10, the pre-flop raiser from Under the Gun 1. Tom Bedell defending in the small blind with Ace Jack. Check, check. On the flop, a check on the turn. Oh, excuse me, it's a 3-bet pot. I missed it. Tom Bedell 3-bet the ace-jack. Terrible broadcaster. It's a 3-bet pot. Small 3-bet pre-flop from Tom, out of position. Now we've 3-bet all the way down to the river. Checked all the way down to the river. Marchie's bricked out. I think Tom's hand quite face up. It just depends whether Marchie feels like he can get Bedell to fold the ace high. Decides against it, opts against it. Ace Jack is the winner. And I think it's fine to call this 3-bet with Jack 10 offsuit just because it's a product of the price, right? Playing 4K, 8K. Raise to 16, 3-bet to 32 or 34. So for a couple more big blinds, I don't think he can fold Jack 10. Size is important. Exactly, Latte the Lion. Size is important. Size matters. What up, Baines? Thank you for the 100 bits. Says, I dare any of these players in this table to go all in blind. We'll pass on the dare. We'll pass on the dare and see if they want to get involved in jamming their main event stack. For a giggle. For a giggle. Bubble Pig says, Demoff is Coco Jambo on Stars. No, yep, Demoff is Coco Jambo on Stars. Someone you'll have seen a lot on this stream playing during Scoop, playing during W Coop. A reminder, if I may, that the cent roll starts in just 3 minutes. We are about to start the tournament. 1 cent to play, $1,000 in tickets added, guys. If you want to come play with me, EPT Malta 2025 in the chat. EPT Malta 2025 is the password, should I say. We got 247 players in right now. 66 tickets of varying degree to be awarded in the prize pool. Huge value.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass.
And here is Coco Jambo under the gun. Dimov with queens, bumping it up. 4K, 8K, making it 16. Tom Bedell peels ace-6 of diamonds. And Stoica with a hand on the button that might, on occasion, like to come in for a 3-bet. Not on this occasion. So, the single raise is going to mean that Marchi can close the action, the big blind, and come away. 3 ways to flop. 9, 7, 3, 2-tone. Dimov under the gun. He is out of position. And once again, we see a lot of these checks. 3 ways, multi-way pots, out of position. High frequency checks as out of position player. This time, Dimov doesn't get to execute a check raise because Bedell checking behind. And I think Marchi has to be sharp here. Marchi has to realize that even though he's got a pair of 7s, his checks are on the flop, he has to understand how Dimov's constructing his range, that he's still going to have some strong hands. So it doesn't mean necessarily that he can do too much betting. He is going to go ahead and bet this 6-7. And this is what might run him into a little bit of trouble. Because Dimov is playing his range in such a way that he retains these queens, these kings, these aces. And is now going to make life very tricky for Marchi's 6-7. He's coming in for a raise to 75k. Tom Bedell really wanted to see the river. And now he's upset. He's fake crying because he wanted to see if he could make a 5. And Marchi might be crying on the inside as well, facing this raise. And the problem with taking this lead against someone like Dimov or, you know, any good aggressive regular is Dimov's good enough to punish this with a Jack-10. Right? He's good enough to punish this with a Queen-8 suited, let's say. Probably something like maybe a 10-8, a Jack-10, something with a bit of equity. So we can't just always assume that Dimov's going to have these big pairs and fold. But I do think this lead on the turn is moving him into a part of the hand where he doesn't really want to be, right? Do we want to be out of position at the river with 3rd pair in a 200k pot? Not really. So I think this turn bet has led him astray a little. We'll see how he handles the river. The Invitational has started. For those of you who wanting to play for the penny, wanting to play for $1,000 in out of tickets. So Dimov decides that enough is enough here. The Jack is going to improve his opponent some of the time. Feels like it's a little too thin to bet the river, perhaps. Goes check, check. Marchi let off the hook a little bit. But Dimov dragging 210,000 chips. But here's your regular table. I'm playing against someone called Smelly Hand 69. Congratulations, I'm going to fold. We've got Renan, we've got John Cena, McDonald, excuse me, sat out. But I'm going to play this, you can play this too. 1 cent, $1,000 added in prizes. I'll be here playing. Good luck, everybody. I think I would have gone for value with the queens, yeah. I think I would have gone for the queen-queen bet.
Yeah?
Yeah, he checked back at the river. Dimov checked back with the queens.
Con algo te pongo, eso está claro. O si llevas dobles, me pagas.
Sí. 5-5.
Sí, sí.
6-5.
eights this time for Gerard Ruberalta, one of the best regs this year on the PokerStars Live Tour. He is top of the PokerStars Live leaderboard in the medium section. Stoica with the ace-9 of diamonds. Savevsky with the ace-jack offsuit. Wants to play for more. Three bet to 60k. Going to clear out the players behind him. Let's see how Gerard Ruberalta wants to deal with this. 2 8s. Iron up the stack. Seeing how deep we are. Bet 35 big blinds. Savevsky's 3-betting off on the button. Very awkward stack depth for the 8s to deal with. Yeah, he's going to let it go. I'd imagine Stoica's going to let it go as well. Three bet up to 60,000. Yeah, very unappealing. But here we see again, right, the benefits of the squeeze. Instead of just being the third player in and letting the 8s realize they're 50% against your ace-jack, just playing that 3-bet pre-flop gets the job done. Good aggression. Controlled aggression. Surely nobody's bust the cent roll already, have they? Sharper 1998 said just lost ace-jack against king deuce suited and 9s, 300 big blind pot. I hope people are playing their penny sensibly. 300 players in, and at the moment 66 getting a $3 ticket, 44 to 10th getting $11, 9th to 2nd getting 55, first getting the 109. Available on PokerStars. Global client. Penny to play. I might have some food outside the door. I might need it.
$28.
Raise 28.
Rejoin here. What have we got? Blind v blind. Steam off raising. Coco Jamba raising. Janway doesn't strike me as a man who's going to shy away from a battle blind v blind. Here we go. Here we go. Average Joe says what? Lasts longer in the cent roll? You're on. Another gifted sub. Sure, you're on. I'm going to eat some bacon. We're going to enjoy this blind v blind pot together.
12.
16. Ja, doe hier ook black.
Bet 11. Four. Check. Check.
Great bacon. Not a great run out for either of these players. Chevalier making a play at it, though.
Jakes always.
Chevalier making a play at it. 50,000
I have to fall
with the King 10 offsuit.
Okay.
Split.
I was winning. I have ace king. Hey, you steal my chip.
Split, split.
No, I have ace king. No split.
No, you don't have ace king. Ace king you call.
Why should I call no pair? I have ace king.
10 minutes ago you call just high ace. And I like it.
He wasn't lying. Tom indeed did have the ace king. Simeon Spasov, who we were watching earlier on the feature table, has been eliminated, which takes us down to a field of just 50 players remaining.
Good bluff.
I have nothing.
We are getting right down to it. A reminder that we are going to play 4 levels today. This is the third of those 4 levels.
8 pass. 10 pass.
Good bluff, sir.
Raise 16.
And we've got how long left in the level today? What you're looking at 12 minutes.
Raise 50. 6 pass.
How many more days are there of scent rolls? We're going to have one every day. You got to tune into the broadcast every day. Unless they've left the password the same every day. Surely not. Seems like we'll have to have a stern conversation with somebody. You got 18 minutes to get in today. We're going to break tomorrow's. We're going to break yesterday's number of entrants. We got 399 yesterday. We got 325 right now. You got 18 minutes to play. For 1 cent, you can buy in $1,000 in tickets added. 50 players left in your main event. Roman Stoica, pictured on your screen, has 1.5 million chips. That's 190 big blinds. Such is the luxury of the structures here at the EPT. Lots of room for play, lots of room for maneuver, lots of room for deep stacked, no limit hold'em. The Cadillac, if you will. And Stoica's raising with ace king. I really want to tuck into these eggs and bread, but I think it's a bit obnoxious to eat eggs and bread. I was catching some strays in the chat for eating my bacon like that, but again, it doesn't take much to put together that obviously I'm broadcasting them on stream. I'm not going to eat the eggs and the bread and the bacon all as if I would if I wasn't broadcasting, right? You'd think that would be obvious. Not always. Not always. Tough life. Stoica raise and take it. No action with his ace king. He'll be almost as upset as I am not being able to tuck into these nice fried eggs right now. What do you think? Just get amongst it, get into it, get stuck in. Eating eggs on stream, hit or shit? What do you think? It's a hit. It's a hit. You want to see me attack these eggs? God, there's so many hits in the chat. Ambivalent. There's no ambivalence in here or shit. There's no indifference. You must choose. They've got to be boiled. I couldn't care less. Fair enough.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 5.
Ah,
8 pass.
favorita.
5. Raise 50. 4. Check. 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 Shambles.
Felix is all in. Hide the eggs.
182. 182.
Hold in the chat for Felix. Go on, Felix. Everybody's folding. And Xflix is holding. Felix is back up to 240,000 chips. He's 30 big blinds deep with 50 left in an EPT main event. He's doing it. And he's doing it live.
This will go down. When this.
They will let you know. Before the break, they will let us know if they want to.
When this we will did this that this level.
8 pass, 10 pass.
They changed it. I am
1 pass.
I am no game since 1 hour. It's good news for me. I don't like this table.
Great eggs, great bacon, great audience. Thank you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed me crushing those eggs. Appreciate all the hits on eggs.
It was a bluff.
Good.
Huge flop for Ruby rolled up. Check from early position. This unfortunately probably one of those where Demoff just folding. We talk about out of position checking a lot, playing some check raise, playing some check call. I think 8-9 of diamonds can't stick around. Gerard's going to pull one in. Highlight of your day, those eggs. Me too. And it looks like we're breaking somebody off the feature table. Is that the case? Somebody getting balanced off?
The next level
So this table operates just like any other in the field. There's no advantage to being here. It's not like you can't break or whatever.
Yes.
We simply randomize, and then one of the tables gets chosen to be up here. Usually a table that has some sort of intrigue. We try and pick out the tables that end up with a good random draw.
It's better.
But we are losing Davide Marchi. He's off out to compete somewhere else for now. 49 players remain.
8 pass. 10 pass. Four.
Folded all the way around to Stoiker on the button with 10-5 offsuit.
Raise 28.
He's going to let it go as well, and it's Demoff who's playing the raise. This is Savevsky's limp. So Savevsky limps 10-8 suited. Demoff raises ace-jack, and Savevsky decides to call. 64k in the middle. 8 big blinds. What a flop for Savevsky. This is about where he wants to be. I'd say this is about where he wants to be. This is exactly where he wants to be. Straight draw, flush draw. Demoff checks back. He doesn't like it. Oh! Crushing turn. Blind versus blind. Demoff makes top pair, top kicker. I've just called all in with aces in the cent roll. Muck lad tried to bluff me. Unbelievable. But it's Savevsky who takes the betting lead. He's got a straight. Got a very, very strong hand in a spot where Demoff's really going to like his. Demoff going to be very happy with his ace-jack. Very draw-heavy situation. He's in position. He's calling. He'll play a river. There are some very bad rivers. There are some rivers that are going to slow this action down. Let's see which one we get. 7 of hearts. Savevsky improves to a flush. Didn't need improving. In fact, I think he'd prefer not to have improved. Obviously, Demoff now aware that he's going to be losing to more hands. It's a very small bet. I think this just gets snapped off. Yeah. Goes for 1/3 pot. Demoff no choice but to snap it off. Blind v blind with the ace-jack. Might even beat some value from a king-jack, a queen-jack. Can't really fold his hand. But it's bad news for Coco Jambo. And Savevsky flopped cleanly, turned perfectly, river to flush, and gets paid. Ben Simpson, central password is EPT Malta 2025. You guys have got 7 minutes to jump in. 1 cent to play $1,000 in added tickets. 49 players left in the EPT main event.
After the break? After the break, we stay here.
Come back here.
And I will big gun with the big... it's a dream, it's a dream.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Somebody has to be.
I see, it's not my day today.
So after the break, are these guys almost certainly going to be off feature table, right? I think they were confirming that they were going to be. We had 2 levels from the OG feature tablers today, right?
Okay, we can wear it out and come back.
Mate, can I just clip that onto your belt?
Sir, can I get the phone?
Right here.
Oh, thanks.
Your mic is muted, so you're all good. Patch is falling up a little bit. There you go. Your mic is muted, so you're all good.
Okay, it's fine.
Didn't sound particularly muted. I suspect it's muted now. Janway in the big blind. Defends 9 deuce, flops top pair. Savevsky opening on the button, decides to c-bet. How does Janway want to approach this? Just less than 30 big blinds. Very draw heavy situation. 8-9-3 two-tone. Got diamonds, got straight draw. Got very vulnerable.
85.
Top pair, yeah. I really feel the way Janway plays quite aggressively with his hands, plays quite aggressively without them. So he's going for a raise just to protect his share of this pot. Obviously the dangers of this are that you run into a better 9. You know, your kicker is as bad as it gets.
Cool.
And the danger of this as well, we might be about to witness, because you're making the pot a lot bigger. In a spot where there are not really any good run-outs for you. Case in point, the King of Diamonds. Going to be very difficult to play this pot in a very non-risky manner. And we can't really be all in. Your opponent's going to make a flush sometimes, just going to have better hands sometimes, going to make a king sometimes. I think Janway betting his 9 deuce here might end him up in a situation where he's going to get it through, yeah. But it's a little bit scary, isn't it, to be betting 9 deuce on a diamond king turn, committing a lot of your stack. He gets away with one here. Is able to navigate the turn in a successful manner. That will be the last hand before the break. We are, I believe, as we take a look at your final table, feature table pairs. Roman Stoica leads it with 1.595. Tom Bedell, who had a really great showing here on the feature, nearly up to 1.3, 129 big blinds deep, because we're coming back to 5k, 10k, my favorite blind level. It's a mathematician's dream. As we look at some wonderful shots of Malta. Look at our wonderful EPT destinations. I've never been to Malta. Now, obviously due to go this year, but had to sit this one out. They're headed to break. We're going to get on the rail of the Spraggy Invitational.
Final table.
Which, unfortunately for us, guys, has just gone on a 4-minute break. You've got 2 minutes to register. 2 minutes of late registration left. Can you beat the clock if you want to get in for 1 cent? You got to find it in the lobby. Search Spraggy in the lobby. Turn your filters off. 1 cent to get in. $1,000 in tickets added. Yesterday we got 399. We got 391 today. 392 today. 278 players left. 66 to 45th, you get a $3 ticket from PokerStars. 10th to 44th, you get $11 ticket. 2nd to 9th, you get a $55 ticket for Power Path Express on Sunday. DMB London says, look, Mum, I'm famous. Unbelievable. By the way, who was I just playing against? I was just playing against someone here. You want to see? This was the hand. Let's play a little game of what did Spraggy have. You guys ready? Play along with Spraggy. We'll get some background music on. We're not going to take the break. Is this a dinner break now, by the way? Maybe we can play some poker on dinner break. We'll play a little game of what did Spraggy have here. What do we got? Let's play 1x speed. I raised 2.2. There is no dinner break today. Oh, perfect. 20-minute break. We'll play some poker on a 20-minute break. We'll hang out. Welcome in, if you're just joining us. Got a raise. Got a 3-bet to 8. I called. Flop ace 7-4. 6 blinds is the bet, and I made it 12. Check min raise in a 3-bet pot on the ace 7-4. So here's the question. What did Spraggy have? If you get it right, I'll gift a sub in the chat. You got 2 minutes. You got 1 minute. You got 1 minute. If anybody gets my hand right, I'll gift a sub in the chat. I'll give 5 subs in the chat. You get it right. Sprag says ace 7 suited. No. King jack of spades. No. Pocket 7s. No. Ace 7. No. Pocket 6s. No. 4s. No. 5 6 of hearts. No. 10s. No. 8s. No. Aces. No. 7s. No. Fuck all. Can't say. 4 4. No. 5 3 hearts. No. 7 4 offsuit. No. 3 6. No. Ace 7. No. Ace 7 the Spraggy. No. King 7. No. Ace 4. No. Trip 4s. No. 7 deuce. No. 7s. No. Ace 7. No. 7 deuce. No. 7 deuce. No. 5 6. No. Ace 7. No. 8 6. No. 8 4. No. 5 6. No. Jack 10. No. 5 6 suited. No. 9s. No. Ace queen. No. 7 deuce. No. King queen of hearts. Closest one yet. Ace 5. No. Ace 8. Petrov. So what did I say in the chat? Petrov is never wrong about anything. King queen hearts. No. You're good. Ace 5 of spades. No. Ace 8. No. Code. EPT Malta 2025. You might be closed. It's closed. Registration is over. 410 in the cent roll. We beat our record from yesterday of 399. We'll beat it again tomorrow, won't we? Friday night. We'll beat it tomorrow. Ace queen, no. Ace jack, no. Ace queen, no. Aces, no. Jacks, no. 8 9, no. Jack 10, no. Ace king, no. Ace 7 off, no. Aces, no. Joker, no. Ace 3 0, no. Queen jack, no. King 10 suited. Lemon TJE said King 10 suited. Oh, Cryomaniac beat him to it. King 10 of hearts. Da 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 da. King 10 of hearts. Cryomaniac nailed it. King 10 of hearts. There it is. That means, did you get it within the minute? Did you get it within 1 minute? All right. I'm going to, great. By the way, who was this? Who were we playing against here? I am Nate UK Nate, by the way. Hey, you want to see what happened? Nate, thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Get owned. Do you guys want to play? I have lined up another exciting edition of Where in the EPT? Would you like to play another exciting edition of Where in the EPT? Drop a pin, the map game. Let's mix 2 segments here. Drop the pin. Hit or shit? In EPT. That's what it's called. Inept. In EPT. Hit or shit? All vote now. Hit, shit, hit. Shit, hit. A lot of people do think it's shit, but we're going to play it anyway. It'll be easier today because I'm more familiar. I am more familiar with the territory of Prague. And we're going to go for Prague. We're going to see if we can find our way to the venue in Prague. Are you ready? I know I am. See if we can get a scene going here. What do we want? Sure. Absolutely. And we're going to change this lobby. We're going to change the lobby to Googly Maps. I'm going to sit. A little bit of egg there. I'm going to sit over here. We're going to bring Google Maps here. Perhaps I could be smaller. Welcome to another Where in the EPT? We are in Prague. Another fine EPT destination on the calendar. My job, which I've clearly chosen to accept, is to navigate back to the EPT venue in Prague. Where in the EPT is Spraggy? Prague is coming up at the end of the year, from December to something, December something to December something. And we are currently outside Sauna Club in the wonderful city of Prague. We're currently outside the Sauna Club, where I've never been to Sauna Club. Never been in here. What is in here? Stag, birthday parties? What goes on in that? Probably corporate events. Someone says in the chat, probably corporate events at the Sauna Club. So where are we in Prague? Now, the good news is I've been to EPT Prague about 5 times. So yesterday we had a timer. You guys want a timer? XXX. We really are at the Sauna Club. We're on dinner break of the EPT, folks. We've got 10 minutes to get back to our table before cards are in the air. We better hurry. And our time starts now. Who has been to EPT Prague? I've been to EPT Prague, I think 5 times. I've enjoyed the city. I've wandered around the city. I've walked from venue to bar to restaurant to city centre. You guys have been to Prague. Lartley the Lion's been to Prague. EPT. I met Lartley the Lion at EPT Prague first time, actually. Very cool. Petrov's been to Prague. We're going to get our bearings. Studio de Valdo, not familiar. Let's have a look what's down here. This looks city centre-ish. Busy-ish. Squares and markets. That's what we're looking for. Squares, markets, and landmarks. Okay. Okay. Now, is that the Old Town Square there in the background? Is that... Whoopsie daisy. I thought I had my draw tool out. That's what I'm looking for. Is that the Old Town Square there? The old... I don't think so. Ah. Now, usually when I'm there, there's Christmas markets. This is Wenceslas Square, right? This at the end. Usually there's Christmas markets all down this road. Now, what we want to do is head back towards... Beautiful, beautiful city, Prague. I think we want to head back down this way. Get back to the main square, like down here, left, bottom of this road. Get back towards Old Town Square this way. Am I right in thinking that? It's that Old Town Square in the background. We're looking for the astronomical clock. You guys seen the astronomical clock in Prague? In the Old Town Square? Got these wonderful trams, dangled trams, not trains. I feel like I've got a good chance of finding it today. I know my bearings, typically. I think we're going, in general, the right way. Is that the big gate? That's the big gate. Now there's an antique shop and a baby shop on the corner by this big gate, if I remember correctly. Is this the wrong big gate? There's so much great architecture in Prague. This is the wrong big gate. It's the wrong big gate. I'm getting scared now. I'm lost. This is Charles Square, isn't it? It's not that, I mean, it's not that big of a city, but I've gone the wrong way now. All right, let's head back down this road. Got a long way down here. We're looking for a Hilton, by the way. We're looking for a big Hilton. I know exactly where it is in relation to... I'm surprised I've gotten so lost. But it's at the Prague Hilton. There's Rocky O'Reilly's Irish pub. Not been there. Sacramento says, just Google it, bro. Do you know how fiercely that would ruin the game? Okay, so we're back where we started, aren't we? We're back where we started. All right. Let's go towards the big... This is like a big museum at the back end here. It's definitely this way. It's definitely back this side of town. A lot of traffic. We don't want to get stuck in traffic. Well, how long have we got until the cards are in the air? 6 minutes? I'll be devastated if I don't make it. Devastated if we don't make it here. We could skip through the traffic. It's a lot less familiar than I remember. If I could just get back to Old Town Square or any idea of it. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. We need signposts. There's also a big river, right? With the Charles Bridge. It's like look into Spraggy being drunk in Prague, trying to find the hotel. Exactly, it's blurred vision every time, every step we take, every move we make. Oh god, I think I just got in someone's car. God, I think I'm in the Google Maps car. Why do I love this segment? Says Fade to Silk. It's a great segment. It's a great break segment. Spraggy gets lost at EPT venues. Prague is a beautiful city. It is a beautiful city. We're going back there in December. Let's hope I don't get as lost in December as I am right now. Which way, chat? It's down to you then. Chat, you decide. A in the chat for here. B in the chat for here. We got left to right. We've got 4 minutes to get back to the venue. If anyone's been to EPT Prague, can you help me out? B, A, A, C, B, A, boost. A, B, A. Lots of A's. Okay. I'm going with A. I'm going with A. We don't have time to mess around. We're going with A. If we can find the square, we're good. I mean, I'm just saying, like, oh, if we could find the venue, we'll know where it is, of course. Take a look around. What do you see? Trams. There's always trams. There's always trams. Eagle Programmer says, I just spent the weekend there and lived at the Hilton, but no chance of me finding it. How? I mean, come on. I started off so confidently as well. I've been here 5 times. I actually do know my way around Prague. Are we sure we're in Prague? Are we sure we're not being misled? That spire is Old Town Square down here, and right? This is Charles Square. This isn't right. This is not good. Cards in the air in 3 minutes. We fucked it again, haven't we, chat? I've just timed out the cent roll as well because I'm... Wait a minute. I think I went to this bar here. This like a brewery? It's not the brewery. Shock, Spraggy navigates his way around with breweries and booze being the only landmarks of any familiarity. Now I can't see landmarks. You can't park there, mate. You can't. DPD, always bane of my life. You can't park there, mate. Local Czech cuisine. Popeyes. Here we go. Hang on. What's this saying? Signposts. Signposts. They're in Czech. Oh my god, a disaster. A disaster. I feel like I've gone round in a big circle. There's an Uber there. Should have taken it. I think we just walked past this Starbucks. How long we got? 1 minute 30. We're gonna get sat out again, aren't we? We're gonna get sat out again. There is a lot of shopping, and then you go. We can't go down the street. This person's hair is blocking the way. We're getting blocked by a wig. We've been denied by a wig. Foot traffic only. He's panicking. There's no roads. All roads lead to Rome except for the ones that I'm now stuck in here. How do I get out? How do I get out? I'm going to pick myself up. He's cheating now. Can I pick myself up on here? Oh, God. I'm trapped. I give up. I tap out. I want to go so far away. I'm so far away. We started here at the sauna club. We've only gone down the street. We've gone round in a huge circle. It's up here on the river, isn't it? No, it's up here on the river. By this tunnel, right here. Hilton Prague. We made it! Wow, we can go inside as well. Look, this is where you have breakfast at the EPT. We made it. 3 seconds. I'm here. I'm here. This is where they do the EPT breakfast. This is the big atrium. I'm here, guys. I may have cheated slightly. I may have cheated slightly. This is where I got drunk with Flair Hoover. And this is outside. There it is. That is the EPT venue in Prague. I made it. This is where we sit every night at 4 a.m. drinking. That's right, Mac. What another perfect game of where in the EPT is Spraggy. There you go. At least we got to look around Prague. Prague really is a beautiful city. What you want to do is just a not that far of a walk from the EPT venue. Is the old astronomical clock, the old square, Old Town Square. It's here, I believe. The clock is this way, right? Clock's over here. Should we go and have a look at the clock? It's on this side, along here. You see all these people are all looking at the clock. You see that? There it is. Beautiful square, astronomical clock. About a 15-minute walk from the venue. And usually when you go, this Old Town Square here is full of Christmas markets. There's a massive Christmas tree up. EPT in December. And you'll get, you know, mulled wine and those little things that they roll on the sugar and the, you know, etc., etc., etc. Beautiful city, Prague. And the EPT returns to Prague in December. That was another exciting episode of Where in the EPT, etc. Redmond, this is a replay, but we're playing a table. We're playing a hand right now, aren't we? So I'm not going to show you what I've got. But I am all in. Redmond into the time bank was hoping that I'd reveal my cards, weren't you? But I'm not going to do that. I'm all in, mate. I know you've been in the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been able to pay too much attention to it, but we're all in the cent roll. $1,000 in tickets added by PokerStars. That's pretty bad news for me, isn't it? Redburn, 19966. You've done me. Full house. And I can't beat that. Sick. Sick stuff. We should probably go watch the EPT. Welcome back to main event coverage. We're late to the table. We got lost in Prague. But for our first hand, we've got Stoica with the raise, chip leader from the hijack. Dimov, aka Coco Jambo on PokerStars, calling on the button with the ace-10 suited, and Janway in the small blind coming along. Chevalier rounds out the field with king-7 suited. Does he want to get involved? King, Jack, Deuce on the flop. Once again today, we've seen the Case King. We saw the Case Queen twice earlier on the feature, but the one remaining King gives 3 players top pair. Is Jan Wei in the small blind with the best of it? But Stoica Takes the lead on the turn. 2 pairs. This one could get really interesting, really spicy. Jian Wei first act in the small blind. 90,000 in the middle. And as we've seen so far today from Jian Wei, not a player who shies away from putting chips in when he thinks he has the best hand. Just before the break on the feature, we saw him bet the 9 deuce. Tricky for Chevalier, not only to consider Jian Wei's range, but also to consider the fact that there are 2 players left to act behind him. He also has one of these very static top pairs. Yeah, good laydown from Chevalier. Very sharp. Doesn't put any money in post flop with this top pair. Gets away from it. But Stoica has a hand that might well want to play for more chips. He just makes the call for now. Dimov moves out of the way with his gut shot. The river 3 of hearts. Certainly a card that Jian Wei would have preferred to dodge. Does check his hand. Won't see a heart. Definitely gets a little bit thin for him to try and bet for value now. But his check over to Stoica is going to be a green flag for Stoica, I would imagine, to bet his hand for value. $170,000 in the middle. Oh, checks it back. Even with the King of Hearts on board, checks it back. A little bit of a tight check from Stoica. No guarantee that the King Queen would have looked him up, but having made £2 on the turn, certainly think he's going to value bet on a non-heart river. Does become a little bit trickier on the heart river. And that's not necessarily to say that Jian Wei has a flush when he checks. But it's more that he might fold now with King Queen, and you know, he might be forced into a check with something like King Jack, a better 2 pair, or even with a straight because he doesn't like the flush. So it makes the checking range a little bit stronger. Stoica has to respect it a little bit more with a few more checks back, but perhaps a little surprised to see King 9 not go for a small bet. So welcome back to the coverage. If you're just joining us, this is the final level of the day from EPT Malta. This is live coverage of EPT Malta 25. This is not any reruns. This is not any retro. This is full live coverage, which has been entrusted to me by the PokerStars team to bring you this coverage, to watch along with me. You can, of course, watch along on the traditional broadcasts at the PokerStars channels, or you can enjoy it with me with a twist of clicking around Google Maps, playing cent rolls, playing spin and goes, hanging out, having a good time, talking poker, railing the EPT together as we play down to a final table. Very glad you've chosen to join me. Welcome in. We've got Tom Bedell under the gun with King 10. A fixture of the EPT circuit. And I've never seen him not just great mood, friendly mood. Always really, really friendly at the tables. Always saying hi in corridors. You know, just pleasure to be around. Heading out to the outer tables. It's Mr. Xflix all in. It's 6s for Felix, but he's run into ace-ace. Gonna need some help. Doesn't find it. And a terrible start to the top of the level. You hate to see it, but Mr. Felix Schneider's eliminated from the main event. It's a great run from Felix. 14,650 euro, but not what any of us wanted to see, is it, chat? We got Fs in the chat for Felix. We got claps for Felix in the chat. Another good run in the main. He's getting closer and closer, I feel like. Oh, it's disappointing to bust.
6 chips nach Tag 1.
What can you do?
66 chips after day 1, so pocket 6s. Execute order 66 wasn't meant to be. That's right. Can't do much against aces. So it was a nice ride. I enjoyed it very much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Felix. Thank you. The pleasure was ours. The pleasure was all ours. Order 66 Star Wars fan, isn't he? Big Star Wars stuff going on here. 66,000 chips end of day 1. All in with 6-6. But as he said, it's easy with aces. Tough hand to beat. Very tough hand to beat. Which leaves us with just 47 players. Seven of whom are sharing this feature table. 3 of whom are sharing a flop of ace, ace, 5. And how about this? It's Demoff who has the pre-flop betting lead. Playing against 2 players in the small and big blind. Demoff, c-betting on the ace, ace, 5. Forces a call from Ruberolta and Bedell in the big blind with king jack offsuit. Might suggest against 2 players it's going to be tough to continue, but Tom Bedell going absolutely nowhere just yet. Quite incredibly, 3 players missed the board, but 3 players will see a turn. And everybody misses again. 3 comes into play. Inconsequential, you might think. Nobody's range really going to be impacted by a 3. Demoff has been turned into a believer. It goes check, check. 2 of our players now sharing the king high with aces and 5s. I think the concern for all of them will be pocket pairs. A little bit of fear of the ace may be taken out. Certainly from Demoff's range with a check back. I do think that Gerard will be worried that Tom has an ace. Tom being the player that overcalled on the flop. So we might think that his range is strongest, right? I think this one's going to check through. Unless Coco Jambo wants to get really creative with it. Checks through indeed. Coco Jambo, Demoff about to see both cards and be like, you both called me with king high, huh? You both stuck around with a king, queen, king, jack, huh?
Split is always nice.
So Gerard wins a little bit. Tom wins a little bit. And Demoff wins none of it. We've got a new player joining the table. We go from 7-handed to 8-handed.
Okay.
And we'll get a look as to who's joined us very shortly. It's Boy. Paolo Boy. Paolo Ball? Boy? What does an eye look like? It's Boy. Paolo Boy has joined the table. 8th player. As Demoff opens again, and Tom Bedell peels in the small blind with ace-8 offsuit, queen, queen, 5. Betting lead for Demoff. 60% of a straight, 60% of a flush. He's more than halfway there in 2 regards. He has to bet. He does bet. As expected, Tom Bedell not one for folding too many flops. He's got the ace high. Why should he? Why should he fold? 2 pairs now. But everybody got 2 pairs. Very interesting how that last showdown might impact the way Demoff approaches his turn. He just saw Tom peel a king high in a very speculative spot. So maybe if he feels like he's peeling too many ace highs, king highs, he might attack. Chooses not to. Check back with a jack 10. Tricky for Tom to get paid by too many worse hands here. It's going to go check, check, and Tom's going to be able to table high card for the win again. Team off with a nod of the head. Another 90,000 chips going his way, though. And you'll see his stack there on the left-hand side. Well over the million mark at this point. It's been a very solid day. It's been a very solid feature table. And we're going to stick with these guys to the end of play today. They've got 78 minutes to survive. 47 players. You get chips in the bag at the end of this 77-minute session. And you are on to day 4 of the main event. We do have some guest commentary spots lined up for you tomorrow. It's not just going to be me. We certainly have the morning session covered. We might look to bring in some guests so you guys don't get too bored of me. Just me. You know, it's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. It's only been 4 sessions today, only 4 levels today, so I thought we'd just keep it me taking you through to the end. But tomorrow we're going to have some guests. We did have Jamie Dwan, Matt Franklin Don earlier on the call-in on the Mystery Bounty, but might have some guests tomorrow. I'm flipping in the center roll. I've won. Who in the chat still in the center roll? 156 of us remain. Grazza G23 chip leads. Tom Bedell chip leads our feature table, and he's feeling himself now, is Tom. Shaking it out, baby. Shaking it out. He's peeling Jack 3 of diamonds on the button. He's getting spicy. Easy peasy. It's Tom's world, mate. We're just living in it. Flops the flush. How's he feel about it? Janway straight out with 25,000 with the deuces. Rogue. Casually flicks in a call. Casually tosses it in. How does Savevsky want to continue? Got that queen of diamonds. Got that straight draw. Ooh, it could be fireworks. Savevsky doing cartwheels in his head. But could be cartwheeling out of the tournament on that card. He makes a straight. Janway, I must stress. It's a very scary board, Janway. There's some big hands out here. I must stress. You've got to love the heart. 2 players we expect to invest a lot of money in this pot. One of them we don't. And Janway firing with the deuces. And you know what? Imagine a world he's up against King Queen and he's up against Jack 10. He's just going to get 2 folds, right? Unfortunately for Janway, he's betting into a flush from Tom Bedell, who continues to trap in position, as well he might. But behind him, Savevsky, who at the moment is loving life. He's got that Queen of Diamonds insurance as well. He's turned a Broadway straight. He doesn't have too many chips left. And he's all in. Janway has contributed an additional 80,000 there on the turn that he's going to have to say bye-bye to. And we might be about to say bye-bye to Savevsky. Whoops. Tom Bedell will call it off. And how about this? He's peeled Jack 3 of diamonds on the button. He's flopped a flush. His opponent's made Broadway. And he might be about to win a 712,000 chip pot. He does have to fade a 4th diamond. That flush draw still in play. Top of your screen. 6 outs. 712,000 chips or bust for Savevsky. Very cruel cooler here. Very cruel cooler. Queen Jack against Jack 3. Makes a straight and still loses. Ouch. What it does mean is that Bedell is up to 1.8 million. He's got to be, someone in the chat mentioned it might be a chip lead pot. He's going to be amongst the chip leaders now. Ilya Savevsky, cruelly eliminated. Very unfortunate. Nothing he can do about it. Didn't put a foot wrong. Not in this hand. We're down to 46. This is indeed the last level of the day, Mega Joe. Yep. We're also getting to a point where our payouts are going to start coming into play a little bit more. Ideas of deep runs, ideas of dreams of final tables start coming into vision. That mist of the tournament begins to clear. Final table is in sight. 46 left. Now you could tell people you went deep in Malta. Close enough. Gerard Ruberalta coming in with a king 10. Stoiker on the button. Ace queen. Can play either of his options. Could have 3-bet. Comes in for a call. And 9 deuce 3. Neither player connecting. Again, we see the out of position player checking. Not wanting to inflate the pot with large parts of his range. And as previously mentioned, he's going to play some check raises here. Not with a hand like this, necessarily. It goes check, check. Five diamonds. Just wonder if Gerard Ruberalta now thinking about trying to fold out some ace highs. Just tried to bluff somebody off a set in the center roll. That's not gone well. Good game to me. But here we see that bet from Gerard coming in. And very much designed to fold out a hand exactly like Stoiker is holding. A lot of hands calling on the button. Will be ace high. Obviously you need to move those out. And he does just that. Good stuff. Strong stuff. What's up, Christian? Welcome in. Out of table time. Who do we recognize here? Tom Vogelsang. Moves enough or bets enough to put Alexandros Bichas all in on the river. He's deep into the time bank on a board of 9-8 Jack Deuce 9. I think that's his final time bank card gone in. He's got 30 seconds. He ends up making the call on your back. Shows Queen Jack for top pair, but Tom Vogelsang has Jack 9. That is a full house. Alexandros Michas eliminated in 46th place. We are down to 45, and Vogelsang up to 1.7 million chips. That's a big stack. As you see, he's at the table there with Ben Heath, and just behind my webcam, Adrian Mateos. I'd noticed that beard anywhere. I see it in my nightmares. But the man of the moment, Tom Vogelsang, dragging in enough chips to catapult him up to 1.7 million. That's heaps. And back to our feature table where we got another four-way pot. Everybody get involved, end of the day. You love to see it. Four ways. Who's got what? Kings and 3s for Dimov. Kings and 10s for Tom Bedell. 6-7 suited for Janway. He was in with the 6-7 ball 4, wasn't he? Because we mentioned the brain rot meme. Stoiker with the 5s. But a couple of top pairs against players who've clashed a little bit. Tom obviously played a lot of pots recently. Dimov ended up losing a couple pots to his high card showdowns. So it's going to be Jian Wei who's got the pre-flop aggression. He'll have raised from under the gun. Tom calling, Stoiker calling, and Dimov coming along in the big blind. I do think Stoiker has to be a little bit careful about putting money into 3 opponents. We've got check, check. Queen turn. Now we've seen Jian Wei take plays at pots that maybe he has loose connections to in the past. Might have to be particularly careful now because his stack is beginning to dwindle. He's in the 15 big blind territory. He's a million miles away from this board. Taps out. Tom's hand looking pretty good. Stack's looking even better. 60,000 is a bet. I love Jian Wei, man. Asking how much the bet is. Got 7 high, no draw on the turn. Opponent just bet into 3 plays. Is that how much? What was he hoping for? What number do you think he was hoping for? I guess he just wants to get a read on what sort of sizing Tom's going to take in certain pots, but it's funny. It's actually free. You can see a river for nothing. He's bet 4 chips. Would you like to call 7 high now? I love it. I love it. Folks, this is your 98th hand of the day. Blinds 5k, 10k. 45 left. Chevalier. Not interested. Gerard, not interested. Tom, probably interested. Oh, interested quite often. Very interested. Queen 10 of hearts. Stoica. Very deep. Tom playing about 180 big blinds. Stoica playing about 160 big blinds. Traditionally, we'd expect Stoica to 3-bet with an ace-king offsuit. And that's exactly what he's done. He's bumped it up to 80,000. He does go 4 times the size of Tom's raise. We got 2 very deep stack players getting into battle here. I love the fact that Tom Bedell does not shy away from it. Easy to sit on big stacks like this. But Queen 10 suited, perfectly serviceable hand to take to the streets. And the deck is working with him right now. The deck is working right in tandem with Tom Bedell right now. They're on a tandem bike, cycling around the beautiful ports of Malta, hand in hand, Tom Bedell and the deck. The synergy has not been seen since other great relationships with a deck, like Ant and Deck. Or it's Black and Decker, isn't it? It doesn't work. But Tom Bedell running very well, hitting lots of flops, and now facing a c-bet of 75,000. He's sticking around in this pot already at 335,000 chips. Tom Bedell turns the backdoor flush draw. Some added intrigue for the Norwegian. One wonders if Stoica would like to try and apply pressure to some smaller pairs. 7s, 8s, 9s. Maybe Bedell even in here with a 6-7. He might try and pressure over 3 streets. I do think Bedell also has some weaker ace highs. So ace king does retain some of that showdown value. Stoica takes the decision to go 1 step closer to showdown. We arrive at the river. No mercy for Stoica. He does not improve. And Tom Axel Bedell looking for some value now. Now he's been given permission to bet. Thinks that his hand is best. He's right. Stoica has to try and put together some bluffs. If he wants to call with the ace high, he's going to need to see maybe some worse ace highs. Start bluffing. Seems unlikely. I think if Tom has an ace high, he's happy to showdown too. Decides he can't find those bluffs, so he's going to let the ace king go. Tom Axel Badel. Over the 2 million chip mark. And his march is seemingly unstoppable at the moment. Since he joined the feature, I think he's gone from about 700k up over 2 million. Davide in the chat says, press, press, press. Davide, you ever seen anything like this? Tom Badel, pressing from 700k to 2 million. It's a Parker Talbot craps-like spin-up. He's spinning like Talbot at the win. And Ruth says 207 big blinds is no joke. It is no joke. It's a lot of chips. No rest for Tom. He's coming straight back at it. King 10. Let's have a raise, he says. We haven't seen too much of Paolo Boy yet. Italian player. Queen 9 suited. Love this hand choice for a 3-bet. We mentioned earlier we might see some of these 3-bets around Queen 8 suited, Queen 9 suited. Janway in the small blind with King Queen. Raise from early position and a 3-bet in front of him. King Queen's certainly going to shrivel up against this action. And Queen Deuce the same. Now, typically, out of position with an offsuit hand, that's exactly the merit of 3-betting a hand like Queen 9. You're going to get better hands like this, sometimes to fold. But let me tell you, chat, Tom Axel Badel does not like folding. Not right now. He's riding a heater. He's off to a flop. 5, 6, 7. Both players flop now. Flop niche. What now for Tom? Starts with a check. I think Paolo Boy probably happier of the two. The problem he's going to have is Tom very capable of having the pocket 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8-9 suited, the 6-7 suited. He goes for a small size, 40,000. I'm not going to try and second guess Tom's action here because we can see that he's got King 10, no spades. Wow. He's not buying it. He just called with King high, no draw. And at the moment, he's right. And he makes a 10 on the turn. He makes a 10 of spades on the turn. It is the 10 of spades. And we've got to start thinking about thresholds for good hands here. Mentioned it a lot today, but it's important. Because these players are 90 big blinds deep. So even if Paolo Boy has a hand like aces, kings, queens, or jacks without a spade, is he really in a position where he can start making this pot even bigger, 80 big blinds deep? If the question gets asked, do you want to put in 80 big blinds? How's he going to feel with aces, kings, queens? Not good. So I do think there's going to be some checking on this turn in general. We have to be aware of the spade. But with this particular hand, Paolo Boy says, I got to keep firing. I got to try and fold out ace high. He does pick up a gut shot of his own. He is going to have some value hands that want to bet, so balancing out with Queen 9, good idea. AC Deucer says, I don't have to be aware of anything. You don't. I've used the wrong terminology. You don't have to be aware of the flush. You don't have to be aware of your opponent's range. But if you want to win chips at the game, you should be. Language is important, I suppose. 6 of diamonds hits the river. You don't have to fold anything pre-flop. Probably a good idea, though. Badel with the best hand. But so far, Paolo Boy has been representing aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, flushes. Let's see if he's going to continue the story. Tom Bedell checks. And the 6 is a pretty good card for Paolo Boy. It reduces the number of combinations of full houses that Bedell can have. I don't think it really counterfeits any 2 pairs. But it's a very safe card if you've got aces and kings, or queens, or jacks. And it looks like Paolo agrees. Because with 465,000 in the middle, I gotta say, I really like this bluff. Because it's immediately making a 10 uncomfortable. Because Paolo is repping a better hand. He's repped an overpair the whole way, or, you know, he could have a flush. He's going to 3-bet suited hands and make a flush.
How much was it? 275.
Tom wants to know how much it is. Let's also think about hands that Tom could have. We've seen Tom get sticky, right? So Tom could have ace queen with 1 spade, calls flop, makes a flush draw. Still only has ace high. Could have ace queen, ace jack. He could have pocket 8s, pocket 9s. He could have a hand like 7-8, I think, given how wide he's playing. He could have a hand like 7-8. So Paolo's able to pressure a lot of these hands.
Need 2 aces to beat me. How much was it? 270?
75.
He calls it. He's called it off. He's picked it off.
Queen 5.
Tom Axel Bedell cannot lose a pot at the moment. It's impossible for him to lose a pot in the last hour. It's a big call. He has to put his opponent on a stone bluff. And that's exactly what he's run into. I don't think Paolo really puts a foot wrong here either. Because Tom's playing so wide, he's going to get a fold from a 7, I think. He's going to get a fold from the ace highs, of course. He'd be kind of sick to see that Tom peeled king 10, no draw on the flop, made a 10, and then called him down. I think a really good bluff. I think he has enough value to support bluffing with a hand like this. But Tom Bedell is not going anywhere, especially not when he catches top pair on the turn. I think he's every right to stick around. You know, think his opponent's bluffing a decent amount. So as a poker hand, okay, Tom gets out of line pre-flop, gets out of line on the flop. But once he sees the turn, I like the fact that he locked in for the call. And I equally like the fact that Paolo locked in for the triple. Unfortunately for Paolo, he was trying to bluff an unstoppable player. He's trying to bluff a man who's not going to lose. Not today. When it's your day, it's your day. He's up to 2.6 million.
Llevó elástico razón, estaba trabajando y por eso me tiré.
I didn't want to miss Tom Bedell's smile. He is loving life right now. He is loving life right now. Lovely hand of poker that, wasn't it? Wasn't that just a lovely hand of No Limit Hold'em? What a beautiful game. Really, what a beautiful game. Antiman says, which turn bluffs would you give up on the river? If it were me, I think I would give up if I barreled to the ace of spades. I think I would give up. Because the primary way that your opponent is going to call, and then fold river is probably ace of spades. Like if Tom has ace jack with the spade or ace queen with a spade, I think he calls flop, calls turn, folds river. So if I was barreling myself with the ace of spades, I think I would give that up. That's why I think I like the bluff with queen 9 of hearts, right? Because you unblock that ace of spades that Tom will call, fold. I think that's very important. Average Joe outlasted me in today's cent roll. We're one apiece. which means that I'm gifting a sub to the Twitch community here. Coming right up, gifting a sub. Here it comes. Off you go. Congratulations to Average Joe for outlasting me, and the sub is going to Xanderfish. Welcome back in, mate. Tom Bedell did not flop a set. Is there a problem with our graphic or what? Something gone wrong here? Is he supposed to have 3 of a kind?
You call everything.
Power Boy getting involved again. Got a gut shot. 2 overs. Chevalier in position. 1 pair, 1 straight draw. Still got the best hand. Quite surprised to see him bet again here. 50,000. He's going to get the job done, but he's got one of these middling strength hands. So a little surprised to see him reopen the action.
I have deuces tomorrow. No, I have deuces and 7, 8, 9 there. Two pairs in turn. In the turn, of course. Yeah.
To the outer table we go. Vuta belts. Belt and effort, mate. Belt and effort. 44th. 45th. We're down to 44. 44. 43 players stand between any of these guys and an EPT main event title. It's what dreams are made of. We do have an all-in here. Chevalier with a raise in the cutoff. Janway shoves 12 big blinds. What do we got? Call or fold? Ace-8, quickly. Make your decision, chat. What are you doing? Chat likes a call. They voted call. Chevalier agrees. 12 big blinds, king, queen suited, priced in. Bruce Forsyth. The price is right.
Diamonds.
Oh, not diamonds, huh?
I'm not an impartial broadcaster. If you want impartial broadcasting, you go to the PokerStars channel. I am the rogue broadcast. I am Pirate PokerStars. I'm rooting for Jan Wei. Just because he's been blasting. He blasted the 6-7. He blasted those deuces. He gives a lot of action. He deserves to hold up. I'll go ahead and say it. He got it in good. And he's given enough action to this TV table that we hope that focus, maybe those prayers will be answered. Let's see him hold here. I like his shirt too. Unbelievable shirt. Great style, great morale, great play style. Let's see Jan Wei hold here. Didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve that. He's played with a lot of fight today, a lot of gusto, a lot of spirit. He still has a chance, but he needs to reclaim that lead. Not happening on the turn. Just an ace to save him. He's already internalized his fate. One time for Jan Wei. Not enough. It's a good game. He gave a very spirited performance.
Sit open.
Shouldn't have rooted for him, should I? I'm the mush.
I'm so stupid. I have a 4 and a 10. 3 10s.
Seat open on feature.
You win every pot.
Yeah, why don't I play?
Claps in the chat for Lin Janwei. He's leaving us with 14,650 euro. We got some claps in the chat. We got some claps in the chat. Commentator's curse. You blaming me?
4 and a 10 I normally call you.
You blaming me? I thought this was going to be a webcam table. I was going to have go. He was still in Prague. You blaming me? Caster's curse. Who's blaming me in the chat? Go ahead, say it. See if you don't get banned. Who's blaming me?
I put you on a jack and then...
Gang Gang Gamer says me.
I'm going to check.
Everybody Hates Aldo says me. Eddie Kadub says me. Bywin says me. Paddy says he can't ban us all. He can and he will. I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. It's got something to do with the Tash, says J-Pod. This Tash? Nice moustache, thank you. It's great Tash. It's great Tash. Get a lot of compliments on this mustache recently. A lot of compliments.
I'm better than you. I have a better game than you, but you have the position.
Chevalier with a raise. Ruba Riralta with the 3-bet of the King Nine of Clubs. Love the King Nine of Clubs. Good hand selection from a good player. Very good reg. Paolo Boyd's not in a folding mood anymore. He's calling in the big blind, cold calling this 3-bet with pocket sevens. He's finding himself in a bloated pot of 166k at a position. One might feel a little bit of frustration creeping in after the Queen 9 bluff.
We don't need him in this table, huh?
And that sounds like someone joining the table that Tom doesn't want to see. That makes me feel like we got a good player joining. Check on the flop. So Boyd gets himself into a bit of a sticky situation. Unless you hit a 7 with the 7s, which Paolo Boy hasn't, every board's going to be tough to get to showdown, right? Especially when you're facing a 3-bet. Got a little bit more of a definition of your opponent's range, but not really. You're always just kind of forced into passive lines, right? Unless you hit 7, you're just forced into passive lines. You're at the mercy of your opponent's aggression. You're at the mercy of position. Paolo, a little fortunate here that 4 spade rolls off. He's got the 7 of spades. But even here, he can't bet his hand. Maybe he can go for a small block size, potentially. Could try and milk it. It's going to have to be really small though. 26,000. Small enough. But even now, you're kind of defining your hand, potentially. Do we think most players go bigger if they've got the ace of spades, king of spades? How will he have the ace of spades, king of spades? Right? So now, again, you're at the mercy of your opponent's aggression. If Gerard chooses to play some bluffs here, very difficult. Sometimes Gerard's going to make a good spade himself. Very difficult. Gets away well on this time. The blocker's going to work.
I have the nuts.
Paolo Boy's stack moving in the right direction again.
Thank you.
Petrov, is there a reason 4-color decks aren't used live? Yeah, I mean, it's just a flashing cards thing, right? When you play online, you want 4-color deck just for ease of, you're playing 10 tables, you want to be able to see where I've got a flush draw, where I've got a flush. Spin and Go Championship Live is coming back, by the way. And this was a really fun event in Barcelona. A lot of excitement around it. There's a new set been built. It looks great on TV, 3-handed tables, big prize pools, lots of ways for everybody to qualify for the Spin and Go Championship in Paris. 81 qualifiers are going to go and compete for 300k. So once you qualify for your seat, there's no buy-in at the event. You qualify for your seat or win your seat online by various different methods. At the moment, you can play the $3 spins, but there's going to be lots of methods between now and Paris to qualify for that. That'll be a big thing moving forward, I think, at these events. A lot of fun. Ah, that's why Tom didn't want this guy at the table, huh? What did I say? Tom says we don't need that guy at the table. Could only be one man, couldn't it? Malacca style. Wampada. One of the best there is. Joins us under the gun, opens 5-4 suited. He's back. 4-color deck. Online, you want to be able to see it, but live, it's very important that you give away as little information as possible if a card is exposed or half exposed. If it accidentally flashes now, maybe it's red or black, but when you go to 4-color deck and it accidentally flashes, or you accidentally catch a corner of a peel, and you know it's a green card or a blue card or a red card or a black card, you're giving away more information for suits. So it's a lot easier just to stick with a 2-color deck, so that these accidental or high pitches, you get a flash of color, you get more information. So much less suited to live in that regard.
No respect, you see?
Tom says, no respect, because Wampado opens 5-4 suited. And once again at this table, 4 players to a flop. Ace, Queen, Deuce. Wampado will actually quite enjoy it. Stoica enjoying it probably a little bit more. He's got Ace, Jack of diamonds, top pair. Tom in the cutoff was 6-9 of hearts. Leave it. Won't be too happy. Tom with a meow as he mucks. Is he the best or what? Is he the best? He's in the conversation. And there you have it. Wampado does continue his aggression pre-flop. Betting with the 4-5 suited. Stoica. Naturally, the only player sticking around. Wampado doesn't pick up a flush draw. Doesn't often stop him. The queen might slow him down a little bit, though. He's probably not c-betting many queens himself, but his opponent will be calling some queens in position. So the queen might take the sting out of it. It does usually take a lot to slow Wampado down, but this is going to do it. Stoica decides that Wampado going to have some weaker aces in his range. Tries to target those with a value bet, but 5 high, no can do. No can do. When's the next pay jump, chat? When are we playing for more money? We've got 41 players left. 39th is going to pay out 16,800, so 4 or so away. Everybody currently has 14,650 euro locked up. Is that right? Is that right? Pretty nice. Well, well, well. Tom Bedell mixes it up now. 6-9 suited. Did he play 6-9 hearts before, huh? And now he's limping with it in the hijack. It's a morale limp. Raise to 50k on the button. 8-8. Wampado behind with jacks. Tom's just having a good time, man. He's just there with 6-9 suited. He's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll flick it in. Try to see a flop. 41 left in EPT main event. Loves it. Nobody loves it more. And Paolo Boy thinks, you're not going to be doing that. I'll have a raise. And Wampado's got jacks behind him. And Wampado just calls, and Tom Bedell says, you know what? I'm here now. I'll have some of that. Let's get involved. 6-9 suited. 3 ways to a flop. King 10-4. Paolo Boy does have the 3-bet pre-flop, does have the aggression. Had his wings clipped a little bit with the Queen 9 of Hearts. Decides to check back. I think Juan Pardo not ready to start betting just yet. Tom going to make a king still sometimes and check it over. Check, check again. Feels like Juan Pardo's pot, doesn't it? Feels like Juan Pardo's pot. Maybe he blocks now. Tries to milk a 10. I think Tom very capable of having a 10. I think Paolo Boy is going to 3-bet some 10x. I think Juan Pardo's going to go for 25%, 30% of the pot. Try and get paid by a 10. All of these checks. He's starting to rule out some of the kings. Yeah, he goes 40%. 25% of the pot. Goes 40k rather. 25% of the pot. Did I say that? I think I said that. Good value bet from Juan Pardo, of course. Wouldn't expect anything different. Paolo Boy trying to make up some hands in his head that he beats. Queen Jack suited for the cold call. Bluffs now. It's about it, isn't it? Wow. Looks it up. Non-believer. Flicks in the ace high for 25%. Doesn't need to win very often, but one wonders how wide Juan Pardo is cold calling this 3-bet and how wide he's able to bluff the river. Not even sure he has Queen Jack suited pre-flop, to be honest. Optimistic call, Juan Pardo. Reputation perhaps getting him paid. 105 big blinds. 1 million chips for Juan Pardo. Scary. It's about the only adjective I have to describe Malak's style. Because he scared me so much over the years. Scared and scarred, I am. You know what? He's more likely to have Queen Jack suited. I'm thinking it was 3-bet pre-flop. It wasn't. I just felt that way because it was limp and ISO. He definitely has Queen Jack. You're absolutely right, Kushar. He definitely has Queen Jack. In my mind, Tom had opened and it was a small 3-bet and he'd called the jacks, but it was limp 10k, 50k, core, wasn't it? So yes, he has Queen Jack for sure.
Pleasure. I can wait. I want to play with you. I know you are a famous player.
Super fun.
I know who you are. I want to play against you.
Little blind v blind battle there. Chevalier just saying, I know who you are. To Juan Pardo. Who doesn't at this point?
Okay. That's very nice.
Juan Pardo showing he's got 2 pair. Trying to earn a little bit of reputation back. See, I can make a good hand too.
I was good myself. King 7. Huh?
You have to play every hand.
After he came, I don't play any hand. Yeah.
As we are witnessing another elimination, Rio Katake, 14,650 euro. Takes us another step closer to that pay jump. All in Versace, huh? Just incredible. Looks incredible.
Only aces.
Safe mode.
Twice? No. Last 12.
Paolo Boy with a raise. Dimov with a call and the cutoff. Wampado on the button with sevens coming along. At least 3 ways. And 3 ways it will say. Jard, Peralta folding in the big blind. Paolo Boy suited. Dimov suited. Wampado paired up. 9 high flop. Checks. More checks. Dimov, a little bit of interest around this backdoor 9 of diamonds. I think multi-way, a lot more ideas about denying equity. So we can bet a little bit more. We don't need to be quite so polar in the multi-way. Paolo Boy going to have trouble defending too wide with the players still to act behind him. So it's easier to deny equity, since Paolo Boy has a tougher float here. There you go. Dimov will kind of like his hand a little bit. Do wonder if Dimov can really have a check raise here. What would he be representing? Pocket 4s. Ace 9. Tough to check raise, but we'll want to continue. Just talking about that. Wrap around that 9 of diamonds. He does have queen high, but lots of turns can improve his hand or give him a little something to work with. 3 of clubs. I wouldn't want to work with that. I call it the Ali Shaban turn. I don't want to work with it. I can't work with it. It's not feasible. It's untenable. And I won't have anything to do with it. It disgusts me. The Ali Shaban turn.
35.
Wampado bets. Love Ali. We love our Ali. Wampado gets the job done. No backdoors for Coco Jambo.
Don't want to see you in this spot. Eh? Please.
Don't you have too much? No problem.
But I can't give it away to you.
It's no maja. You can play all.
That's different. That's another game.
I don't know what's happened between Tom and Wampado in the past. But Tom probably feels the same way that I do about it. He just doesn't want to play pots with Wampado.
One, yeah.
Got the same feeling everybody else has. Team off with the ace-jack. In the hijack.
Thank you, sir.
Wampado's fold. Tom's relieved because he's in the big blind. Doesn't want to get involved with him. Chevalier with 3s on the button.
It's dangerous player.
Wow, Chevalier going for the 3-bet here with 3s. Another meow and a fold from Tom. And action back on Dimov. 20 big blind steep. I wonder what Chevalier's intentions are here. Is his intention to 3-bet call off 20 bigs with the 3s? Does he want a 3-bet fold when he, in position on the button, could make a set? This is going to happen a lot as well, right? Dimov takes his price. 2.5 more big blinds. See a flop. 3's pretty unplayable, right? Tricky. This 3-bet is potentially going to cause some problems for Chevalier. What do we do here? 3-bet 3s? What do we do here? I think bet small. Bet your range for 20,000 chips, 25,000 chips. He's making more of a commitment. Looks a little bigger. Gets the ace-jack to fold. Ah, look at that. This is classic. He's doing the, damn. I didn't get paid with my ace-king. I didn't get paid with my aces. He's like, good fold. Oh, I'm annoyed. And in his head, he's like... Classic. Classic stuff. We got a new player joining the table. Who is it? I think I recognize that guy. Looks to me like that is Nikolai.
Okay, so you're gonna keep the same table, same position for tomorrow, and we play down to 0. There is no last hand. En français? Ok. Il n'y aura pas de rideau ce soir. On garde les mêmes tables pour demain. Même table, même position parce qu'on a
La
tendance
même
à
table
casser les
demain.
tables
The
aléatoirement.
same table tomorrow. La même table demain. Which means they're not going to break the table. They're coming back to the same table tomorrow. There's not going to be a redraw. We are joined by Nikolai Mahmoud here on the feature table. Another EPT regular, online regular. Shaylee999, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome in. Shuffle first, thank you for the 39 months as well. Strag subbed earlier. Strag, are you there? It's me. Thank you, Strag. 62 months. 62 months, he says. There's 63 months too many. Don't know if Strag's there. Thank you, Strag. They also said that we won't be drawing for a number of hands tonight. We're going to play down the clock down to 0, which means we've got 26 minutes left. Of white hot action. Don't worry about that. It's all under control. Don't panic. Nobody panic. Who's panicking? Scary? Panic? 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 That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. I'd love to blame somebody else, but all of that was my fault. Hands up, guys. That one was on me. It's Backinson. Thank you for the 14 months, mate. Welcome in.
4, 5, 5, 5.
There is Nikolai Mahmoud. Shades on. Bright lights at the feature table. Flo F says, bro, do you get paid for streaming this? Do you really think that would... How would that be possible? An unprofessional broadcast like this? They're actually trying... They're trying to pay me at the moment to take the stream down. They're trying to pay me not to stream it. If I was getting paid, I'm not anymore. Do you see that just popped up on stream? Lawrence says copyright infringement. Don't tell them. Don Jammer says, do I have any IRL tourneys planned? I don't actually. I would normally be here. I've played the last 4 years of EPT main events. Played the last like 15 EPT mains in a row. But my wife is giving birth next week. Or due to. So I haven't been able to travel. That's why I'm here on the pirate radio. Got my walkie-talkies out. Got 7 antennas upstairs. Intercepted the PokerStars live feed. Rebroadcasting it out on my own Twitch and YouTube channels. They don't seem to care. Raise from Tom Bedell. Cut off. Gets 3-bet. What have we learned about Tom so far today? Loves to see a flop. And he will see a flop this time against the queens. Going to be a little bit tougher for him to take down this hand. But let's see what the flop brings. Looks pretty tricky to deal with. Looks pretty rough. C-bet coming in from Paolo Boy. We have seen Tom peel off some flops pretty wide. Now this would be the most outrageous of the bunch, I think. 10-9 high, 3 deuce deuce. There are limits to his magic. I think. He wants to. Even Tom has to let this one go. Can't work any of his tricks this time. Here comes one parter with the threes. Deem off with King 10 in the big blind. Don't think it's a hand he's really going to have a 1 or 3 bet. He's taking a flop. We're heads up. How many days is the main event in total, 20? We're going to conclude on Sunday. So we've got a day 4 tomorrow. Day 5 on Saturday. And final table day on Sunday. Ampardo quick to c-bet. Going to continue his entire range from under the gun, early position versus big blind. Just going to bet every hand that he raises on ace 10 deuce. He does just that with the threes. 15k. Small bet. Team off. Going to miss the board a lot of the time. Doesn't miss it this time. I will say, a lot of the bluffing from early position on these ace high boards does tend to come from pairs like threes, pairs like fours. So I wouldn't be surprised at this stack depth to see Juan Pardo start thinking about tripling this one off. 40k on the turn, 80k on the river. Applies pressure to a 10. Yeah, 46k. Juan Pardo not slowing down. Demoff definitely still going to have some aces here. Versus under the gun, it's not a situation where he's at the shallow stack and he's just going to send all of his aces in pre-flop. A lot of his ace decks still want to just call pre-flop versus under the gun. So this 10 is not necessarily a must to defend because I don't have any aces. But it's certainly a hand against an aggressive opponent like Juan Pardo that Demoff is going to want to stick around with. We'll see how this river plays out. Will either player improve? No. Very tricky river for Dimov to navigate. I do think... I'd be very shocked if Wampardo gives up. Does not strike me as a situation where Wampardo gives up. Also because some of his other bluffs get there. If he's barreling Queen 9, he made a straight. If he's barreling King Queen, I'm not sure he would, but if he was, he made a straight. If he was barreling Queen Jack or King Jack, he makes a pair of jacks. So he doesn't have any of these bluffs available. I think his bluffs come from this. I think he's going to send it. There you go. Pretty standard stuff from Wampardo. It's good, don't get me wrong. But it's exactly how we would expect an elite player to play here, to barrel off something like pocket threes. Puts Dimov in a rough spot. Because let's not forget, he does have an ace in his range on occasion. He can be as strong as ace deuce, slow play, ace 10 even, slow play, ace 8. He could even have some other two pairs somehow. Jack 8 of spades, right? Yeah, lets it go. It's the class of Wampardo right there. Not saying that Dimov steps, you know, in the wrong direction at all. But against weaker opponents, you call that turn and it goes check, check. I got a 10, you win. It's just not going to happen when you're playing poker at the top level. Just not going to get away with it. Wampardo finds those parts of the range he needs to bluff, and he just bluffs them when he needs to. Thomas Doctor eliminated somebody earlier. This time, it's he who's in the poker hospital. Thomas Doctor eliminated in 39th place. I do believe that means we have a pay jump. We might well be close to one. What did we say? 38 left. 39 was the pay jump, so everybody leaving with at least 16,800 euro now. Queen Jack of Hearts in +1. Caesar. Gerard Ruberoldo with the raise to Queen Jack of Hearts. Quite grandiose reference, wasn't it? Nikolai Mahmoud with the king and the king. Playing 40 big blinds deep. Re-raises. Shades on. Moves Dimov out. Moves Wampardo out. Queen Jack suited here will definitely want to continue, I would imagine. I don't see folding. Hand's just going to be too strong against two very capable opponents here. Two very strong players. Nikolai obviously with the best hand with the kings and the benefit of position, but Queen Jack suited too strong to fold against someone who's going to find looser 3-bets. Dangerous board. Gerard flops top pair. Takes the lead against the ace kings, the ace queens, the ace 7s, the ace 5s. Maybe some pocket 10s, right? So pretty good flop for Ruberoldo.
$65.
But a very good flop for Nikolai Mahmoud. Goes just over 30%. Somewhat coordinated board, so I do think sizing up a little bit is appropriate. It's Jack 8-5, lots of gut shots. Wouldn't be out of the question for Gerard to have a 9-10 suited. Maybe even defending lower down, maybe even a 6-7 suited occasionally. The flush draw a concern as well, so sizing up, not unusual. Gerard going nowhere just yet. I think that's quite expected. And a queen lands on the turn. Gerard takes the lead. Checks it over to Nikolai, who I think quite crucially here has got red kings. Doesn't block the clubs, doesn't block the spades. Which leaves more flush draws open for Gerard to have. Means that his hand probably wants to do a little bit more betting, maybe, at these steps. More interested in driving a bit more value against.
All in.
Yeah, he goes for the jam. He's going to jam straight into it. I think it's a perfectly fine jam on this club, spade board with the red kings. But Jared Ruberalter has turned an absolute monster. He's close to the top of his range. 800k in the middle. We're only 40 big blinds deep. One pair more than serviceable enough to get in on the turn. But this time Nikolai's run into it. He looks none too pleased about it. Has out, so Nikolai needs a 5 or an 8, or of course a king. But if that bottom cards, or those bottom cards pair up, he'll make kings and 8s, or kings and 5s. And he'll survive. Failing that, he's facing elimination at the end of day 3 here in Malta. River cards a queen. It's just more salt in the wounds as Jared Ruberalter runs down a full house. Top player, Nikolai Mahmoud. Definitely one to watch on these EPT streams into the future. Leaves with 16,800. Pretty devastating to bust so close to bagging for day 4. Just didn't do anything wrong. Cold deck. Bad turn. Standard hand. Cruel game. Cruel game.
Unos con tanto y otros con tan poco. One more.
You don't want to play with one card?
75.
I'm going to try something. Don't look at me. I didn't press anything. I think you pressed something. I think you in the chat, I think you pressed something and that popped up. I didn't press anything.
Very small for him, but
David Smolka.
Yeah, Smolka, of course.
Queen 10 for Chevalier. Gut shot 2 overs. Stoica decides to see bet versus big blind. I think fine. 9-8 deuce. Absolutely. Chevalier sticking around. Let's see what the turn brings. Pretty fun card. Jack's a fun card. Queen's a fun card too. Chevalier with top pair. But Stoica with this Jack picks up a gut shot. Can apply pressure to some weaker pairs. Immediately going to apply pressure to an 8. Can certainly have some folds around the 9x portion as well for Chevalier. Something like 9-4, 9-5. Does barrel 63,000. Chevalier with a pretty quick call on the turn. To me, the quick call on the turn doesn't really think about raising. Maybe signaling his hand isn't particularly nutted. And I said the turn might be fun. If the turn was fun, the river is an absolute riot. Because Stoica's barrel with the ace high has just turned into a straight. $108,000. It's about half pot. And Chevalier with a quick call. It's a big pot at the end of the day here. It's nearly 500k in the middle. Nearly half a milli, 447k. Really rough run out for Chevalier. Is going to beat some bluffs. We just saw Wampardo triple off pocket threes on a not an exactly similar board, but I think Chevalier's every reason to expect himself to beat some ace 4, ace 5, some under pairs tripling off. Makes the 2 pair. Pretty cruel run out for him. 450k going the way of Stoika, who's been amongst the chip leaders for most of the day and looks set to bag them, or close to a chip leader going into day 4. That's him up to 1.7 million. 175 big blinds. That's plenty to play with, isn't it? I'm going to try something. Oh, hello there. It worked. So far, so good. Dangerous hand in dangerous hands. Pocket queens on the button. We already know that Tom didn't want to play with Wampardo. Luckily for him, he's not in the big blind. It's Gerard in the big blind with 5-3 offsuit. Too weak to defend. No action with the queens. Oh, what a time of it Coco Jambo's had on this FT. I feel like he hasn't been able to find any traction, any momentum. And Paolo Boy has raised to 20k. He's got the king-queen suited. He's got his 8 big blinds. He's had to get it in. And he's ran into aces. What a day for Ogdan Dimov.
Suited.
Suited indeed. A wry smile. Diamonds might be his only hope. It's been looking pretty rough, pretty tough, isn't it? Pretty rough and pretty tough to come back from here. Dimov is Coco Jambo. Yes, Aaron, this is a man who has given me all sorts of hassle during the coops, during the W coop. Ace of diamonds.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll have a look, won't we?
10 diamond.
Well, we'll have a look, won't we?
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Deuce of clubs, Boren. Dimov eliminated. You got there, Phil. Towards the end of day 3. Great run in the main event, 37th. Won't be what he came for. But it's what he's leaving with. 16,800 euro.
If you touch an S.
Claps in the chat. F's in the chat.
I didn't pay anything. If you touch a jack, I'm the nut. And the 10, I have 2 pairs.
Yeah.
The only card I don't want to see. The 10.
If he has aces or kings.
Well, well, well.
Huh?
If he has aces, you can win some.
Yeah, of course, of course. No, but it was very.
Adrian Mateus is still in. Yep. Last we heard, Adrian Mattel's still out there in the field.
Yes, I don't lose 100. It's the game. I'm not very good for the last card.
There goes the last of my juice, and here comes Paolo Boy with sevens. Gerard Ruberalta peels the ace-queen on the button. That's going to invite Tom into the pot. And again, you see options around 3-bet with ace-queen. You see options around call with ace-queen. Both absolutely going to be fine. Villain-dependent. Sometimes this, sometimes that. So don't always expect to see these hands get 3-bet. We see Tom come in the small blind with a very serviceable queen 10 suited. Guess what? Guess what? Tom Bedell, he can't help but smile. Look at him. He can't help but smile. You can't believe it. Not really a tell, though, with Tom, because he's always smiling. And he's had everything to smile about today. 10, 10, 3. The bet is 35,000 from Paolo Boy. No spades here for Ruberalda, but he still does have the ace-queen high. He's going to stick around. I think a pretty good hand to peel with. Definitely going to beat some and dominate some bluffs. Queen jacks and king queens. Someone is just drilling in the EPT main event room here. There's someone drilling under the table.
Great, 85.
It's Tom Bedell drilling every single flop, as it turns out. He's raising it up to 85,000. I think they're in Stapes' bedroom as well, from what I hear. Pneumatic drill workmen have been deployed. We've got crickets in Finton's room and drillers in Stapes'. Paolo Boy folds the sevens. Ace-queen on the button. How does Ruberalta feel about Tom Bedell's raise here?
Yeah.
Doesn't have any spades, which is going to hurt him in the sense of being able to make a good hand. But it does kind of help him in terms of opening up the flush draws for Tom to have that he's dominating, right? Let's think about that. Let's think about how loose Tom's played. How much he's been raising. Interesting turn card. It does make it trickier now for Tom to bet a hand. Let's say Tom's raising 8s, 9s on the flop, 7s on the flop. I'm not sure he's going to bet those again. So bet here on the turn is a lot more polar. What we mean by that is he's either going to have a really good hand, like a 10, or he's going to have a bluff. I think now we're going to remove hands like 7s and 8s and 9s, right? Tom is claiming a 10, and he's going to have it sometimes. Or he's going to have a bluff, which probably, for the most part, is going to be something like a flush draw, something like spades. But could be backdoor diamonds too, right? Pretty natural to raise on the flop if you have 2 diamonds, maybe with a little backdoor. Ruberalda is not believing this story. He also, you know, picks up some outs himself. Which doesn't hurt, doesn't do him any harm. Eight of spades. Pretty disastrous run out for Ruberalta's hopes of winning this part. He'll have been hoping to dominate something like ace-4, ace-5 of spades, right? Or any spade combos. So I think the spades hitting on the river likely to slow him up. Oh, he's out of his seat. I do think this immediately disqualifies him from being able to shove. He's already shown too much discomfort. He's now in call or fold. Just doesn't believe. Tom Axel Bazell just does not believe him. And I suppose this is the benefit of having played as many pots as Tom has played on this feature table. He's got amongst it. He's got involved. Hard to be involved enough to have a bluff here.
It's the last hand you can show.
It's the last hand. Come on, Tom. He shows the queen. Here comes the 10. Class act. Class act, of course. He's going to show the 10. Last hand of the night. And it was this guy's show today. It was Tom Bedell's show today. We were lucky to be able to watch it.
Como va la jugada.
Same seat, same position, same table. Button goes inside.
So confirmation there from the floor that they're going to come back to the same seats, same position, same table tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're going to end up with this as the feature table. I would imagine we get a different crew, but these guys will all be out in the field playing. We are down to 36 players.
Puedes llevar el 10 con una pequeña. Cuando viene la J, puedes llevar las Jotas también.
And I don't speak Spanish, but I'm pretty sure Tom is saying, I won every pot, I played class, I ran class. And I'm very happy to be bagging 2.7 million. That concludes the broadcast from tonight. There's the confirmation then. Tom Axel Bedell, 2.7 million, 225 big blinds. Roman Stoica and Juan Pardo, both bagging north of a milli. We will be back tomorrow with just 36 players. It's getting serious. We're getting closer to the end, to crowning a champion. And that's what it's all to play for. Before you go, I'm going to test some new functionality on the stream, another exciting addition. What did you think of today's broadcast? Is it a hit? Or is it shit? All vote now. Type hits or shit. Today's show, today's coverage. Twitch, YouTube, it should add them all together. It's a hit or shit to close out the night. Check out the PokerStars blog. Do check out the PokerStars blog. The Rogue broadcast, the Pirate PokerStars EPT stream here at Spraggy TV will continue tomorrow at 12:30 summertime, Central European summertime. Hit wins! Take that, PokerStars. There's more hits than shits. We'll play more games of hit or shit tomorrow. We've got all the coverage live from day 4. It's 11:30 a.m. UK time. From Kenny Hallett, it's good night. From our bust outs, from Gary Fisher, from everybody, from Felix. Played well. Thank you very much for watching EPT Malta. Before I go, let me remind you, we've got a recap from yesterday, live on my YouTube channel right now. 3 big hands that were played yesterday. Brand new video, brand new clips. If you want more, if you want to catch up with yesterday's action, if you want to watch some poker, appreciate it if you go and watch that video, like that video, subscribe to the channel. We will be back tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. UK time, to do it all again. Day 4 coming your way. But for now, it's good night.